Good morning, everyone. How is everybody today? I think we are ready to go. As we get started, I'll just mention Sebastian will be joining us online. I can't see if he's there yet, but he will be online a good portion of the day. Otherwise, we have our entire city council here and ready to go, and we will open in prayer as usual. So let's stand, and I'm going to open us in prayer. Lord, I thank you that we live in a nation that we can come before you, that we actually get to pray publicly. Lord, we thank you, Father, for this community, Father, that we can pause and acknowledge you as our God, as the sovereign Lord. Lord, as we step into today, we need your wisdom. We need you, God, to guide our conversations, to guide our decisions. Lord, we recognize that you've given us a season as leaders to steward this city, and the council as they have carried the heavy responsibility of budget. Lord, I pray, God, that you would just give us wisdom. Show us, Lord, if we've missed something. Lord, if there's something that we need to see that we otherwise haven't seen, I ask, God, that you would bring it to light. Lord, guide our conversations today. Lord, and I thank you for the team, that the finance team and their hard work as they've diligently worked to bring this together in a good, concise form. I thank you for our council members. I thank you, Lord, for the diversity of thought that we have represented, yet the unity of heart that we have with our council members. So, Lord, as we step into this day, we pause before you and we ask you, Father, to be our guide. In Jesus' name, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Chingula.
Here.
Bills.
Here.
Reynolds.
Here.
Haverfield.
Here.
Griffin. 5 present, 1 absent.
So good morning. As we step into this day that we have ahead of us, it's going to be a long day. We have a lot to cover, but it's going to be a good day. I want to start with just a couple pretty brief remarks. First of all, I want to thank our finance team. Doug, thank you. You guys have worked diligently. All of you have worked hard to bring forth something that's concise. It takes a lot of work, and I feel like half of our year we're on budget. Actually, we are half our year on budget. The other half of the year, we're making sure that we're aligning with budget. So, Council, I recognize that it is your responsibility to oversee budget. My job and our job is to present to you something that is as accurate as it can be, and that's easy for you to comprehend and to read through. When we started the process, we talked about going ahead and budgeting to a 3%, which is what we've done. So we're presenting you with a budget that is budgeted to a 3% increase. I want to thank you for the time that you spent going through the workshops, because that was a lot this year. Hopefully it helped a little bit in the prep for this budget. There may be things that we missed, and if they are, I pray that they come out. I want you to know that, so for those that have been here for several years, our process has been that you entrust to us to bring you a budget that is a balanced budget within what you've said. That said, you may have insights and questions, and I just want you to know that we welcome the questions. We used to have multiple days of budget before I came. Now, and then we moved to 2 days of budget. The last several years, we've done 1 day of budget. The way our day is going to flow today, so there are snacks available. We will break for lunch around 12. How long we break for lunch, I'm going to leave that up to the council. You may say, hey, we want to take an hour break, or you may say, we want to just keep going, eat while we work and do that. Whether or not we do dinner tonight, it's going to be up to the council. We have reserved tomorrow if we need it, but we'll play that by ear as we go through the day. I'm trying to think what else we should say. I guess as we want to be efficient with our time, the one thing I do want to say is please ask questions, because this isn't a rubber stamp, but we have worked diligently to bring forward the best budget that we could, recognizing all that goes into it. There's, from an operational standpoint, there's a lot that maybe you guys don't touch each day that form decisions as to why we budget the way we budget. If you have questions about that, I'm happy to visit about it. And I'm also happy to address if there are issues that maybe are more on the operational side. I'm also happy to answer any questions that you would have, maybe outside of the budget cycle. But with that, Doug's laid a really good foundation. He's going to relay a foundation before we step into going through our budget. So Doug, here we go. And I will say, and Doug may say this too, we are going to approve budgets one budget at a time. So it's not going to be, right, we're not by buckets, but every single budget will have its own approval. And the department heads will be available. And here, just tap it and see, do it again. There you go. You got it.
Mayor,
Good morning.
Council, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us on this wonderful day. It's a day that we hope to get through quickly because it's 8 hours of a life we're not going to ever get back. What's the definition of a good accountant? I've shared this one before, but someone who solves a problem you didn't know you had in a way you don't understand. I'm hoping I'm better than that today. I could not stand here by myself without the benefit of an extremely dedicated team. I need to introduce them very briefly. We've got to my left here, Leslie Howard. She's the accounting manager. Absolute job, great job of organizing, bringing things together, helping to pull things into structure. Chris Ocker is the man of all science tech. You know the guy you watch on the NCIS shows? Like, can this guy figure this information out and get in? That's him. That's what he does. Everything you want to know, he does it. Chris Boaz is our grants and capitals manager. Great job at what he does there. Really, capital is more tricky than you'd think, and he pulls a lot of effort into organizing it. Diana Velder, she's almost as good as Chris at magicking things out of nowhere. She does a very great job. And then we've got Kathy Robertson, our payroll supervisor, and we cannot forget Michelle Camper, the controller. She keeps things buttoned down so tightly. If there's a dollar out of balance, she finds it, I guarantee you. All right. So a couple of housekeeping things. You have a couple of small stacks of trees, former trees on your desk there. Let me tell you what you've got in front of you, and we'll go through them very briefly. You should have in sequence a org chart, something like this. We'll go through that in a minute. You should have beneath that a budgeted operations expense, and we'll go through that in a minute. That's going to be how we got to our 5% savings. Beneath that is the long sheet, which is a recap of our training budget. And then beneath that, there will be, that's all in that stack. Now, you also have two other stacks. Yes.
Senior Director Development Services org chart.
Yes.
We don't have that one. Can we get that one also? Because this is Public Works. We need the other one too. So if your team could get the second one. See.
Oh, this is Mark Stoyer's.
I don't see that. Do you guys have?
No.
We don't have it up here.
No, you've got this one.
We've got this one.
Mark
We need.
presented this one. I didn't give a copy of this one.
Okay, Mark, can you help us get a copy of your org chart and have it printed for all the? Okay. The staff will do it. Okay. Sorry, Mark. His staff will do it. Thank you. That way we have one of both.
Yep. Then you have two other stacks. On the top, a small stack of replacement papers for your budget. There's a few pages where we changed a couple of small budgets. The net budget didn't change. We're just moving some money around. I'll explain that in a minute. And then you have a larger stack of ACO-fastened data, which is taking the object codes by org, so facilities, so forth in sequence, On the right side, or left side will be the 25 details, on the left side of the 24 details, so you can kind of match up this year to last year by object. So, with that being said, let me clear the podium a bit.
Well, Doug, while you're doing that, I have a question for council. Would it be helpful if we three-hole punch these so that they can go in your book while we're going through? Yes, that's what I was thinking. Peter, would you grab Kim, and could you guys come grab all of these, and we're going to have you in our office, Kim, three-hole punch them all. Thank you.
Okay. And now, we have a few minutes in the introduction before we get to that. There should be enough time to punch those.
All of these, and we're going to three-hole punch them all and bring them right back just the way they are. Thank you.
All right. Chris, would you go to the second page? So just a couple of things for you as council to understand the process that we go through after the workshop. So today we go through and formally review the budgets. You'll give your thumbs up, thumbs down, comments, discussions, whenever is appropriate. Once we get done with today, I have a fixed time frame to meet deadlines with the county and the state. The final property tax updates from Canyon County will come out around the 18th or the 19th. That means that the property taxes I presented in the budget are probably not final. They will change a little bit, probably decrease slightly, maybe a few $1,000s. What the county is dealing with now are any individuals who have filed for a review of their property taxes, saying they're too high and they're seeking for relief, and they're working through those particular requests, and that will be done by around the 18th. So around the 18th and 19th, we'll get the final L2 with the property taxes. Any adjustments that I need to make on our budget, I'll pull out of our contingency to make it balance, but I expect it to be maybe $5,000, maybe $10,000, not a significant change. Based on the changes and the requests you ask of us today, of the city, we have until about July 31st to get those put into the book, revised, rebuilt, reorganized, and then ready for publication. We have to publish the budget 2 weeks prior to the public hearing. The public hearing is on August 19th, and given weekends and Fridays where sometimes the Idaho Press doesn't publish, that means by 7/31, or 8/1, we need to have the final budget ready for publishing prior to the public hearing on the 19th of August. Following that, we certify our results by submitting the L2, that's what the county calls, state calls it, which breaks out the property taxes by organization: general gov, library, airport, cemetery, and so forth. And we submit that on the convoluted context. What the county says is the second Monday or the first Tuesday and the second, it's on August 9th, or September 9th. It's a kind of a confusing calendarization, but that gives us a window of where we have to work forward from today until September 9th. Chris? So, you probably never think about this, but from my perspective, my world is all about establishing the right level of control to ensure that we financially secure we safeguard and financially secure the assets of the city: cash, buildings, equipment, so on and so forth. In that context, the budget is one of our most important internal controls. The auditors test these internal controls every year, and the intent of the testing of internal controls is to make sure that they're functioning sufficiently to preserve the assets of the city and to fairly present our financial statements. Now, as you all go through today, councilors, and approve the budgets, the challenges we have is that the limited time frame given to us means that some of the items we come across, we may defer for discussion until later. Let me give you an example. Last year, when we brought before council, one of the questions came up very often, and the mayor kind of redirected us, was the travel and training budget. So we had last year, And 2 years ago, we had a $1.4 million travel and training budget. And the question from the council is, how do I know that's what we need? It looks so high. So what we did in that meeting is we agreed that the travel and training budget needed a post-budget review. We approved the budget as it was. Then we came back and reviewed the travel and training. Diane did a tremendous amount of work working with the departments, and we took it from $1.4 million down to $1.2 million in that year. So we pulled $200,000 out that year. This year, you'll see when we get to the travel and training, it's on that long sheet, our travel and training budget is down to $971,000. So we've continued that progress, going from $1.4 million down to $971,000. And it's not just the dollar value that we've changed the process. We're taking the leadership function or the leadership training and running that, centralizing it through HR. So there's a standardization, a quality component that the travel and training go through. And we've also implemented a SharePoint approval process where all travel and training above $500 has to go through an approval process with myself and Marissa. And so those 3 steps reduced the budget by $500,000 over 2 years. So and that all took place after we'd approved the budget. So if we come across something like that today, I am more than willing and very, very willing at any point in time to say, we may not be able to resolve that issue today here, but let's table it for the moment, approve what you deem appropriate, and we can come back and review that prior to spending in October. Because the budget in my view is a starting point. It is not automatic permission to spend. It is the legal guideline, but it is not a carte blanche where you just go out and start spending. So, with that context, we recall and we recognize that it is our legal authority to spend. In 2025, we added the unique identifier as another internal control, and you see that on the account agendas. That helps us to identify the capital spends. We're going to expand that this year to cover software and leases. There are 2 new accounting standards required by the government that all leases and all software purchases, 99.9%, become capitalized. So we're going to expand the unique identifier to help us control those. Chris, next slide. But another internal control we want to lean into heavily with the addition of Richard Kennedy, and I think he's here somewhere. Right behind me. Richard Kennedy with us today. He's our Director of Purchasing. We're going to lean very heavily into a process that ties AP and purchasing much more closely together so that there's a process to review all initiation of purchases before they happen. It will standardize it. So we have one area purchasing the same item for all of the city and not 5 people purchasing the same thing. So we get the same price, we get a better quality, we get better controls. And Richard has outlined a number of items that we're going to work on. We're creating a contract database that's all agreements for the city. And this is a huge undertaking. I've seen this at Meridian. They have this where they track all contracts and they have an easily searchable database. Richard's going to work on that and help us come up with that. And that helps us verify if we have if we're going to buy something and it's going to be in accordance with the contract and in accordance with the budget, we can research it and we can tie it out. We'll investigate Tyler Munis or other software to help us improve the tracking. We'll follow the appropriate procurement policies and thresholds, and there's a number of them listed. I won't go through them, but CFR 200 is one of the big ones that we have to follow. Chris? And the procurement methods, a quote, invitation for bid, informal, formal. What do we do? What steps do we follow? What we want to do is make sure that we have a standardized process across the city where we know it's followed by everybody at the same time. So there's no question. Is a sole source allowed here? Is it not allowed here? Does it require an RFP or an RFQ? So on and so forth. We will standardize that, and that will improve the internal controls and the reliability of the financials in a very significant way. And it will also strengthen our relationship with you. You'll know what we're doing, and you'll know, the vendors will know what we're doing. All right. So that's kind of the background, the basis for what we're trying to do with the budget and the internal controls is to strengthen everything this year. Chris. All right, so let's go over to the budget book. And I'd like to start on my budget summary on page, I believe it's 16. Is that 16, Chris? I can't tell from the, okay. So, do any of you find governmental accounting structure confusing? Funny question, right? Everybody does. So we have government funds that are standardized across the country, and government funds, which are police, HR, finance, and so forth, that's all the things that run the government. Enterprise funds, which are the most closely related to a business, because they're water renewal, they operate related directly to the public. Internal service, fleet, engineering, just internal what we do. Special revenue, and then debt. I want to mention the debt a little bit. Debt, we have a debt org that we traditionally use to reference the GO bond. The general obligation bond will be paid off next month, very soon, probably even next week. We'll pay that off. And the only substantial debt we have will be DEQ and a water refunding bond. And then we have the capital and impact fees. Chris, let's go down. So what I want to start with really is what was our intent this year. We wanted to come in and find a way to control our costs. I look at it as cost avoidance because I know the costs are going to go up. So I try and find places where I can cut. And we asked all the departments, and there was a lot of very deep discussion on this request. I asked everybody to cut their non-operating labor by 5%. I said, go in and find your labor. And I know that in looking in the budget, there were opportunities because we tended to end our budget years favorably. Very, very few people ended short of budget. I don't think anybody did. So we wanted to find a way to close the gap, and part of this was by pulling out the 5%. We want the spending to be in line with actuals. I don't want anybody to not be able to spend what they need to in order to maintain service to the city, but I want the spending to be what's necessary. And so we need to train the organization to better match their budget capacity to the project capacity. What is your budget versus what are your actuals? And then we want to increase the overall budget accuracy. So we had a 5% target reduction, and this is based on last year's operating budget, $3.4 million, $3.5 million actually. When we went through and added up all the savings, and I'll go through that, we got pretty close, $3.3 million, 4.4%, and I'll go through that detail. But some of the costs that we were able to reduce are the repairs and maintenance. The developmental service, they're down $700,000. Developmental service cost controls, fleet costs, reduced travel and training. Again, they reduced travel another $232,000. Contractual services, maintenance costs. We went down and tried to specifically look for ways to save money, and this is what we found. Next page, Chris. So when we look at the raw numbers, though, keep in mind, I mentioned this earlier, that the total expenses, if you look at the bottom of the page, the total expenses are up $4.791 million, or 6.9%. So that seems contrary to what I said when we cut the 5%. But keep in mind that in that $4,791,000 is increased FIC costs of $4.1 million. And if you look closer to the FIC world, their revenues went up over $5 million, almost $5.1 million. So that's a net positive for them. But the expense shows up in our books. It makes it look like our expense goes up. But if you pull out the FIC increase, we only increased $659,000, or 0.9%, about a third the inflation rate. If we'd have held at 3.4%, which was the inflation rate at that time, we would have had average increases of almost $2.4 million. So we did much better than that. Let's keep going down. So very briefly, now this is an important category. The operations budget and the labor budget are about equal. They're about $69,000 to $70,000, $74,000. They tend to balance out between the two. We are a service industry, so to speak. We're very heavily focused on what we serve the city: streets, water, wastewater, police. They're all service-related industries, so we have a heavy labor budget. But this year, we went up $5.8 million. Now, out of that, 2.9, almost 3 million, is related to the police. So we still have a significant increase. But inside the labor increase, the $5.8 million, we have a COLA of $1.4 million. That's just the wage portion. The new FTEs went up $1.271 million. But Percy rates, as outlined by the state, caused our budget to increase nearly $1 million in Percy costs. Healthcare costs up $800,000, significant increases. Other police benefits overtime. We're trying to capture the police costs more accurately so they are budgeted up front and not just reflected in the actuals. And as we improve our budgeting capacity, the costs for police, other costs, compensation time, PL, overtime, and so forth, $604,000. There were 2 expiring DOJ COPS grants that we entered into about, 3 years ago, something like that, where the DOJ would grant us funds for 2 to 3 years to get us started in hiring new police. Most of those are expiring. That's $306,000 we had to absorb this year. IH2C is a new staff level. That's just the incremental increase from what we're paying in 24 to what's showing up in 25. And then we converted several employees in the Family Justice Center from contract to employee, or to employed. That's not a new cost. It's moving it from the lower contractual bucket up into the labor bucket. But it does show up there. So I wanted to walk through those costs to understand them. But let's go to the next page. I want to look at the FTEs, because what we've been trying to do is control the trajectory. We were coming out of a time where everything was in chaos, trying to keep up with inflation, trying to keep up with the wastewater treatment plant bill, trying to keep up with Meridian and Boise and other cities poaching our well-trained employees. So what we looked at us and realized that we needed to really pay attention to what our FTEs, how much are being hired, and what's the real need, because every new FTE is an impact either to a customer or a citizen based on a fee or based on a property tax or a shared revenue. So in 21, we hired 28 new FTEs, in 22, 30. Dropped down a little bit in 23, but back up in 24 to 32. This year down to 18. But I want to point out that out of that 18.74, 4 of those are custodians that actually reduce costs by reducing the contract payment we would make to a third-party custodian. And the other portion in General Gov, the other increase is the 5 for police. Even though we have put 5 into the police, that's a little less than what they need to maintain standards. I don't know if we have the new information yet, but the last information we had from the old population-based metric, it's almost 5.6 to 7 FTEs just to be constant with what the growth of the city is expecting of our police standards. So the rest of this goes down and just goes through the FTEs and gives us our total FY25 proposed FTE of 715 in total. That's in keeping with population. We're not hiring faster than the population's growing. All right, let's go down, Chris, to the next page. So the budget summary. What we're proposing today is a budget of $290 million. That's a decrease of what, 7.1 million from capital or fiscal 24. The proposed decrease is primarily in capital that we haven't spent as we begin to wind down the wastewater treatment plant bill. Proposed capital budget of $108.5 million, decrease from 22.8, again for the same reason, primarily as we have begun to mature the build on the wastewater treatment plant. And the city's total operational budget with labor and operational cost, $149.8 million. That's an increase of 10.5. But remember, inside that 10.5, 4.2 million is for the FIC, and the other portion is primarily our labor costs, some of which were completely unavoidable with the Percy and the healthcare and ICRIMP. I didn't even mention ICRIMP. That one's up 25% over last year. Last year was up 16% over the prior year, so our total I-crimp bill right now, I got it, is like $980,000 for a year. When I started here in 2018, that bill was sub 600,000. So significant increases in the I-crimp over years. Let's see. We have built in, and we'll come to this in a moment, we'll have Marissa come up and we'll walk through the merit. We have a 3% market and merit pay built in. And by the way, the budget is built to the request from the council, a balanced budget at 3%. There's no outliers. At the end, though, we do have two items to talk about, which could be bolt-ons that are not included. There's SRO that we'll probably add in, and then the foregone, that's a discussion later. They are not included in this budget at this time, but I have them on a bolt-on that if council approves, can be rapidly dropped in. We went through the Percy and the healthcare costs, the Fort Idaho Center. Let's talk about property taxes. Interesting dynamic this year. The home valuations tended to level out a little bit. Some decreased, some increased, some commercial increased. The total valuation of the assets of commercial, residential, and agriculture in the city increased to $15.3 billion. Now that $15.3 billion gets divided into our budget, and that determines the levy rate. That's how the levy rate gets calculated. So our levy rate decreased from 0.003054 to 0.002742. I didn't read all the digits. Part of that is the decrease from the GO bond. If I looked at FY24 without the GO bond, the rate was 0.002951, I believe. So we've gone from 0.0029 down to 0.0027 this year based on the weight of valuation change and our budget interaction.
Hey, Doug?
Yes.
Just for clarity, in case there's someone online listening, when we're talking about the budget and dividing into the 15 billion, that's just the property tax. It's not the full budget.
That is correct. That's the property tax portion of it only.
Correct, because we talked about the 290 million, but that is not what is being divided in. It's only the property tax portion.
No. It is. Thank you for that clarification, Mayor. So the assessments. Let's walk through the assessments and the HB 389 impact and the what we're actually including into the budget. We know we have a foregone of $4.399 million. That's out there. That tends to generate a lot of confusion. It is money that has never been taxed but could be taxed. It would be new tax dollars if used directly. We have disclaimed amounts of money that we permanently disclaim that can never be included in foregone. Now, the new construction taxes for new construction this year really came in a lot stronger than initially anticipated, and I didn't know this until about the mid part of June. I was anticipating new construction of about 800,000 to 900,000, maybe $1 million. It came in at 1.7, and like that showed up in the last 2 weeks of the budget process, so it gave us some room to add in more officers, is what we essentially did with that. And the annexation, so every time you as council approve an annexation into the city, those taxes come to the city. The annexation impact was $82,000. Now these two numbers are at 90% of their total, plus they're reduced by the impact of HB 389. So in 21, I believe, they passed House Bill 389, and from 21 to 24, it reduced our taxing authority by $2.6 million. Money we would have had every year. That is not a new tax, it's a tax on new construction. That's $2.6 million. This year, the impact was $325,000. So we are almost up to $3 million annually of lost revenues because of 389.
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
do you want us to hold our questions now until Doug is finished, or
Is it a question regarding this?
it's a question regarding the GO bond being paid by August? I would
Go
like to
ahead.
know how much how much decrease in property taxes would that give us? Okay.
I recall that this is in two stages. So the decrease to property taxes in '24 was about $600,000. And the decrease in '25 will be $2 million. That's the $2.6 million total. I recall that in the GEO bond analysis, not the GEO bond, but the transportation bond that did not pass, the estimated impact of adding $2.6 million back to the rolls was about $67.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in that ballpark.
I think it was $18 per, I believe. Amy, could you please, I know you were working on this, but on the GEO bond, the taxes, if it were not to pass, which it didn't, what would the savings be? And if I remember correctly, it was $18 per 100,000. Is that correct? Tom, is that? That is correct.
That's-
It's $18 per 100,000.
And my 67 was based on a $350,000 home, so they're
Correct, which
the
is just
same number.
exactly
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
And was that per 100,000?
Per one.
Well, 18 per 100 or 67 for an average home.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
But $18 per 100,000
Right.
is the accurate.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Mayor, is that the actual value of the home, or is that after the home?
Taxable value. That
So
after the deduction and the homeowner's exemption, that you get the taxable value, and that's
that
the,
value.
right. And that's what the 15 billion is as well, is taxable value.
Thank you, Doug.
Welcome. So, all said and done, the incremental assessment this year is $916,000. That's less than the 3% going up. Now, in talking with Steve Onifray in Canyon County yesterday, he said it's very difficult to say exactly how much 3% impacts an individual home because of House Bill 292 and its replacement now House Bill 521 that takes sales taxes and shift it back to the homeowners in the form of a credit. They don't have that information. The process is the county has to add up all their property taxes, send them to the state has to calculate it, and then determine how they're going to allocate their $50 million back to 44 municipalities and counties. And they won't know that until September. But thanks to Councilman Reynolds and talking to the state, we know that the fund is full to continue that property tax rebate for this year. The one we got in '24 will continue into '25. I can't say it will be the exact same amount per household, but they have the same number of dollars to allocate across the state, so it should be approximately the same. And we looked at one home yesterday, Steve and I. We picked one home at random in Nampa, and it was very random because it was Leslie's. And we looked and see what that savings for the city, just for the city. So her property tax base on this house, just the city's allotment was a little over $1,000, and the credit coming back from the state was about $270. So she went from $1,000. It's about a 30% decrease in taxes, and that's probably about what we'll see again this year. But it makes it impossible to say exactly what a 3% impact is to a home because I don't know what the credit is yet, because the state's actually kind of covering a lot of that. All right. Let's go down to other revenues really quickly. State shared sales taxes and liquor. I have budgeted them exceptionally flat with the prior year. When I look at the distributions from the state, they are right on track with prior year. They're maybe up 50,000 or down 50,000. We get $10 million, $10.8 million. We might get a little more than that, but not a lot. So I budgeted flat because I don't know where the economy is going next year. And unlike property taxes, which stay stable for a number of years, if the economy goes south, post-election, something unusual happens, sales taxes will drop immediately. So I choose to be conservative with the mayor's direction on that. The same with shared liquor taxes, flat at $1.2 million, flat compared to 24. And we've tried, at the mayor's direction, we've tried to reduce rate fatigue. We've leveraged ARPA monies into a 0% increase in water. I think that's 3 years in a row. I don't remember. Yeah, been 2 or 3 years in a row with no water increase. The water renewal fee is down to 8.75%. That's the last standardized increase for the wastewater treatment plant. They were 16.5. This is the last one. Sanitation is contractual with Republic at 3.5, and that's right at the inflation rate. For 2 or 3 years, it was much below the inflation rate. Irrigation, 0. Now, it doesn't mean that there are no challenges and issues in these budgets. It means we're trying to give the customer a little bit of a respite, but there are still issues, funding issues, repair issues, maintenance issues that we will have to deal with in the future. This is kind of a one-time reprieve, but it doesn't mean everything is completely healthy and under control. There are challenges. All right, let's go on. Very briefly, the budget broken down by sources of funds. $112 million in fees and services. That's what we pull in from water, wastewater, we're part of water renewal, irrigation, sanitation fees. And that's up 7.4% in total, but as we've indicated, most of that is volume. It's not rate increase. The 7.4% is new customers coming on board because we've only raised the irrigation, the water renewal rate is the only, and sanitation is the only two that went up. Fund balance, we increased the use, decreased the use of our fund balance. That changes from year to year. We accumulate in some years and we spend in others. Grants, loans. This one is, I have kind of a request next year to break this out a little bit more and separate the loans from the grants and donations. The grants actually aren't reflected right here in this, but grants went up from 17 million to 21 million, so we had another $4 million in grants, but loans went down, so that helped decrease the overall concept here. Developmental impact fees, usage is going up, $15 million. Miscellaneous, that's interest in, most of that's interest income, probably $5 million with interest income, and utility franchise fees of 2.6. Property taxes, $43.5 million. And there's the $916,000 increase. That's only 2.2%. But it is worth noting that the combined impact of the new construction on the 3%, because compared to last year's base, was a 7.4% increase. The cap the state allows us in all circumstances other than foregone is 8%. We got pretty close to that 8% because of the new construction. And if we go over it, we don't get to collect it. And then we have, comment?
Just a simple question, a quick question, Doug. When we look at the amount of growth that we're seeing, development of commercial and residential, like Stowe, major improvement and to the tax base, but I only see $1 million increase in property taxes. I'm wondering where the property taxes are.
Sure. So the reason that says 916,000 is because the GEO bond came out. So we had 1.2 million in 3%, $1.7 million in new construction, that's $3 million. You take out the $2 million from the GEO bond, and this year it shows a small increase of $916,000 because the GEO bond falls off.
Okay.
So we do have the increase, but I have the decrease, and we also don't have to make the payment next year, so it's a net wash. It's a net wash of zero for us. So we still get all the money, the $3 million of new construction and 3%, that's built in. It's just masked by the payment we're not making this year.
I think Randy's question, though, is related to the tax revenue coming in. Let's use Stowe as an example.
Right.
It could be, and Robin's standing here, if they were giving an incentive for a couple of years, it could be that that revenue is deferred a couple of years because they've got an incentive. I can't speak to Stowe's. I don't remember off the top of my head what theirs. If you want to know, Robin can answer it. But many times when we have a big company coming in, so that's where you're seeing that. It may be deferred for a couple of years. I guess the question, which is, I think this is where you're headed, is when that comes on, does that come in then? right. I think, yeah, so that's where,
And there's
Yeah.
significant other improvements as far as industrial warehouse space that's being added, residential developments, multifamily and single-family that's being added. I'm not seeing that reflected in the numbers, so that's why I was wondering why growth isn't paying for the additional growth that we're seeing, as opposed to us still working with smaller numbers based upon our general fund cap.
Councilors, good morning. Yes, Stowe did receive the exemption. They are at 75% for the first 2 years, and then 50% for the next 2 years, and then 25% for the fifth year. And so they'll come on.
That's just one. What about all of Adler's properties, like on Franklin and
Yes,
elsewhere? What about
so-
those? Those aren't a part of any TIF that
Right.
we're,
So I'm used to NDC. Councilman Haverfield, yes, it is, that's true. They'll come on the tax rolls. Stowe was paid less taxes than we anticipated, and as you'll remember in past discussions, because their schedule for operation was delayed due to supply chain. So we're not seeing a full tax year, a full tax year for Stowe quite yet. This next tax year, we'll see them fully come on the tax rolls, even at that 75%.
you keep going back to Stowe. I'm broadening that
Okay.
topic to include like Timber Creek and others that have moved in and are a taxable entity. Where's those taxes being accounted for?
and just a real quick, and Char reminded me, that was Robin Sellers, Director of Economic Development. And so staff, when you come up today, just go ahead and share, and I didn't think of it, so thank you,
Thanks,
Char.
Robin.
If they are not receiving a tax relief as part of a deal, and they are new, I'm saying if those two things are the case, then it shows up in the new construction. If they've been around for a while and they're not receiving it, or their tax exemption is falling off, it just gets calculated into the base number.
Again, when I look at property taxes only increasing in value by $1 million or 2.2%, it just doesn't seem to add up with the amount of industrial, commercial development along with the residential. So that's where maybe I'm missing something.
Part of that too, you take that total valuation that's going in there, because you're doing the 90%, so we're losing 10% right off the top. So that total valuation went from, I believe, 13 billion something to 15 billion. Right? We increased by over $2 billion in our total valuation, which all of that would be in that total valuation. But when we're pulling that down, the top 10% is gone, some of that is that, right? Because of that, what's really scary is to realize that we're at 7.4 some percent, and we're capped at 8%. So as we grow, if you think about the expansion opportunity we have along Highway 16 and what's happening right now, as we grow, we're going to have to provide, let's say, police services. We're going to have to expand, but we're not going to be able to take in the revenue from the new growth.
Well, that's where
And right now, I think it's part of it's the 90.
And that's what my concern is. If we're seeing an incentive for development to provide jobs and housing for our community, but yet the state's taking away portions of what we have available to pay for emergency service providers, it's kind of, it takes away the incentive to try to help the growth take place.
It's
And so
absolutely.
where are those dollars going at the state level would be my next question to someone else not in this room, so.
Well, the dollars, actually what it does is it's pushing our levy rate down, because we're not able to capture that. We're only, because the levy rate's based on the budget, we're not able to take the budget up because it doesn't come into our budget. Therefore, the levy rate continues to go down. And this is what other municipalities are facing, is that our levy rates have gone so low now that the new construction is there, but it's calculated based on that new levy rate. And when you get your levy rate down as low as it is and continue to push it lower, then you don't have any revenue hardly coming from new construction. It works against us. So you remember when you were trying to get the levy rate down, right? Now we've got the levy rate so low that the new construction isn't coming in because the levy rate's so low.
But you would think that the growth would, again, that we'd be looking at a bright and shiny penny right here as far as to work with instead of something that's still tarnished. it's a bit of a concern, but again, I think it's a conversation with people not in this room.
It is,
Take
and
place.
ongoing, for me, it's a huge concern as I look forward, because when we're presenting the numbers here today, one thing we want to hopefully get away from, or get more towards, is looking forward-looking. Where are we going? Not just where we are today, but where are we going? So when you see that number, you see today's impact. When I see that number, I see the impact 4 or 5 years down the road, and some parts of it scare me, really do. How do I make all this balance? So,
Yes, Doug, we have one more question. Go ahead.
So I guess, Doug, trying to understand the discussion that just took place, and it would seem that a moratorium, from a financial point of view, would not have an impact on the budget, because the budget's already being impacted with the 389 bill, the state legislature changes.
well,
I'm trying to understand the discussion from Councilman Haverfield that the city has added a great deal of property tax value.
added about $600 million, roughly $660 million in new construction.
Correct, but because of the changes implemented 2 to 3 years ago,
We're not getting as much off of it.
we can't obtain the tax to cover the cost and the impact of that growth.
Well, and that's one of the significant challenges, is just what you've called out. How do we cover as the mayor said, as citizens have said, they would like to have growth pay for growth. House Bill 389 makes that very, very difficult, impossible, in fact, because we've lost $3 million annually out of our revenue. It's not there, because they've taken it to the state, and then they're doing magic behind the scenes with it to theoretically relieve property taxes somewhere else. But
Well, it seems that was the goal of the legislature, was to penalize the cities for continuing to grow.
yeah,
So if I'm hearing
I
correctly,
do agree. So,
that's coming to fruition now. Their goal has been
but so there's good and bad there. The closer we get to a net neutral change in property tax valuations, the lesser the impact 389 has. The first year, it was dramatic, at $2 million in 1 year, because the property valuations went up 45%. Now that they go up 2, 3, 4, 5%, the impact is much more manageable. It's still, we lost $325,000. That's not overwhelming. That's, what, 3 officers that we could have hired? But it's not going to put a hole in the bottom of the boat. It just means that they may have to change their level of service. Now, if you want to consider the impact of a moratorium, say no growth, we're still going to have increases in wages. We're still going to have inflationary costs. We're still going to have impacts of growth that are built into the system still impacting us. And at least with what I've got now, I've got some new money coming in to help cover that. If we go to a scenario where we want to say, let's not grow, we will be in probably a tougher financial position, because we have no new money, or we could have no new money coming in to pay for association police increases, for healthcare costs, or if Percy goes up. At least now we have something that's new money to work with. So it becomes
Which was
balanced.
$1.7 million this year, which
Right.
is important.
Right.
It's important revenue to have coming in.
It is, but it's also, I believe, requires discussion of how much those who've been in the city, or the properties, not the individuals, because that has changed, but the properties that have been around for 10, 20, 30 years, or even back 100, seemingly could be subsidizing the other.
Have you speak closer to the
In
mic.
your mic there.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. It would seem then that we are facing a time when we need to potentially have discussions on the continuation of approvals and expansion of the city in light of what it's doing to the existing properties that are here. I've been a proponent of growth, been a part of it, but I was part of what I saw and understood and saw the changes in the tax valuations that supported that growth. Here today, I'm hearing something new, and that's the reason I'm asking for a few minutes, because it's concerning to me that if that curve is flattening to where the existing property tax base is subsidizing the new, and we say, well, we need still new for some revenue, but at what cost or what balance?
Well,
And so I'm thinking this could be a transition year to begin really analyzing the pros and the cons of expansion and whether that's actually bringing in the base.
I think it's an absolutely wonderful topic, and I think it needs to be engaged in. I don't know if today we have the capacity to look at this and say, do we make a dramatic change today? But it is extremely important, because we need, what the mayor has done in the past with our prior impact fee group is they looked at determining an analysis of what each new subdivision cost us in terms of resources. It was a difficult process, and it was probably best maybe directionally aligned, but it helped give us an idea that if you're approving a new project, how much it was going to cost in city resources. But I think beyond that, the property tax is only one aspect of the cost increases we're dealing with. The fees, property taxes are $43 million. Fees are $117 million. And they're not driven by as much by new growth. We have impact fees to help cover a lot of those new costs there, but a lot of them are driven by the fact we have significant maintenance issues. So we have cost pressures in many other places besides what the property taxes might pay for. So you might be able to squeeze off one end of the pipe and say, we're not going to spend money over here, but you can't squeeze it off totally, because you'll end up with the system deteriorating, and the cost of rebuilding is much greater than the cost of maintaining. So in that context, yeah, look at it from a smart perspective. What's the right amount of growth? Because you do need growth to feed the system. If you don't have growth, I can guarantee you in a few years we'll be very, very financially very insecure.
Well, it would also create could create a serious economic issue
Right.
to our local citizens. That said, later this afternoon, at the very end, or this evening, or tomorrow, depending on when we get there, we
Yeah.
are going to be having a discussion about foregone. This very discussion will need to take place at that
Yeah.
time, because I think that's what you're thinking. So we will have a place for
Sure.
that, and I think we need to have that discussion, which we will have
Yeah.
this afternoon.
I appreciate
Again,
that, because
yeah.
I am thinking that.
Yeah.
But I'm also concerned, I think I would anticipate this is a transitional year based on what's transpired at the legislative level.
I think that, but I think the action we need to take, it needs to happen at the legislative level. It's not just us.
No, I
Every
understand, but if we-
community,
if we're
that
not-
8% cap and the levy, what they've done to the cities has been, it's decimating every city in the state of Idaho, and really where the battle is with the legislature, candidly.
To the
I
extent,
don't disagree.
I know.
I agree. I'm just looking at.
It's scary.
It causes a pause for me on a few items, and I think we have to really start discerning. We're in the beginning of really discerning how things are going to lay forward in some of those decisions.
Yep.
So,
and that's, in essence, to the extent I have the capacity, that's how we're building the budget. And we're trying to transition out of the years of chaos with COVID and the rapid inflation and come to, well, what the Fed would say, a soft landing, if there is such a thing. Not convinced of that. But we're decreasing our FTE hires. We're decreasing the rate of wage. We're decreasing our cost growth. We're trying to make our own transition as much as we can affect it. And to the extent that we can continue to do that and be more refined internally, and then you couple that with what you can plan externally on growth, I think those two together, and the 5-year CIP plan that looks forward, you need all those elements together. You need control today, you need planning for the future, and you need thoughtful discussion on how do you make that fit in one package. And what happens with us, we're bound to a one-year budget, and we tend to short-circuit our sight and look at 1 year and forget what happens in year 3, 4, and 5 down the road. So we want, with the 5-year CIP with Mark, one thing I would like to do is help the council see more to the future. What does it look like? Because I live in a world where I'll build a level of expenses. My expenses are going here. My revenues are going here. What does that look like 2, 3, 4 years down the road? Where do the problems really show up? Where do the cracks show up? And that's what we need to see. But we keep getting trapped in the one-year cycle. So we've got to break our way out of that.
Mayor, Council, I also think, though, it's going to gear into a review under Rodney's team in terms of planning and those issues and projects being looked at also from a financial point of view, not just from a number of units or a particular zone. I think we're on the edge, from what I'm perceiving here, we're on the edge of some changes in how we have to approach approvals and direction for the city to be wise stewards. So,
Thank you. Thank
I
you.
know I took a few minutes there, but
That's okay.
The more time we can spend planning, the better off we'll be. Completely devoted to that. Let me get ready to transition out of this really quickly and mention a couple things that that are corrective or monitoring issues. Late in the budget process, the request was made to reimagine, or it came through Tom and Daniel and Mark, to reimagine engineering. And you have one graph there. I don't know if we got the second graph. Okay. We'll just hand that to him. Where it shows a new way of structuring the engineering function and a new way of aligning, in large part, although it's not really shown here, a new way of aligning the facilities management.
Do you mind if I speak to this, Doug?
Please, go ahead,
Since this is
Mary.
an operational, I think I'd like to speak to this. I think several of our council members are aware that we have done, well, and it came before staff, in the staff report at our last council meeting, that I've done a reorganization that impacted both Public Works and Development Services. When we hired Mark Stoyer to come in as Senior Director of Development Services and pulled him out of the Director of Strategic Initiatives, it caused the Public Works to sit down and say, how do we best serve? How do we function our very best? And I really appreciate the fact that they did that, and actually Tom came forward with a recommendation with the collaboration of his team, and out of that came the reorganization that's in front of you. And I think you all have seen both of these. So, and I won't go into detail, but the biggest significant shift is that engineering is now under Development Services. The engineers that were doing specific work for streets or transportation and water are now in those departments. And I know where Doug is going to go next, and Doug, you can pick it back up here. I just wanted to mention the operational side.
Right.
The challenge was that this organizational structure is fully going to be effective August 1. Mm-hmm. We did this right when we're finishing up budget, which makes it really, really difficult. So the budget reflects the former organization.
Correct.
These org charts you have in front of you is the new organizational alignment. Engineering is done based on an allocation, and so as Doug, I'll let you explain what you're going to do from a financial perspective, but I will say I think this is a really good structure. I think it's going to move us forward well. And if you guys have any questions on the operational side, the challenge that we faced was the budgetary side when we're transitioning fiscal years with this, and so I'll give it back to you.
It was a significant budgetary change at that stage of the process. So let me state that it's moving the pieces around on the chessboard, not adding pieces, not subtracting pieces. It's moving them around to where they align a little better in functional structures to allow the engineering process to be more efficient in the city, to allow facilities to leverage the strengths of the construction process that Tom Points' Public Works Department has developed over the years, and to look at how we exercise GIS. But from an accounting standpoint, I mean, operationally, that's how it will function on October 1st. From an accounting standpoint, we are going to track all the moves of the individuals financially, because it's primarily personnel, and then find out where everybody's landing by individual and track that cost so that as we move into '26, we'll have a historical basis for making the corrective budgetary changes to match the organizational structural changes. But again, no new costs are being added in, no new personnel. It's just moving it around to make it more functionally efficient for the city. And I wanted to address that because as we review the budget, when we review the engineering piece, you'll see engineering all as one, where in reality, engineering will be split between Mark Stoyer, between Jeff Barnes and Crystal Craig and Tom Points. So I just wanted to call that out in front before we got to the budgetary review.
I do appreciate, Doug, you tracking it, and it's a little bit more work, but we will have the basis for the tracking of how it worked in FY25 as we build the FY26 budget based on actuals. So we'll be able to speak to the actuals in the next year's budget.
Exactly.
But as Doug said, we've moved things, but we haven't increased a budget there, with the exception of we do need an admin
Yes,
and
we do.
senior director of development services. So
Mark, if he doesn't get an admin, he'll probably need another set of arms to make everything work. Another couple of small items just to mention as we move through. In the budget are included a small amount of funds from Republic Services under the mayor's private fund. Typically, Republic Services receives a rebate for natural gas usage from the federal government. It's kind of one of these, the federal government can say this year, we're not going to reimburse you, or we might reimburse you. And typically, Republic Services has passed that money on to us. We budgeted it based on history, about $48,000. I think post-meeting here, we'll probably pull that down to zero. And then when the money comes in, if and when it's choose to be spent, we'll record it as an amendment at that time. But it's in the budget right now, but we will pull it out at the end, and we'll get to that point, and I'll show you. One other small change related to the police and the fleet. The fleet budget is a little overstated in the fleet and a little overstated in police. We'll be pulling, it's about $100,000. We'll be pulling both of those down in the post-budget, so nothing goes up here. We're pulling things down, but I wanted to call that out. It will help a little bit reduction in some of the costs. Other than that, we had one small change in General Gov that is the copies you received to replace in your budget, the pages. There was a wage value from the mayor's office that was inappropriately placed into general government. I needed to move that back to general gov. The budget did not increase. I'm just moving it from one bucket to the other. It's about $4,000, but we wanted the budget to be, for the mayor's office to be correctly reflected and not have a change come down the road later. Questions? Okay, I think, yes.
Just for clarification, at the end of your presentation, we're going back to the fact that based on property valuations, property taxes, the 3% that we're budgeting, a balanced budget, we're able to cover everything in this report at this point. The added jobs, all of those things. So anything at the end of this discussion, or I guess what our approach is, Mayor, this morning, just for clarity, is we're going to be looking at already presented to us a balanced budget based upon a lot of workshops and a lot of effort. So at this point in time, we could actually say, yes, we're ready to go with that. Future discussions like you're talking about, I think is another topic that if we could just get through the budget based upon what's presented in front of us, I think
Yeah.
we're in good shape.
We made it with a 3%. We didn't have a lot of gas in the tank when we got to the end of that road, but we made it there.
And I'm fine with that. I'm totally fine with that.
No, so as am I. Okay, so let's go over and shift over. I'd like to go back to my PowerPoint. I'd like to transition over to Marissa and have her come and walk through the wage issue. We're not out of the woods on our wage challenges, but we're trying to be very smart on how we attack them. We continue to have, and this happens almost on a daily or weekly basis, other cities reaching into our well-trained well of employees and plucking them out and paying them significant increases. We're not looking for a big fix from the council this morning. We're trying to inform the council of the challenges and how we're trying to deal with them, to give you a little information on that. But we're seeing a shift more towards a more agreeable employment market, but we have some very well-trained people that do frequently get picked off by other municipalities because we pay lower than other cities. So I'll switch this over to let Marissa come up and walk through the wages and benefits, and then we'll wrap up the summary.
Okay, thank you. And Shar, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, just a point of order very quickly. I do want to announce that Councilmember Griffin did join us at 8:25, and he is online.
Thank you. And one thing I'm going to say as Marissa comes up, we have a number of great employees that people have tried to hire, and they've stayed. And they've stayed because of the intrinsic value and the team that they work with, and I am so extremely grateful for that, because we really do have an amazing team here. So Marissa has had to spend a lot of time. The last few years, we've had to do these wage analysis. It used to be you did it once every few years. We've been having to do it on a regular basis. It's been a heavy lift because of the changing market. But Marissa, you've done a great job. Thank you for sharing with us this morning.
Probably need to lower that.
Yeah.
So, who's running the
Marissa,
slides?
could you just state your name and
Sorry,
department?
Marissa O'Brien, Human Resources Director. Ocker, can you please advance the next slide? Thank you. So,
And I think we'll have you pull that mic even closer. Yep, there you go, thank you. Yeah.
okay. So the wage adjustments that we have made over the last 2 years have been meaningful. We definitely have been able to shift our wages significantly to kind of follow how the labor market has shifted. Our work isn't done, but we are grateful for what we have been able to do to respond to the changes in wage pressure. We now are at a rate where our lowest paid part-time position makes at least $14.56 an hour, where a few years ago that was about $10 an hour. And then our lowest paid full-time position pays at least $17.50 an hour, but the reality is the majority of our full-time employees are making at least $20 an hour. 95% of full-time employees are at or above the $20 per hour wage threshold, and approximately 50% of our full-time employees now make at least $30 an hour or more. So that is a significant shift we've been able to make over the last couple of years. As we have tried to enhance and improve our benefits and improve our wages and employ other strategies to help people want to stay here and be able to afford to stay employed at the City of Nampa, we've been able to recognize some reduction in turnover. So in FY22, our full-time turnover rate was 17% of our employees. Last year, we got that down to 13%. So far, the first 9 months of this fiscal year, we've had 11% turnover. That's not a full year, so I'm sure we're going to hit that 13% or pretty close to it probably by the time the fiscal year ends. But we're on target to see a lower turnover rate than we did back in FY22. Next slide, please. So we have been trying to adjust to the market in real time by addressing areas that we've needed to focus on. For example, we made some additional adjustments to police and to the water division last year in addition to our market and merit increases. And then we've managed one-off situations where we've needed to make some changes to retain individuals or to be able to recruit to fill open positions. Pay is still the number one reason why people are leaving. It's not the only reason, but it is the number one reason when we track the reason codes, closely followed by family and personal reasons or retirement. And then we have continued to see a trend of offers being declined due to pay. This last year was a little bit better than the previous year. So last year we had 28 job offers declined, someone who made it through the full hiring process and they were a qualified candidate and we made the offer and they turned us down. So last year we had 28 and 19 of those were for pay. So far this year, we've only seen 20. It's improvement, still more than we'd like to see, but trending in the right direction. 16 of those have been for pay. I'll also point out that Public Works has been the area where we've had the most declinations. Last year we had 13 or more decline due to pay in Public Works, and so far this year we're down to 8.
Mayor Kling, I just typed in, I just figured out some numbers here. 1754 is our lowest employee, right?
Yes.
If you times that by 160 hours a month, that's only $2,800. That's pretty tough. In these days in the economy of living, that's no wonder we're losing people.
Yeah.
For that salary, I mean.
Sure. And just want to point out that's a very low percentage. At least 95% of our employees make at least 20 an hour.
Yes.
So there's just a few, and we're working towards moving those others closer to 20 an hour.
Yeah, that's just a point of reality for me that I just looked at and went, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be $3,200 a month then for most employees.
Yeah. To give you some perspective, 2 years ago, we were making offers for $15 and $16 an hour for full-time positions.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, so we've made great strides.
Oh, yeah, I'm very glad about that. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah. We can move to the next slide. So there are some things we do to manage pay and maximize outcomes and also ensure some consistency. So we have a position control committee, which is comprised of HR, finance, and the mayor's office, and we meet at least 2 or 3 times per month, and we review any requests for pay or position restructure that wasn't already maybe in the budget, or it was budgeted, but we need to review and make sure that it makes sense and what is the appropriate amount. So it'd be something that's outside of the normal annual wage increases. It might be someone promoting up into another position. It might be we're wanting to retain someone, and so we did have some budgeted dollars and deciding if we use those and how we use those. It could be a request for a reorganization or reclassifying a position. The committee reviews that and makes a decision collectively based on input from the department. We also have a process where HR conducts a salary review for all job offers for full-time staff. So once a department selects a candidate for an open position, HR will conduct a review and will look at what is the pay range for that position, what are the years of experience and qualifications that person has, and compare that to others in the same or similar position. We also consider what our budget is, and then we make a recommendation based on that. If there was a need to offer more than what was budgeted, maybe we made an offer and someone declined and we want to make a counter offer as an example, then we take that to position control and we consider where we can shift dollars in the budget, often asking the department to identify a line item that's already budgeted that we can cost shift to make up for those wages. Next slide. Oh, that's a duplicate we can skip. So I just wanted to give you a little visual on wages. I obtain wage data from other cities and counties through public records requests a few times per year just to make sure that we're on target. And this trend is pretty common as often as we increase our wages, other cities are doing the same. And so typically, you'll see geographically wages from Caldwell to Napa are a little bit more, and then they're even more in Meridian and Boise. It used to be that Meridian was a little bit less than Boise, but we're finding more and more as we look at specific positions or groups of positions that Meridian is actually taking the lead in the market for a lot of positions. So we're kind of a training ground for Meridian and Boise. It's not really a new thing, but we train people up and then they hire them for more money. And we've been doing a lot of things trying to keep that from happening as often. But the reality is sometimes people simply can't afford to pass up the opportunity to make more money in other cities. Next slide. Here is a chart where I've been tracking what other cities around us in Canyon County and Ada County have done over the last few years for wage increases and what they're proposing for this next year. Everyone's kind of in the same boat. It could change. They're all presenting their budgets, but this is what I've been informed each of the cities and counties are looking at. Most everyone's looking at around 3 to 4%. Canyon County is undecided. They may not be able to give much of an increase this year. But City of Caldwell is proposing 4%. They're constantly trying to catch up to us. And Meridian is looking at 3.48% COLA, but actually their PD will get an additional 1% above that.
So what we've built into the budget this year is a 1.5% merit and a 1.5% market adjustment for 3%. The numbers you see on the left side of the screen below the 3% represent the increased cost of wages and related payroll benefits for a combined 3% increase. I'd like to just make sure you understand that 3% is lower than we've offered in prior years. It's lower than every other city except Canyon County is offering this year. So we have been closing the gap. This will slightly widen the gap. The amount of the money is $1.7 million, of which 701 is tied to the contractual lift for the police. They get what we get, 3%. That's $701,000. And the non-police impact for the rest of the city is $977,000, with general government being impacted by $242,000. That's IT, HR, finance, mayor's office, clerks, so on and so forth. If it were a 4%, it is not, but if it were a 4%, the cost would be about $500,000 higher at $2.2 million for the entirety of the city. But that's what we have in there right now is 3%. Questions on the wage at all? Okay.
Doug, I think basically this is, well, I think in the past we did go ahead and have a motion to approve. I mean, we don't have to because we'll approve each budget, but I guess it's important as we move forward to know that we have moved forward with the budget at a 3% increase.
Right. Last year we asked for an action item to approve the 3% wage as a component of the budget, but we wanted to show you the totality of it in one place so you could see what 3% meant to the finances of the city. So,
Mayor Kling, before we go further, so based on all the funds that we have for wages and salaries, which was about, what, 16 million for employees' benefits and wages and salaries, right?
well, total wages and benefits and the package is like $74 million, everything.
Okay, if we were to stay with 3% increase, then how much would we have left in our funds for remaining in the bank, I guess?
Sure. Each fund has its own fund balance. We tend to not dip into that for operational costs because it's a one-time source of monies.
I see.
We do have some operational contingencies in the budget. They're much smaller. Some departments have $100,000, some have $200,000, where we, in order to be more rapidly addressing the employment needs, we put a wage plan into place where some funds have a little bit of money they can access with support of the mayor, HR, and finance in order to meet, what would you say, up-and-coming circumstances?
Well, our pressing demands. Like
Pressing
when we're-
demands, right.
When we have a wage issue and we're losing an employee or we can't hire, we do have a small contingency within their budget to where we have the ability to hire,
Right.
otherwise we can't. And so we
So-
do that. And Doug's been very conservative and actually, we have budgeted to 3%, but we just thought we might as well throw in and say if
Because
came up,
we're,
you could look-
because we're lower than everybody else, exception of Canyon County, that means the gap we've been trying to close will open a little bit. And it's not major, but it makes it difficult going forward to retain employees. Well, a little more.
What I'm considering is you said there would be, if we went 4%, it would be $500,000. I still don't know what that number is left in the reserves. However,
Okay.
Where
could
do
we
you get
go
it?
3,
Could we get it?
5 and not hurt us?
Yeah.
And with the ability to save more employees.
Yeah, I need to make one thing clear. I can find a way to make this fit within the existing budget, but I do not have a magic bucket of money that I can pull from. I need to shift from one bucket, make that a less prioritized use of the money, into this bucket, a more prioritized use. For general gov, that means I pull from my contingency. I've got a contingency value that we budget. We'll get to that in 132. Last year it was $2.2 million. Now I'm down to 1.5, but I can pull from that if I needed to, but slowly we've been eating into that for the last couple of years. I can use that to offset this, and the departments that are not in general gov could make a shift between an operational cost and a non-operational cost to make this work. I think almost all departments could make it work if that was the will of the council, but it would not necessarily be an increase in budget. It would be shifting from one bucket to another.
Okay, thank you.
you could make it work within the 3%.
Yes.
You would just have to figure out, you'd have to realign.
I'd have to really cut something else and make this work. But I wouldn't arbitrarily say just add it in and add more cost.
Mayor, question for Doug. So you say that this 3% is going to make it so that it widens the gap a little bit more.
Yeah.
How much more would we have to put in for us to get back into the green of closing the gap? I know.
This is gap according to Doug. Marissa can speak to it. We're trying to target ourselves to be within a 10% of Meridian. Meridian's 10 miles up the
It
street.
used to be Boise, though.
Yeah.
It used to be
Yeah.
20%
Yep.
of Boise.
Right.
And so now that, it's very interesting to see that Meridian, and until just now, I didn't realize that has shot so far above Boise, because really our goal was to be, it was more like 20% below, but the certain positions, we just can't keep it, so we're trying to figure out how to do that.
Meridian
Have
got
the same
tired of
budget.
being cherry-picked by Boise, so they leapfrogged Boise and they went total market. Typically, a municipality pays a little less than a private sector. Meridian went full private sector. Because they got tired of being leapfrogged they were tired of having being cherry-picked by Boise. So now Boise comes to us to cherry-pick, and Meridian comes to us to cherry-pick.
And
So-
losing to the private sector,
Right.
so matching private sector.
My belief is if we can get to 5% within Meridian, we're close enough that it's not going to make a big deal, but right now we're at 10%.
So what is the difference then? So
Oh.
we're at 3%.
That's a big, I don't have that number, but it would be, I don't think we can get there in 1 year. I think it's got to be a multi-year effort. You chip away at it a little bit at a year because we do not have the funds and the capacity to make it all in 1 year. We just don't. So what I dislike is seeing us lose ground. But we have certain resources to use, and we have to use them as wisely as we can. And that's one of the reasons we come to the council for your independent view. What would you suggest? You know, that's the challenge. If we could do 4%, if the council would support it, I would support it because I've seen the work that Marissa And the mayor and myself have to go through on a weekly basis with position control meetings just to, manage things. It's an intense effort we go through, mostly Marissa.
So what's the difference between 3% and 4%? What's the dollar amount?
500,000.
How much?
500. It goes, let's go back down.
Let's go back to that slide. Thank you.
It goes from 1,679 to 2,204, so just like 525,000 on the screen there. Yeah.
And the amount in GenGov, because, so the 3% increase is all tied to GenGov. The other
Right.
comes out of the enterprise funds
Enterprise
and
funds.
other areas. So when we go into the GenGov side, that impact is, let's see, at 4%.
Oh, 427? Pardon me, 427 is the net increase.
Is the increase, is that in GenGov or the whole city?
Whole city,
The whole
427.
city.
Yeah.
So GenGov, the impact to our general gov budget, which is our property tax budget, is how much? The difference
It goes
between,
from 242 to 323, so you're up $90,000 more for general gov, plus you're up 200,000 for the police.
so it's the total, you've 200, so it's the total for GenGov
Yeah.
is more like,
'Cause we have to-
well, and you've got others, it's 300 and so,
It's the 320, yeah. The total increase, all in, would be 323, plus the, well, let's see, let me rephrase this. We would go from 944,000 total GenGov to 1,258,000, primarily because the 1% has a big impact on the police.
and full citywide goes from the 1.6, almost 1.7 to 2.2.
Right.
So it's a little over 5.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Mayor, Doug, just strategically, let's just say that we were comfortable going up to the 4%. And so now we have that amount there. With Public Works being the department that we're losing the most, strategically, does it make sense to not do an overall increase, but leave a reserve that would help us kind of cushion those losses that we're seeing more frequently?
I would recommend we do it across the board. For Public Works, we have been doing strategic wage adjustments, and we have some contingency funds built in. We've done a lot recently, and there's a little bit more we're going to be doing already. I would recommend if we're going to do 4%, we do it across the board.
So you're saying we could do both if needed?
And we did just spend several months this last year with the water. The full water department, we had done that with streets before, and doing the wage market analysis and making adjustments to those wages because they were significantly off and we had to realign them. So we just finished that. And I will say Councilman Reynolds is waiting, so.
Yeah, I feel that we should give them the 4%, 2 and 2. We have employees that, from the guy that runs the shovel all the way up to the director level, that they work very hard. We have some great employees in the city. And I know in the last couple of weeks, we've lost some significant people, and that hurts. And to train a new employee costs us a lot of money. Doesn't matter if it's PD or Public Works or wastewater, whoever. It costs a lot of money and time for the city to retrain those employees. So is it appropriate to make a motion?
I have a question.
Okay,
I have a question before you make any motion.
okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilman Haverfield.
Just an observation more than anything else. Again, my lens that I look through in a daily basis is being a small business owner as well as being a property tax or basically owning property for residents here. So when we talk about these things that are public sector versus the private side, and I have the same challenges at the private side that you're talking about here as far as employee retention and adding their cost of living and those type of things, raises to keep them incentivized. When we start talking about increasing my taxes along with that, it just compounds the problem that I have as far as staying in business or choosing to limit my practice. So again, that's the lens I'm looking at. So when I'm looking at this budget and I start thinking what you're talking about as far as with salaries and employees, you're talking about property tax increases because you need to add to the base so that the base can substantiate over a period of time those new employees. You're not going to hire someone with the thought that you're going to keep them a year and then let them go someplace else. So looking at the budget, and I was thinking, well, is there places here where I could be trying to cherry pick some things that might be able to offset that? Really, any capital expenses or any budgeted items that are presented here are one-time costs. What we're talking about as far as salaries is an increase to our tax base. So again, I struggle with the thought that I can't really try to help in that regard, because what you're talking about with the use of foregone, with any of those topics of property tax increases, it's going to affect not just the people that are aging in place or living here, it's going to be the business owners as well, and the decisions we're making at our end. So it's more of an observation than it is.
I
Otherwise-
completely understand the
Yeah,
comment.
so when I have to tighten my belt, but yet the city's saying, well, we have to increase salaries to retain people, you might be putting somebody out of business long-term.
Well, the hope right here with this potential change would be to shift money within buckets and not necessarily create a larger budget. In fact, my hope is we would not create a larger budget, and I can tighten some of the things. Not that I don't have a cornucopia of cash to pull from, but I can reduce our contingency, and we can use the wage plan for the other departments, and very much minimize the impact going out the door. So if there's an increase, it's a very small increase, and it's not on the taxpayer. But long term, yeah, and let's say I run out of my contingency in a couple of years and I don't have any of that left, then future increases would land, yeah.
And that's, I think, the clarity here, and I think this is real important for council to understand. It would not increase our 3% budget, because we're not going, you're capped at 3%. We wouldn't go over that, so the budget's going to stay the same. The difference is that the contingency that we've been eating into this contingency because we've known our budget's going to continue to get tighter and tighter. This would be advancing. It could mean that next year's is less.
Yeah.
Right? Because we will be using that contingency. So it could be that if you chose to go a 4 versus a 3 this year, it could be next year that we don't have that extra contingency to actually move forward in.
Right.
So
That's
we
the
could be
real
paying-
trade-off, Mayor. That's the
That is
trade-off.
the trade-off, because we've been budgeting, trying to be really careful and make sure that we are, in some way with Doug's contingencies, that next year when it's tight, if it comes in really tight, we have a contingency. We would be using next year's contingency right now to go ahead and bring people up that extra 1% if we did. But we would not increase the taxes
So
anymore.
if we leave it at the 3%, there's not that,
We retain some of the contingency I've got. I've got about $1.5 million in general gov. Last year it was 2.2.
so if the thought were to go to the 4%, then you're going to have to find some other areas to pull from still to keep it under the 3% cap.
Well, I would reduce the contingency down to 1.2 million.
It just reduces the contingency. That means that we don't have that contingency next year.
Right, so it's
We're
not.
reducing it each year.
It's not increasing, I think there were 24, how many, yeah,
It was
24 if you
23,
round
but
up.
it's actually 18 because of the transition from temps to full-time at FJC.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we're, same number of employees, but you're talking about increasing the money that we would have available for them without any use of foregone.
Yeah, without,
Okay.
no one.
Well, it wouldn't
one-
increase our 3% budget. It
Yeah.
just takes away from next year's contingency.
Yeah,
Thank you.
but I value your comments because they're very, very appropriate to this.
Well, I mean, that's the real world I live in.
It is.
And as long as I keep my business active, I have the same pressures that we're talking about here. I just don't have the ability to raise taxes.
Yeah.
You know, I have to raise how much I charge, which means I might not be competitive in the market any
It
longer.
is a different, I lived in that world too for 25 years, yeah. I know whereof you speak, yes.
Okay, thanks.
So any other, yes,
Comment?
yes.
Mayor and council, there comes a time when we can't be all things to all people. And there comes a time when you have to start prioritizing where the expenditures go and where you take care of your employees, and there's a balance in there. I know Elaine Clegg is in the audience, but I'm going to use VRT as an example. just because of knowing the numbers and having studied it recently. Thank you. If I'm in front of a podium or have a mic, I usually don't have a problem.
Give him a mic, Mayor. He needs
I need it, yeah.
The point being is from a city point of view, you have to start analyzing, and you can't keep adding things, and every department, every outside group wants more and more and more. And the reality is, to compete in the marketplace and take care of your personnel and to do the effective job, you have to come back to what's the core requirements of a city. What is the core responsibility of a city? And then go from there. If we had to start out from day one and rebuild a new budget and say, here's what we're going to be about and here's what we're going to do, what that's going to cost. What's going to cost to build the building? And every party in the private sector has to make a decision, and they cut out something. And yet, every year, all we want to do is increase, and expand the services. And we try to do it on the backs of different people. And the reality is, if you start saying, no, we're not going to do, and again, Ms. Clegg, I'm not pinpointing your organization, the request, I'm just using it as an example. If the city of Nampa said, we cannot participate with VRT because we need those funds to take care of our people. We cannot continue to be a part of that program because we need to take care of other things. Or some other issue, or we have to postpone some other project in order to take care of. There comes a time when you have to prioritize, and I believe that's what Councilman Haverfield is speaking to on the private side. And the difficulty is saying no to proper wage increases. It's disappointing for me to hear two people leaving the city who I thought were doing an excellent job for the city, both being hired to the private sector, being offered not 4% wages, being offered double pay. How do you compete with that? So, then we have these issues, and we keep putting money towards different things, and I think council has to start looking at, and finance and mayor under your direction of, there comes a point when we have to start deciding who are we and what can we actually do so that we can take care of those who are employed and also accomplish what needs to be done for the citizens of Nampa. And to remember who is our customer, who is our responsible party who's paying. So these issues are, I think, starting to boil up. And it may be some tough questions. It may require tough dialogue to come to grips with some of the matters that have been put before us. So those are my comments, observation of what's transpiring. I think council, in reality, is the 4% is going to be needed to continue to take care of people. So where's that going to come from? Well, we can't just incrementally keep dropping the savings account. We have to start making some decisions, and that may be yet today, on what really is going to get funded and where we're going to do from my perspective. So
It is a matter of priorities.
And I think that's something, and I really appreciate your comments, I think that's something that we could go back. I will say, this 4%, Doug just added this in. We just had a discussion yesterday about it. Our directors we've had no discussion with them on this at all. We've only talked to them about a 3%. I think if we did choose to go 4%, I think one of the things that we can start by doing is going back to talk to each department and say, how can we offset that 1%? Yep. Right, within each department before we step into contingency.
Yeah.
So I think that, and I'm not sure, we've got to figure that out because we haven't had any discussion around this, but it's certainly something we could go back and do and say, okay, what are we going to cut if we're going to do this? Because we'll have to look at every single one of the departments and figure out what can we do.
That element is doable in 2 weeks. We can have the reviews and look at it. Yeah, we can do that.
It's a significant work for you in the next 2 weeks because it's rebuilding the budget.
do it.
But, and I candidly, until, just very honestly, until yesterday at 5 o'clock, visiting with Doug, was when we had this discussion. So, and it, it really, it's up to the council. It's just a very candid discussion, and it's up to the council and what you guys would like to do.
Right. And so, Mayor, a follow-up, I've already stepped on one party's toes this morning, and et cetera, but the reality is then when you want to try to take care of people and you want to increase, at the same time, this week, I've had 2 comments, 2 discussions that have come to me, and it has brought to light things not being done properly in the city. In other words, we haven't done our job. I was absolutely disgusted, I'm going to say it publicly, to go into the Public Works building or the police building and find that the air conditioning doesn't work, and to find out that it's not worked for over a year. And from that perspective, I say, good grief, why can we not take care of our issues? We should be able to pay our people. We should expect them that they get things done. And at the same time, we should be appreciative of them. But if we're not getting it done, then we have to make changes. We do that individually in our own walk of life. And yet, for some reason, we're not calling it out and speaking it. So I'm the appointed guy. I'm not the elected guy. I'm the one who can make those comments without worrying about taking a hit.
But you're right on, dude. You're
I'm
right
still
on.
glad I appointed you. I'm glad you're here.
You're right.
I'm going to,
That's
I
the
love the comments.
I'm passionate about the dollar sign,
Okay.
so you can tell
We
that.
got that.
And I'm passionate about taking care of things, and finding out certain things is disappointing.
Yeah.
And so I think we have to be tough, and I think we got to keep this thing moving in the right direction.
Yeah.
Thank you,
But at the
Mr.
same
Williams.
time,
That's good.
Well,
everybody's got to do their job properly, or else find the other job that pays better for you to go do nothing.
And Councilman Reynolds, yes.
So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. I feel like we should do 1.5% COLA and 2.5% merit,
that's fine.
Okay.
That works.
and that's my motion.
Second?
So it's been moved and seconded that we do a 2.5% COLA, cost of living increase, and a 1.5% merit increase.
Other way around.
No.
I'm sorry, a 2.5 COLA and 1.5 merit. Did I say that exactly backwards?
Backwards. 1.5% COLA, 2.5% merit.
Oh, I did totally catch it backwards. Excuse me, in my head it was, okay, so the cost of living goes to, okay, and the merit is 2.5? Okay.
I'll second that. Or do you
Well,
want to
and
second it? Okay.
it's been moved and seconded. Okay, so excuse me for getting it wrong. I totally did have it wrong, even in my head. I mean, okay. Is there any further discussion before we do roll call?
Mayor, the only question I would have as far as in the merit side, is that still a variable that they have to, an employee would have to rise to meet that expectation? So it might not be the full 4% then.
That's correct.
Correct. Actually, if we could advance to the next slide, I believe it talks about the merit. So last year, we introduced a merit increase, which was based on several factors, including time in the position and not having any disciplinary action of written warning or above for the 12 months leading up to that increase, and their performance evaluation indicating that they're fully meeting expectations. So we'd like to continue that model this year. So some people would not receive that 2.5% merit based on being newly hired into that position or not meeting performance expectations.
So it's just basically a 1.5% COLA increase is really what they're banking on, and then their merit would be based upon the like you were talking about. So,
Correct.
Yes.
okay, I just wanted to understand that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. And Councilman Reynolds, thank you for helping me get that right. Thank you. Okay, so Doug, do you have anything else? Either of you to
I
share?
had two more slides if you care to hear about the benefits, but I don't have to. I was just going to touch on Percy and medical if you
Go
want to
ahead
hear
and
about-
touch on it real quickly because it's important information.
Next slide. Oh, thank you. So for Percy, they set the contribution rates, and it's dictated a lot by the market and how well our funds are doing. And so we anticipated that our rates for employee and employer contributions would go up this July, and we anticipate they will go up next July. So we have budgeted a little over $1 million for FY25 in additional contributions based on the anticipated rates that Percy will be imposing. Next slide. And for our medical plans, we continue to see rising costs of healthcare. We're not really immune to, I think most plans are seeing this. We've done a lot to help keep our costs down. But the reality is our costs went up significantly last year, and they are higher than we experienced last year. Not as high of a rate year over year, but still growth, still spending more this year than we did last year. Part of what's driving that is people are finally getting things done that they'd put off voluntarily or involuntarily due to COVID. Some things got worse because people put things off. We have several high-cost medical conditions that are unavoidable. Some of them hopefully will not be long-term, and those costs we'll see drop off, we're hoping at some point. But rising prescription costs is also a large driver of those costs. So we've had to budget an additional $600,000 this next year to ensure we have enough fund balance for our general Rule of 90 medical plan, and we also are budgeting an additional $200,000 for the Police Association medical plan to absorb those costs.
Mayor Klein.
Yes.
I know, this is just for information that, I know Percy costs have increased quite a bit, but each retiree is only going to get 2 points, or is it 2 points by 7 cost of living? Yeah,
In Percy.
in Percy. Mhm. So they're raising their cost, but we're not getting it. We're not getting the benefits.
In a market that has been doing very well,
Yes.
both stock market and savings. That's
Yes.
very interesting on the
Yes, that
Percy
is.
side.
Yeah.
It's a very positive
Yeah,
market.
they
Just
said
for your
it's
information.
based on their actuarial value and how many years out we're funded. There's a threshold. My understanding is they have to give notice of a certain period. So they had proposed increases over, I believe, 3 years. But if the market does better than expected, they could come back and say next year or the following year they wouldn't
They haven't done
make that increase they proposed.
Yeah, this is the worst year of increases for COLA for Percy retirees. Yeah.
And our total increase to the city, Percy, was $1 million. How much was the total Percy increase? I can't remember off the top of
It
my
was
head.
over $1 million, but it will change a little bit if we do a 4%
It would go
wage
up.
increase, because every additional dollar someone earns, we're paying Percy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one thing too, I'm going to go back to the merit as we talk, because with that comment that there's an added increase to the budget, but a 2.5%, and we'll have an internal discussion on this, it's not guaranteed that every employee gets 2.5%. It could be that an employee only gets 1.5% versus 2.5%. So, and with those that may not receive merit, it'll be interesting. Hopefully, the total 4% can absorb the Percy piece. And so
Likely.
we'll be working on that, trying to figure it out.
What we also might see is someone might earn the merit, but then they leave shortly thereafter, and they're replaced by someone who might come in at a lower wage. So there's several ways that it'll probably end up absorbing the additional Percy costs.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Are there any questions on the benefits? Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Doug, unless you have further comments, before we move into part 2, I'd like to take about a 10-minute bathroom break, and because then we're just going to work in for probably just close to 2 hours, and we'll go through budgets. So this is a good place for a break, so let's take a short break, and we'll be back. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're ready to get started again. I'm sorry, that was 15 minutes, but you know what? It's good to have a break. It's kind of a heads down into it day, so this was good to have a break and step back in. This next section on our agenda is where we are actually going to be walking through action items. Currently, I don't believe Sebastian's on, so if you, we will still go ahead and go through roll call just in case he steps back on, but we'll do it that way. You know, Doug, as we go through these budgets, we have individual budgets, and then as the council will see in our book, they roll up into one. I believe we're going to do motions based on the full, but if there's questions, most of them. And then, Doug, there may be a time that if the motion is based on total expenses versus total expenditures, if I don't get that right, we're going to look at it every time. And council, there's a reason for that because of the capital budget. So we'll just make sure that when we go through each budget, you may see a difference there if we say total expenses versus expenditures. And you'll clarify it as we move forward.
I will clarify that. That's okay. I'm going to do the rest of it seated.
Okay.
Because a lot of pages to go through here.
Yes, that sounds great. And so let me think, is there, and Sebastian's on.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
So we did, under part 2, we did the first action item, which was the approval of the employee market adjustment.
Right.
So the next thing that we're going to go into is general fund. And as we step into facilities, one correction I would like to make on the facilities org chart. Facilities now reports up to Public Works, to Tom Points. And this particular org chart, we will correct this page in the next book before it goes out for the final, showing that it's
Right.
Public Works
Right.
rather than Development Services.
We will do so.
So, Doug,
All right.
you're back on.
I'd like to briefly start on page 46, just so you can look at the total general gov picture before we go into each department. We won't go through a lot of detail here, but I wanted to show you what the total general gov budget, can you all hear me now? Okay, I'll try that. How about this? Okay. I wanted you to understand the total general gov budget and how it's funded. So $61.3 million is the total general gov budget. If you recall, we have a policy in the reserves, and I'll get to this later. We reserve 25% in general gov of fund balance for an ultimate rainy day fund. So that would be about $16 million. That's not a budgeted value, but it's just what we hang on to in fund balance. Now, very briefly, property taxes out of the $43 million of total property taxes, 34.8 go to general gov, all of that goes to police. And then intergovernmental, the 12.7 is the sales tax and the sales tax and the shared liquor taxes. And then other service revenue, interest income. I didn't mention interest income before, briefly. We have about $5.3 million of interest income budgeted across the city. It's good this year, even if rates fall off, most of that's in CDs that have a 2 or 3 year maturity life, so we're good there, but in 26 it will start falling off. Now, just so you understand the scope of $61 million budget, now we can go over to facilities. And Mayor was referencing page 51, that will change that graph or that table to read its new reporting structure before we issue the final book. On page 52, the FTEs, I wanted to point out very briefly. Do you see the increase in the 4 FTEs? That's 4 new custodians. That will actually save us money because we no longer have to pay the contract services, so that's a positive investment. Now, with that being said, my practice would be to go to each org, call out the page, reference the numbers on the budget, and then open it up to the council for questions. So with that being said, the facilities budget on page 53, 11010, is the first budget up. And let me go to the bottom of page 54 and just reference what the mayor was showing in total expenses versus total expenditures. You see the total expenses line, $2,983,000. In this case, it's the same as the total expenditures. If we had capital, it would show up between the expenses and the expenditures 90% of the time, we are going to be approving total expenses. There's very few occasions where we'll go with total expenditures, and I will guide you to that if we need to. But total, because we will come back to the capital and do capital separate from the operational costs. So the budget for facilities is $2,983,000, $554, compared with last year's $2,923,565, an increase of $59,989. What I can see in the major changes here, labor and benefits went up, and this is on page 53, $349,000 because of the 4 new FTEs. And that was partially offset by a decrease on page 54 of maintenance contracts down $190,000, with other operational savings getting to the net increase of $59,989. Questions on the facilities?
A question, just for clarity. We have adjusted our labor line with a 1% change, from a 3% to 4%. So when we're approving our budgets, I want to just make sure, because that number is not going to be, if I call out a number, it's going to be different. So how do you?
What if you say this number plus 1% of labor, and we can, well, let's see, I don't.
But it may be, we may be able to do it in some of these budgets within the existing budget. So I'm just trying to think how do we do this? Yeah, because every line is going to, every budget's going to be different as we move forward. So maybe the motion, and if we could possibly, you know how it is in our, and I'm going to defer here to Shar, a little bit of our gatekeeper here. When we approve our consent agenda budget, it is a standard thing in our consent agenda that part of the approval is, it's subject to the guidelines, right?
Right.
I'm trying to think how we word that. When we,
The parameters that it used to fit into the consent agenda.
it's the summary, when we're approving an ordinance, it's the changing of the, I need to look at it. It's the guidelines, when we approve an ordinance, we waive the guidelines of the 3 readings, right? But that's correct. That's what I was looking for, thank you. Suspension of rules this morning. So what I'm thinking is, maybe we have a blanket statement that covers every budget, that we understand that the approved budget is based upon the change that will take place, recognizing that the total overall budget is not going to be increasing.
Right.
That this number may change, but the total overall budget is not going to increase when it gets to the bottom line of the city.
Their department will go up, but I will be pulling that back down into the contingency, at least in general gov, so it will net to 0, yes.
Unless there's savings within the department that it doesn't.
Right.
So there will be a change that way. And so I don't know if we want to have to say that with every single budget. So could we adopt, it's a little bit like the suspension of rules piece, that we have a motion at the beginning, like even now before we start,
Right.
that our motions are going to be, according to what we see in writing, recognizing that we have approved a 4% increase, and that it's kind of like the suspension of rules.
That would be good for me. I think that would be an excellent.
Mayor,
Okay.
I have a question.
Okay, there's a move, it's been moved and seconded, and now discussion.
So my question, Doug, was this based upon a 3% COLA increase?
Yes.
And what the motion was a 1.5% COLA increase and a 2.5% merit. So that's what was approved in the prior motion. That's where my question came into, what are we approving? Is it a full 4%? And in reality, it was not. It would be potentially less than that. So that's where my thoughts were going forward, how we were going to handle that. Do we have to look at each, at the end of the process, there's going to have to be some adjustments made to be able to pull that off if what this was proposed to be was a 3% COLA.
Correct. So the motion is that, that with every budget approval that we come through, individual departmental budget approval, that we recognize that it will be different understanding that the total budget for the city will not go over that 1%. We increased it by 1% from 3 to 4%, and that we're working within the existing total budget. Our total tax budget of 40, well, GenGov is 34 million, or 43 for the total with everybody, and that's the one we should use, will not, that won't increase. We're doing it within our existing GenGov budget.
So that's a 4%. I guess the approach then, and what I'm hearing is it's a 4% COLA increase, not to exceed that.
Correct.
Yeah, but it might be significantly
that.
less than that when you go across the board with the merit increases, since it's only a 1.5% COLA increase.
But at this stage, we have to budget at the 4%
Right,
total.
you have to budget higher, and then it could come in less.
Exactly.
You can't increase it later on.
Exactly.
So I understand the premise, what
Yeah.
we're working on.
Yeah. So, and this motion is going to apply to every single budget. So we're going to go through, we're going to improve the budget as stated, recognizing the changes that will take place, not to exceed, but to work within our total budget capacity.
And one other comment, Mayor, there are 2 aids for the counselors to use. This sheet is kind of a little cheat sheet where it shows a red and a green arrow on the front.
This one?
Yeah, so when it's showing a down arrow, that's saying their expenses, their operating costs went down, and the outside by how much. So you can see the effect of the 5%. Some went up for a reason we can explain, but most of them went down. So that's just a quick cheat sheet. The other one are these printouts,
Yes.
separated by, they're sorted by the process we go through. So facilities is first. You pull off the first stapled section, and you can have all of the coding of the object codes this year compared to last year by element. And that's one stapled for each org or
And we can
department.
just add them as we go through.
aids as you go through if you want to research anything.
Doug, thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and just so we don't forget, this, well, no, we'll go ahead. Is there any further discussion on this particular motion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Hills,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Griffin,
yes,
Jingula,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
And before we go into facilities, I didn't say this earlier, there are beautiful flowers setting up here on the bench, and Councilman Reynolds decided he needed to brighten our day and have it a really pretty day today. Thank you so much for doing that, and so thank you. We all get to enjoy that.
Yeah, finance people are not noted for being sunshiny, so thank you. Just me.
And they match Natalie today,
And Leslie.
and Leslie, there you go.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I told Doug yesterday I was going to buy him some black roses, but I couldn't find any black roses.
Well, if I find it on my desk afterwards, I'll know where they came from.
Thank you. Okay, so now going back to the facilities budget. I guess, how do we want to proceed with that? Are there any questions on the facilities budget?
Madam Mayor,
Okay, so the numbers are on the second page of this
Right.
document that you just referenced, which is the budget operations expenses.
Yeah.
The second page, if we flip it over, has, it's going to
revenue.
follow our process today. Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
on the facility budget, I would like to make a motion that we approve the total dollar amount as stated in the budget book, with the understanding that at a future date, we will have a council workshop to discuss this budget in its entirety.
I would second that.
It's been moved and seconded. And I think if that were to come forward in any other department, and this kind of goes back to what we've talked about with our directors a little bit. The budget approval is budget capacity approval. It is not necessarily spending authority. And I think that's a really important differentiation that we need to make. It is not spending authority. For budget purposes, we have to have that bottom line budget, but this can apply across the board. A good example of that was last year, and the year before, when a travel budget was approved, but you weren't given the authority until you went through an approval process. One of the things that we're doing in the city with Rick Kennedy, we're really looking at some of our contracts. Just because a $50,000 and over goes to city council doesn't mean that a $35,000 spend is authorized without some approval process. So even though it doesn't have to go to council. So just for clarity, if this comes, as we approve any budget, there may be the fact that it is a spending authority, but it doesn't mean it's budget capacity, not spending authority. Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
And I was just going to ask, one of the questions that I had as far as on this, on the facility side, was it appeared that there were the proposed addition of 4 full-time employees, but there was still contractual services that were, there was $42,000 left available for that, for design services. That's what caught my attention. So, so we're leaving $42,000 in the budget just in case, but that's not necessarily.
Patrick can speak to that if you want to know exactly what that's for.
No, it states what it's for.
Okay, yeah.
I was just, so we're adding 4, but we're also including a set-aside amount for contractual services as well on the design side. So I'll be watching for that once it comes through.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mayor, also,
Yes.
I think the important is the workshop and scheduling that relatively soon to have a better understanding of the facilities side of the budget and how things are operating and being done.
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
I would agree with Councilman Bills and Reynolds, because I see golf allocation 84,000, P&Z 40, development service 81, water renewal for facilities 100,000, library 274, and it's just, police department $581,000. And yeah, thank you. I need to go look at this in detail to see what they're actually going on and why. I think we can cut costs by the contractual services that goes to facilities, maybe. I just want to look at that better, so I agree with that.
Thank you. I will say it may be a separate one-off meeting rather than a regular council workshop, just
Yes.
because of, so we get it done in the next month to 6 weeks?
Yes.
Is that what the intention is to get it done in the next, well, it needs to be done before the beginning of the next fiscal year, but we may do it in the next 6 weeks.
I would appreciate sooner than later,
Okay,
and as schedules allow, within the next 3 to 5 weeks, in that early part of August.
thank you. That's great. Okay, so Tom is here, and Peter, I think, and Kim, if you'll work with my office, and we'll get that meeting scheduled.
Madam
Thank
Mayor,
you.
just
Yes.
a point of order. It would probably be more transparent if during the motion, the exact dollar amount would be stated.
Pending the other, and we will state the exact, thank you.
And the reason why I stated is that the current motion on the table just said the total dollar amount as submitted.
Okay. So,
I'll amend my motion to say, to approve the facilities budget as presented with the dollar amount of $2,983,554.
thank you. Is the second still good with that? Were you the second? Yes. Okay.
I wasn't the
With bills.
Mr. Bills, you were the second on the facilities budget motion? Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay. That is great. Okay, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Can you state the amount again? Was it 2 million?
Yes.
$2,983,554.
Okay, yes.
Griffin. Okay. I was just told that he stated yes on Teams. Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
I keep feeling like we should say under suspension of rules here, but we won't, but we've got it. Okay.
Let's
With
move
that,
to page 65, the clerk's office budget. And very briefly here on page 65, there are no changes in FTEs, 7.25 last year and this year. And then on page 66 and 67 are the budget. The proposed budget, total expenses for the clerk's office are $645,305, compared with last year's $655,875. That is a very modest increase of $10,570. Labor.
Decrease?
Decrease.
Decrease, yes. My correction, it did go down. Thank you. Thank you, Shar.
Decrease.
She's staring daggers at me. Okay.
No donuts for
So,
you.
It is important to note that the total revenues of $305.4 million on page 66 decreased slightly from the prior year. And that's in keeping with expectations, passports slowing up, licensing changes and so forth. We believe that to be a correct number. Still, in spite of that decrease, the expenses have come down. So I turn it over to the council for questions.
If there are no questions, I would stand for a motion to approve the city clerk budget total expenditures of $645,305.
So moved.
Second, under suspension of rules, Mayor.
Thank you.
Got that one right.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin. Yes. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you.
Moving to page 72 for code enforcement. Code enforcement has 8 FTEs, no increases from the prior year. We're going to review that there are 3 orgs in code enforcement. We will review this one as a summarized total on pages 73 and 74. The total budget presented for code enforcement on page 74 is $825,272, compared with last year's $806,412, an increase of $18,860. Total personnel expenses went from $626,875 up from last year's $597,985, a total of $28,890. So in essence, they cut about $10,000 out of their costs to offset partially the increase.
Are there any questions?
Mayor.
Yes.
So, Doug, contractual services, which is the last line item just before total operating expenses.
Yes, that's isn't that the abatement monies we get? We have a certain amount of money comes in for the abatements. It's generally kind of a guess as what it's going to be every year for mosquito abatement.
Okay.
And it's offset directly by expenses. It's a one-for-one. We set the expenses at the same as the revenue. So if the revenue comes in lower, the expenses flow with it.
So on this one, just as the clarification that the contractual services, which is the revolving fund for abatement, as Doug just said, is the $70,000, but you've got all 3 rolled up. The next one is $12,500, which is corridor maintenance and non-collected abatement action for common subdivisions. So you've got a couple budgets that have rolled up, right? So it's on page 78 and on page 76. And at the bottom of 78, under contractual services, is the detail on those 2.
Never mind. On the new printers?
And so again, Doug, as you just shared, you've got a revenue line in the code enforcement side of $70,000.
Right.
And you've got an expense under contracted services of $70,000. Those are offsetting one another, assuming that there's the reimbursement for the costs that are incurred.
Right, and they typically match, so.
Yeah. So it's actually comes out to 0, but you're seeing it as a contractual service of 70, well, and then plus the other
Revenue.
10.5 and 15.
And that shows up separately in org 1001600. If you look on page 75, you can see that balancing out. That's one of the orgs that rolls up to the total. You can see the 70,000 in revenue and the 70,000 in expenses with a net zero.
Question.
Yes.
It's page 74, contractual services at 82,000. Page 75, it's 70,000.
It's because you've got three, and this is a good explanation. So what we've got, and we're going to do this again and again and again in our budgets, you've got three different orgs all rolling up to your front page. We're going to be approving them all together in one, because this is org 600, 800, and 2,000, all three orgs that have rolled up. And so rather than going through, because there are a lot of other budgets that are the same, we'd be here a long time. We've rolled them all into one. But the detail is with the individual ones. So, yeah, on those pages.
And you can always go back to these separate detail sheets, because all three orgs will be presented on this for the group.
Yeah. I didn't see one for code enforcement in
It's
these.
just one page. It's there.
Oh, I must have put it with one of my other ones.
I passed it the first time, too. I had to go back and sort through to find it.
I had to go, yeah. Okay, are there any further questions? Okay, did we have a motion?
No.
I don't think.
Yes.
No, we
Okay, so I would stand for a motion to approve the code enforcement budget, total expenditures of $825,272, which includes abatement operations and parking, all rolled up into one.
So moved under suspension of rules.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I just want to say that this particular group, I mean, we have a lot of hardworking people in the city, but code enforcement does a lot with a little bit of nothing. And I know last year we were able to get them another position. And I just appreciate what they do to keep our city clean and neat and take care of some of these abandoned motorhomes and stuff like that. It's a thankless job, but thanks for what you guys do.
Thank you. Okay, roll call.
Jingula,
Yes.
Bills,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Griffin. Yes, thank you. Reynolds,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
all in favor, motion carries.
Okay, if we move to page 83 for the Idaho Hispanic Community Center. This one is the first full year of its budget with one FTE. On page 84, it's worth noting that the expenses at the bottom, there are revenues of $135,000 budgeted. I know Jose is working to grab every penny he can and grow that. The net expenses are $322,854,000. That is a decrease from last year's $409,862. But that's primarily because in the last year, we spent a lot of repair and maintenance money getting things off the ground. So this is a more of a level set budget for the current year.
I will say, this was not an easy budget to do because with Jose, did a really good job. Leslie, thank you, because they sat down and spent quite a bit of time together. When you're building a budget from nothing, you have no historic data. It makes it very difficult. So thank you for your work. Councilman Haverfield.
I was just going to ask about the decrease, sizable decrease in the repair and maintenance, the $250,000 from fiscal year '24. Was that money set aside to roll over?
That's the money we budgeted in '24. We used that in '24. We did an amendment for it, but we had the capital money we set aside of $936,000 last year as an unbudgeted lump sum.
Mm-hmm.
We pulled from that to fund the adoption, the amendment for council for FY '24.
So were those dollars spent then in fiscal year or this year?
It was $299,000 is what we spent, what we put into the amendment for fiscal '24. Net, between revenues and expenses, the net impact was $299,000. So we still have residual on that particular item.
So I guess that's what my question is. $950,000 seems to be awfully low for a facility that is needing that.
Oh, 90, yeah. I think they're probably, Patrick might be able to speak to it, but they were trying to get all the critical things taken care of this year, so you're more of a level set thing. But there are some capital investments where they want to spend some money on a couple of things. But I think most of the repair and maintenance the big issue ticket items are supposed to be done this year. Is that correct, Patrick, or?
And the funding was available for that?
Okay,
All right,
all right.
thank you.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
So if you don't mind, I'd like to have Jose come up just for a few minutes, because the information listed here doesn't show the whole picture. And so Jose, if you don't mind, Mayor, I'd
it's fine.
have you come up and talk about the outside stuff you're doing to interface with the budget. Like, for example, the 7 TVs that were donated by Connection.
$7,500
Yeah.
yesterday, yes.
Yeah, this is what you
Yeah.
do that's not shown here to offset.
I'm sorry, Jose, could you state your name and your title? Thank you.
Jose De Leon, City Nampa, City Manager of IHCC. So there's several projects that we're working on in terms of try to not only offset some of the funding that we need for the projects there. One of those came to fruition. Connections Credit Union was kind enough to provide $7,500 to help us with technology needs that we have in the center. Basically, screens, everything that's outdated, a lot of it is not working. And so I've been working with them. I've been working with other organizations as well that are coming in and are wanting to lean in and do fundraising and want to actually raise some funds to actually impact the center in a positive way. And so what I'm doing is doing the maximum I can to be able to raise funds from outside sources to be able to then take care of some of these issues, including the fountain works, including the parking lot, including those types of things to offset the needs that we have there. Thank you, and you're doing a heck of a job. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Which is exciting. I mean, there is quite a bit, and we do have some capital fund requests that will come through later. Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
Mayor, I just was going to make, again, another observation, but to share, I'm working with one of the tenants in the building as they're looking to build their own facility. They're utilizing the facility now, and they're so pleased with the change. So you're doing a great job, and looking forward to them moving into their own building, and again, being on the tax rolls, and then allowing that space to be freed up for someone else to come in and use it as an incubator to start their own business as well.
That's great. Jose, thank you for your work. Appreciate it. Okay, so there is a total expenditure request of $322,854 for the IH2C. What is the will of the council?
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve under suspension of rules that amount of $322,854.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills. Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin. Yes. Haverfield.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Need my speaker? We can move to page 91, Economic Development. Economic Development is 3 different orgs: the operations, the community development, and historic development, or historic preservation, pardon me. Those are the 3 orgs that roll up under the total of the economic development. They have revenues of $126,000. These are monies that are coming from NDC in to help fund the operation of the economic development. They have budgeted expenses of $700,418. That's compared to last year's $399,322, up $301,096, primarily because of all the moves we've made with regard to the development with building development, moving the function from Cliff's function back to Robin, and moving staff from the development services back to here. That's driving and wage increases and adjustments for the various staff levels in there is driving the increase primarily in personnel up $207,000. And contractual services are up $45,000. Pardon me, up $33,000. That is listed on your, well, look that one up. I'm sorry, I can't remember the cause of that one. That was the Main Street funding coming in, again, from Development Services, NDSC.
Mayor Kling?
NDC, yeah. NDC.
Yes.
I just have a comment regarding economic development, and it seems to me that we don't have enough employees in economic development to really maximize efficiency for the city of Napa businesses. So I want you to think about this, is through our business owners, our business dealers, we try to recruit these large corporate businesses for better taxes. Sure, that's a great idea, but for every big one, there's 5 or 6 small businesses that we're not touching, that we're not reaching out to them and helping them increase their profits for business management or fiscal management for them. So we're relying on the Chamber of Commerce, and in the Hispanic side, we're relying on the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, but we're missing the gap here. And so I don't think that we're sufficiently working toward our businesses as much as we can, that is. I know we're limited, but I'd like to see a transfer of an employee or an increase of an employee that can fill that gap with our businesses. Just remember, every time the businesses make an increase in their revenue, we get that. The city of Napa gets that because of sales tax. So we have to push them and help them with their businesses, and we don't do that yet. As much as economic development does do that, as much as they can, that is. So I want you to think about maybe not necessarily increasing the budget here, but transfer of a person that may fill that gap. And if you have any questions, I'll answer them. But I think when the discussion with with Robin is just something I want you to think about. Maybe down the road we should be doing something like this. What do you think?
Well, thank you for your comments. I appreciate it. Robin and I have discussed it, and we do have one of the employees that's focusing on reaching out to small businesses. I think that having active involvement with the Chamber in the Business and Education Committee is very, very important because they do have a focus. And I think Robin's got she's got her plate very full, very, very full, and she's doing a really good job. I think it's something that we can continue to look at.
Thank you.
But then also, how do we maximize and leverage our relationships in the community through the Chamber Business and Education Committee, and visiting even yesterday with the Hispanic Chamber. And
Yes.
I think those are things that we can continue to do and will continue to do. So I think it's a very good comment, and we'll continue to look at it.
Thank you, Mayor.
So,
Mayor, I just have a comment.
Yes.
I just want to say I was one that had issue with the conferences and just kind of questioned last year the need for them. And I just wanted to say that I appreciated when Robin presented to us and relayed the information as far as the conference, I think it was San Francisco, the conference that you had went to, and how that built relationships and therefore brought businesses to the community. And that's something that I wouldn't have known had you not shared that. So I just wanted to say thank you for sharing that, because that's very important information for us to know.
I do want to do a call out, just because, if you don't mind, and there is one new budgetary item of $50,000, which is city artwork maintenance. And Robin, can you come up and tell us what the plan is? Because that is a new budgetary item that does come out of GenGov, and it is artwork maintenance, and it's new. So if you could speak to that.
Yeah, Council, happy to talk about that. The $50,000 is designated to be able to do maintenance as we've put in art into the city. For instance, like in our roundabouts, the beautiful new sculptures that are in there, some of the things with murals, the Nampa sign that we just put in. We've seen in the past where we've had art, but it's been installed but not been able to be maintained. And And we would like to be able to have the opportunity, as art degenerates and is exposed to weather, have a fund that we would be able to access to be able to maintain our art that we put up in the city.
I guess a question that occurs to me, is that the right location for it? The right budget location for it? In the ideal world, well, it's not a capital, and it would be nice that it's a carryover. Could we use capital dollars? One thing I appreciate about, because this does come out of property taxes, Gen Gov. So one thing, though, I appreciate about economic development is someone that is owning it. And you guys have some really good processes that you've put in place for that decision-making. And so to use those funds, even if it's a little bit here and there, there does need to be a communication process. So what I would expect on that, if we do it, that it comes, even if it's a consent agenda item that comes to council to say, hey, we're thinking about, we're going to spend this much on this. Because I think it's just good communication. So I'm just thinking the funding source, but it isn't a capital expense, correct? It doesn't qualify.
It's not capital. You could use some of the capital funding to pay for it. There's no law that says it has to be capital, but in order to keep things clear, we tend to pay for capital out of the capital funding, so you know that that's the capital section.
Yeah.
It would be a little convoluted, but I could transfer money back from the capital to the operations side, $50,000 to cover that. For instance, the $600,000, the remainder of the $936,000 we haven't used, that still will fall to the fund balance at the end of the year and could be used for some degree of time.
Mayor?
Yes.
So is it legal to create an endowment fund that can be something you could track for that specific purpose?
I don't know if you would call it an endowment fund, but you could create a fund to track for this, yes, you could.
Yeah.
Similar to we have the golf scholarships or other similar types of funding mechanisms for unique purposes.
Some of the educational facilities that I worked on, they won't even start a project unless there's an extra, like $1 million set aside for ongoing maintenance and
But
operations.
you would have to fund it out of the gate, so since it has no natural funding source, the money, if it came from capital, we could transfer a portion over to capital and let that last as long as it does, but it has no natural funding source, so even if I do create an endowment or a fund, I have to fund it with something.
Yeah. I'm just wondering of the legalities, and it could appear to be a slush fund or something in somebody's eyes.
And you wouldn't want it to be. I
No.
tell you, when I was just thinking about Councilman Rodriguez's comment regarding staffing and it being tight, if you, on a reoccurring budget, it'd be nice to have that budget authority be able to add a part-time position if you needed it, or a contract employee to help offset staff, and then pull $50,000 from a capital fund that you have sitting there, because the need is great. I'm just thinking about the funding source. So, Councilman Bills, did you have a comment?
I do. I think then it would be wise to, when these type of projects are put together and funded, following comments from Councilman Haverfield, that there's some type of mechanism. So the project, if it costs $1 million to do, then it should be really $1.1 million, and there's 100 set aside for maintenance. And it should be into then a separate funding source that gains some interest and et cetera. But otherwise, we do things and then we take on another liability, essentially, another maintenance side of it. And we're not preparing for, we get excited about the new ad, but the reality is everything takes maintenance. And then we're not preparing for how we're doing that. And I just think there needs to be a better set aside for the maintenance side and how that gets funded, and certainly on future improvements, future doings, following the lead that's been mentioned, there should be some type of additional set aside when those projects are.
Well, it's also possible that in the early years, we set aside the budget. If we don't spend it, very easy to roll that into the next year's budget, not needing a new source because I have the source from last year that wasn't used. So if we set aside 50,000 this year and we don't spend it, I have that 50,000 to use again next year. It's not new monies, it's just rolling this year's budget to next year. That is one mechanism we can use to provide a degree of funding.
Yeah, I just, from my side, those type of special projects are nice, but again, we're trying to be all things to all people. And so from the standpoint of guaranteeing property tax money to maintain these new ideas, I think when those projects are put forward, there needs to be a set aside where it's a dedicated, not under property tax budgeted guidelines, but
Right.
under a
Yeah,
separate
I think
fund.
that's the mayor's thought as well, is can we use capital or other funding source and not have it charged to the general gov funding, which is probably an appropriate discussion. Yeah.
Or we could actually, one of the things we could do is look for sponsorships, people that want to invest in the city and the beautification of our city, and that would be noted and recognized to do that. So I think I would ask that we approve the budget as set forth with the flexibility, well, I'm just thinking about if we needed staffing support, you could reallocate that 50,000 reoccurring into staff support and identify maybe a different mechanism for art. It's just a thought. I don't know what the will of, what are your thoughts?
Well, my thought
Councilman Bills?
is that the repair and maintenance being an ongoing under economic, it really should get shifted to a different spot that is recognizing when you approve these type of projects, there could also be monies set aside for the maintenance side.
For the future.
And if there's a need to budget for a half-time person, I think it would be more proper to budget up underneath the personnel side and not say, if we don't need to maintain this other item, then we'll use it for personnel. Personnel, as soon as hired, is an ongoing expense. I just think.
My thought was
I think there's two
contractual
separate bills.
services rather than, if we were to get support, possibly under contractual services to where you could hire somebody, it could be a temp, I guess it could go up. It could be a temp, it could be a part-time without benefits, because once you add somebody, even if it were a contractual person, it's like, that's what we're doing with Main Street. It's a contracted position, they're not a city employee, but they're doing the work. So there are a couple different ways to do it, but I understand exactly what you're saying, and I don't disagree with it. So what would the will of the council be
Madam
on
Mayor?
this one? Yes,
I would suggest that we leave this budget intact, and then we can also talk about this when we talk about the facilities budget, and figure out what to do with that line item. But we need the capacity, I feel like, to be able to take care of this issue.
Got a motion?
Yes.
so the motion is to approve the economic development budget for the complete budget of community projects, operations, historic preservation of $700,418, with the understanding that the $50,000 would be the consideration of it being reallocated, and if so, it would come back to City Council for approval.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Mayor, one thing I would note is some of this artwork comes through Arts and Historic Preservation, so the review is there. You might task someone at that level with a little bit more involvement, but be careful with the maintenance side of artwork, because it could be destroyed as easily as it could be, fixed. So you have to be careful that the person that's working on it is skilled enough to know what they're doing. So,
Thank you for that comment. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Griffin says yes. Haverfield?
yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Before we move to the next one, I'm going to just restate something, and it's what we talked about earlier. We're establishing budget capacity, but not necessarily spending authority. With all of our directors sitting in the room, please keep that in mind as we move forward, because there may be other areas that come up that we may adjust. And I think what I want for council to know, I so respect the role of council on budget. So it's important for us, even if it's not a big dollar amount, to come back and be communicating with the council so there are no surprises, which would be like this: if you reallocate, it needs to come back to council for that reallocation. And so I say that with all of our directors sitting in the room too. If we're reallocating or thinking about using funds in a different capacity, we're going to be going back and getting approvals through my office, through finance, and then through city council. We don't reallocate funds without the knowledge and the approval process, because council should not have surprises. And I think staff knows I don't like surprises either. So I want to respect the role, and which goes to your comments.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, on to 1.6 on the agenda.
Let's go to finance section and page 104 and 105. Now, finance is 3 orgs. We will deal with each of these separately. It's my department, it's general gov, where VRT resides, and it's legal. I'd like to do my finance and legal, and then come back to general gov. That's the big topic there. So for finance and my department is on page 107. I do want to point out that my FTEs on page 104 decreased from 12.89 to 11.9 as I've trimmed my FTEs to help provide opportunities to level set my wages, not mine, but wages within the department, and to deal with cost increases. So I'm trying to set the example of what I would like departments to do. Cut one area if I have costs going up in another so it balances. The total finance budget for the finance department was $1,599,555. That's a decrease, pardon me, that's actually an increase of $48,000, well, $48,087. Oh, yeah. The challenge that I have this year in auditing is outside my control. It's another one of those issues where our auditors have indicated that our costs, they tried to do this last year, and I was able to hold them off, but the auditing costs are going up about $40,000. And that's not just, I checked with my counterparts in Boise and Meridian, and everybody is under the same pressure. The auditors are facing their own challenges, and fees are going up across the board dramatically. So I've tried to cut expenses in other places. Personal expenses are down, brought in some more revenues for grants development, but I could not quite offset the totality of the increases there on the audit fees. So I present that to your approval. It's important to note, my net budget decreased after revenues. My expenses way up, but my net budget went down by $11,443 because I brought in more revenues through grants contracting to help offset that.
So Doug, your request, this particular one is, the final budget is on page 108, is that correct?
Correct.
And this is finance operations budget.
Right.
That we would be looking for an approval of total expenditures of $1,599,555.
Correct.
Are there any questions for Doug regarding this piece of his personal budget?
Mayor, I have one.
Yes, Councilman Rodriguez and then Haverfield.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Doug, so on the insurance, ICREMP, you have $11,177 ICREMP auto and liability insurance. As far as I know, you don't have any vehicles in your...
No, ICRIMP insures buildings and vehicles and other personnel issues as well. So we tend to allocate the ICRIMP out by square footage. And
Okay, so this 11,000 is the entire city hall, or is
no,
it your office?
just my section.
Yeah.
Okay, that's kind of high, but
Well, the accurate bill is $1 million.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, your computer software that you use, did you purchase a new one or using the old module based?
In order to build this budget book, we have a program called Gravity that helps us manage all this budget book creation. As part of the 24 budget, we'd increased the 24 budget, not 25, in order to expand Gravity to become our budgeting tool across the city, not just within finance. That's most of my software costs in the existing budget. But it's not an increase, it's just what we'd had from last year, that we are leveraging our system a little more fully.
Okay, so where does it show that you're using your computer costs?
That's the IT. Well,
Altogether.
okay, that's a very good question. So, IT assumes two roles. They have an IT services side that's all labor, that we'll review a little bit later. They also are responsible for managing the backbone, the software, the protection of our system. And that goes out through an allocation. But IT is in general government, so I don't allocate from general government to general government. That'd be like you taking money out of your right pocket, putting it in your left. Doesn't make any difference. So I don't allocate those costs to me. They're part of general government inherently. I do allocate costs of those out to water, wastewater, so forth, but I don't allocate them to me because it's already part of the general gov budget.
Yeah, we'll see that down the road then. Okay, thanks.
Mayor?
Yes.
Doug, a quick question I had for you. As far as on contingency reserve, is that a rollover amount? It's less this year than it was last year. That's just a rollover.
You're in general gov 13020. We'll come to that one.
I'm on page 106.
Yeah, that's the roll-up of all three orgs. We're not going on page 106. That combines general gov, finance, and legal all together. So we're staying on page 107 for finance, and then we'll move deeper into the book.
This one we're doing different than all the rest of them. We're separating them all out into individuals, so we'll be doing 3 separate approvals. And so that one will come under Gen Gov, the next budget.
That's kind of my observation was,
Yeah.
I hadn't seen a contingency reserve in any of the other departments that
and
we
you won't.
reviewed. And if that was where that went.
We house all of general government in one location, all of streets in one location, and so on and so forth.
Okay, so the legal fees are across those 3.
Well, that's the next org. We'll get to that as a separate org.
Sorry, didn't mean to get ahead.
Nope, that's not a problem.
But it was page 106.
So I think we were still waiting on the approval.
So we are there any other questions on finance org? This is 13010 org, which is just the operations financial budget. And so I would stand for, if it's okay with the council, I would stand for a motion to approve their total expenditures of $1,599,555.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any additional questions on the finance operations budget? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mills,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Griffin, yes. Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So then the separate org, Doug, the page number that we're going to look at right now
Let's
is...
go to legal and get the easy one taken care of, and then come back to 20.
we're gonna
Page number 117.
Okay.
117 and 118. This is the legal budget. The budget is $1,168,336, unchanged from last year. It is comprised of 3 elements. The monthly retainer for Borton Lakey of $23,925. The attorneys and the Canyon County prosecutorial fees, which are annually $711,732. They have a maximum 3% increase per year on theirs, based on whatever we do. If we do a 3% COLA, they get a 3% increase. If we do 2% COLA, they get a 2% increase. That's just how the agreement is structured.
So we have a 1.5% COLA.
Well, COLA,
So we're going to need to look at that.
They-
So just make sure that we look
Yeah.
at that, because the other is merit.
yeah.
So we have a 1.5%. I think we need to keep that in mind as we work on this one with this particular budget. It's not, because the city totaled 3, we're talking merit versus cost of living. Cost of living is 1.5. That's
We'll
what we
verify
would-
if I need to determine what the definition of COLA is, and then we can apply from go forward.
Thank you.
Glad to do that.
Please do, thank you.
Yeah, I'm
Yes,
glad to.
Count.
That, again, that brings to mind, how do you calculate merit increase for the prosecuting of services?
I think that-
I would actually take money away.
that's why the call out.
That's been a comment,
Exactly.
yes.
Okay.
There has been questions about that, and I've actually talked with Rick Holcomb about that a couple of times. Probably need to come back and revisit the entire structure of this and see if it's appropriate.
I was just looking at the back wall to see the eyes kind of roll a bit.
They're not staring at me, are they? Are they?
No.
Okay, okay.
No.
They're wondering why I
the
asked the
third-
question, probably.
The third element in there is a legal contingency fee of $169,504. That's kind of a just in case. If there's a lawsuit, something goes on, we need extra legal funds, we have a degree funded in here.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
So I have one question. Why are we paying merit increases to the prosecuting attorney's office? I know that's in the contract, but can we, I'd like that removed and let them, Canyon County, take care of it.
I think
That's
we'd
their
need
Canyon
to,
County
we'd need to
employees.
renegotiate the contract, but your sentiments are probably more than common.
Okay, when is that contract up, Mayor? Do you know?
I would defer to Chief on that one. Do you? Okay, so the chief just said he believes it's reviewed every year through
Yeah.
Finance's office. I would like to be able to
I don't-
see what the term, when that is up
We
and
need
come
to
back
say
and
if that's,
revisit it.
I think it's a very good thing to look at the basis of that and find out if it's long-term. I do not recall off the top of my head if that is multi-year or year-to-year, and that's the standard we've done for the past several years.
It hasn't been coming up before council for review. I don't remember. I think it's an automatic if we don't
Yep.
address it. And I think we need to get the
Yeah.
contract. We need to
We'll do that.
review the contract, but specifically, the contract calls cost of living versus merit, and so that's why the call out, if we did a 1.5% cost of living, I think that's, because doing the merit with the city is relatively new. It was just cost of living that we did, and they're tied to that. So I think it's a discussion that we can have, and it's a very good point that was made. Thank you.
So do we have to approve it as such then?
I would not recommend that we change the budget at all.
Okay.
I think those are things that we can talk about in the background, but having the budget authority would be wise. And again, it goes back to budget authority versus spending authority. And I think that what I'm hearing, and that's so noted from council, that we need to review our agreement and not just allow it to automatically roll over.
Mayor?
Yes.
So in this case, the decision is to allow the 1.5% COLA increase for prosecuting services, since that's what the contract is, but not the 2.5% merit. Is that what I'm hearing then?
Well, I think that's what we want to examine. Right now, it's built in at 3%, assuming the COLA. Because I don't know exactly, we need legal to give us the definition. Does a merit qualify as a COLA under the agreement with the county?
So this would be one of the items where there might be available funds that you could transfer to a different department as you start looking at the consideration of how we make this all come together with a 4% across.
It is a possibility, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
point of clarification, so this number that we're looking at here, is this Borton Lakey included with prosecuting, or is this just prosecuting?
So the legal fees, the top line, $287,100 is Borton Lakey.
Okay.
$711,732 is the prosecuting attorney, and $169,504 are the contingencies. So there's three different, and I would recommend that we approve it as is with taking into consideration the discussion that's just taken place.
Second.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that we approve the legal budget of $1,168,336. Is there any further discussion? And I will say, we have taken note and made note of the council's direction to review the agreement and to assure that it doesn't automatically roll over. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Jingula?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Griffin? Yes. Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Now for the lengthy one.
Page 112. Let me give a little bit of more explanation on this page before we get into the meat of it. This is where we house all of the major revenue sources for general government. This is the property tax for general government, the shared revenues for general government, any funds that come in to general government, 90% of them, 99% of them are here in this particular org. So we can see the $34.8 million in property tax revenues. We do budget for interest, property tax interest and penalties. That would be on delinquent collections of property tax. There is a property tax replacement of $611,000 from a legislative holdover from years ago where they reduced our property tax and replaced it with a different source. So I get this $611,000 directly from the state, not from Canyon County. And then the shared revenues, $10,875,000, and the state liquor apportionment, $1,250,000, are very much flat with the prior year. Court revenue dropped slightly because some of the trending looked like we were getting less from the judgments, the fines, and the tickets and so forth. That may go back up, but it's a nominal decrease. Interest income is up slightly. We have a little higher average rate this year on our total interest income. It's important to note that I'm taking that interest income and it's being shifted out to fund capital projects. The income is showing up here, but it goes out at the bottom of the page on transfers out as part of the transfers to the capital fund to help us fund the capital projects. And the reason is, it's basically one-time monies. We had it last year, we have it this year. By next year, it will start to decrease to a lower level, so we don't want to use it for operational costs. That's all the revenues. Now, the transfers in, you see the $5.196 million, that's charges that we send out to the various departments for all of the internal services functions. So the work that HR, finance, the mayor's office, clerk's office, IT, all the work we do, we charge the departments outside general government for a portion of that service, and that's the primary amount of that $5.1 million. It brings a small source of revenue into the general government. The personnel wages, the $6,000 and the $7,200 with benefits is a portion of the Chief Operating Officer's salary meant to support strategic planning. The other operating expenses is where we will get into the discussion. The $15,000 of operating supplies, that is the $15,000 for the fireworks display. Engineering services is a small allocation from Daniel's engineering function into GIS functions for the general government. And then we can probably go over to dues and memberships in the detail page and look at the $105,000 there. That is on page 114 at the top. It lists four items technically for the 105. A small Costco membership, which we use for the city, $42,500 for the AIC, $52,656 for Compass, and $10,500 for Treasure Valley Partnership.
Doug, can I pause real quickly? I just noticed the AIC membership came in at $48,000 rather than $42,000.
Okay.
I think
Okay, we'll make that change. Do you have the exact number there?
I don't have it off the top of my head, but I believe it came in at 48,000 something.
Okay, what I will do is I'll keep the general government whole by moving that out of the contingency fund at the bottom. It'll be $6,000, so the general gov value will remain unchanged, but I will move it up to the AIC, or to the AIC line.
It's $48,239.60.
$239.60. Thank you.
Leslie, could you state that so people that online can hear what you just stated?
Thank you.
$48,239.60 for the new AIC membership.
Thank you. I would assume our Compass membership was updated to this year's number?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes. Contractual services is probably where we're going to have some discussion, so we'll hit the easy items first in here. The economic incentive of $150,000. Last year, we budgeted $75,000 and did not spend it. So I rolled last year's $75,000 into this year's to get to $150,000. As we've talked about, if you need money for an economic incentive, this is here. We typically do not use it, but it is available for use.
So, Mayor, question.
Yes.
So why are we budgeting in this area economic incentive when we got an economic department? Why wouldn't it be budgeted under the economic department?
I think that's an option. We are all in general government. You can't put it here or there and have the same impact to the general government. It's just one bucket to the other. This is just traditionally where it's been for a visibility item, so the mayor knows where it's at and everybody knows where the value is at.
Mayor.
I
So
think
what-
it's a
what's-
long-term historical location, but it
Yeah.
could certainly be changed.
Yep.
But in terms of what it's used for,
Robin, would you like to answer that question? And then when you're done, Councilman Haverfield has a comment, or while you're coming, do you want?
I was just going to say, is this inside or outside of the urban renewal area? Because we have incentives within the NDC. Why would we have incentives?
Well, this has got to be outside the urban renewal.
So this would be anywhere that's not in the urban renewal district? Okay.
Yeah, so city council, like Mayor was just saying, it's historically been with the mayor's office. And so it would work either area. I mean, I know that it exists with the mayor's office, so I can utilize those funds. We utilized some of the funds to get Excite and those 3 subsidiaries here, which was a small portion of a very big project, but helped incentivize to be able to get 3 amazing manufacturers here in Nampa that are supporting the semiconductor industry.
One way that could be used is that, for example, it could be, you could use it to offset an impact fee. You could use it to offset a building fee to where, to incentivize them to come, you could waive a fee, but the fee still has to be paid.
Correct. Yes, it can be reimbursement.
A
Yes.
reimbursement to them. And that does happen through NDC within the Urban Renewal District, but we do have businesses, and especially the right business, not just any business, but the right business with high-paying jobs like the Micron subsidiary businesses that have come in that are high-paying jobs, and they're filling existing industrial space. We've got some great industrial buildings and developers that have spent a lot. They're sitting there, but they need to be filled.
Yeah.
And so this is an opportunity to do that. Councilman
You
Haverfield?
might tell the council where the Excite entities moved in.
Yes, so the 3 Excite entities, which are Excite Technologies, and then Diversified Fluid Solutions, and then NEHP, all manufacturing with the semiconductor supporting Micron with their expansion. They are located in the Fuller 84 buildings, which are just across from Amazon. So they'll locate there, and they should be done with their tenant improvements by October.
And that makes sense, since they're buildings that are basically shells, and so you're using the dollars for tenant improvement documentation for
Yes.
those entities moving into those existing buildings that are outside the urban renewal area.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully that answers that question. Thank you. Are there any other questions for Robin? I do appreciate the fact that it rolls over. Yes, Councilman Bills.
well, to me, it's a line item that seems like it should be under the Economic Development Department.
I'm completely fine moving it.
Okay.
I have no problem whatsoever.
I mean,
It's within GenGov, it doesn't change
Then
the
it can be
roll-ups.
tracked out of them, yes?
Yeah, that sounds great. Councilman Bills, yeah. We can utilize it out of our department, absolutely.
And then recognizing that I think as you do it, every time it's used, I think these are the kinds of things that need to be on the consent agenda, just roll them so that their council's aware that we've incentivized this group and put it on the consent,
Yes, yeah,
and/or a staff report.
yeah.
Okay?
And then the 75, that makes sense underneath this department to me on the legislative, the other items.
That's strategic planning and
Right.
kind of a,
But I guess I'm confused why Mass Transit and West Valley Humane Society are under this section.
just because of they are contractual services. We enter into a contract, it goes in that object code, and it's part of general government. There probably isn't a better place for the VRT to show up if we're going to fund it from general government. The Humane Society, you could put that under police if you chose. It would be a little buried there. And the Humane Society is a little bit, it needs visibility right now because there's some uncertainty of their going concern, so.
So I may be off without going searching through the police side. Isn't there a line item under police already covering part of the Humane Society issue? I thought that came up in discussion Tuesday morning.
No, there's not, there are SROs, not SROs, but there are
We need a.
Adam
okay,
ACOs.
Oh,
Just real
Okay.
quickly, thank you, Eric, come on forward. We're going to get a mic for you guys because actually, if we're short mics, we need to have one over at police so that they use a mic.
Mayor, we're talking about
Thank you.
uncertainty of the West Valley Humanes.
Well, where the budget the contract resides, the fact that it's residing under contractual services, but it is not under police, but thank you.
Right. Yeah, Eric Skoglund from the police department. So, council, the portion of animal services that we have in our budget is for animal control officers and their equipment and vehicles. But the contract itself, I'm not sure exactly what department that sits in, but that hasn't been one.
Sits in Gen Gov, contractual
Gen Gov,
services.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think for visibility purposes, the police budget is so big, and this one is kind of problematic. I'd rather keep it visible than move it to the police where it kind of gets swallowed up.
no, I understand. I'm just trying
Yeah,
to understand.
got it.
So this is services that we're contracting with to help support.
As the ACOs go out and collect animals, and they take them to the West Valley charges a fee to either minimal service, take care of them, maybe vaccinate them, adopt them if they can.
Mayor.
So Councilman Haverfield, I think go ahead and ask your
Well, it's
question,
just
comment.
the viability and uncertainty of the West Valley Humane Society moving forward. I understood that there were issues with the management and through the county level on the financing of it. So is that something that we need to have as a future workshop so that we can understand truly what is happening or not happening at that location since we're funding a portion of it?
What I would recommend, I don't know if it's a future workshop, but it would be a report out to council. My recommendation is we keep the budget capacity and the funding authority here. Doug and I have had a discussion because there has been some information in the paper regarding questions about them moving forward. We will not automatically be issuing payments if they're not open and actually servicing us.
Right.
So we will be tracking it. We're very well aware of it, and it is concerning.
Okay, thank
Right.
you.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
recommendation, Doug, if we end up moving that economics incentives over to the economic department, that could potentially make their budget sway heavily one way or the other from year to year, depending on if there's rollovers. So can you just remind us? That way it doesn't look like there's a huge surplus or
Sure.
increase
So
or decrease, I guess. to
you mean
that.
about how we apply rollovers, or?
Well, just remind us that moved
Oh,
next
sure,
year,
certainly.
just
Oh,
so
yeah.
that it-
The year it moves, it will create a little bit of a blip,
Yeah,
yes.
because it's going to look awkward next year, and I just
Definitely.
want to make sure that I'm not
Yeah,
missing
definitely.
that. Thank you.
It actually is going to, these changes, council, you're going to get new pages in your books. That change will take place this year. So when we finish today, Doug's going to be going back and making that adjustment within the budget this year.
Right.
And then you're going to get replacement pages that you're going to have, because we have our council workshop public hearing to authorize the final budget, and you'll see that change take place this year in the movement on that particular line.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So that leads us to VRT.
Well, should we talk just real quickly, the mental health funding for Southwest Mental Health Crisis Support Center, that's been going on for many, many years, that it's just $9,000 that we contribute to Southwest District Health for that mental health.
Correct.
So just going back, I think, I just want to make sure that under contractual services, we've covered everything with the exception now of mass transit, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So I'll let
So
you go
the
forward.
mass transit, this is two components. In the general gov, we have budgeted $471,856. Additionally, in streets, a separate fund, we have an additional budgetary value of $233,650, bringing the total VRT budget to $705,506 in total.
So, question, Mayor.
Yes.
What about the 125 that's listed under
That's Treasure Valley Transit. That's a different aspect where
separate entity?
they're requesting support for vehicles, for non-emergency medical transportation. I believe they provide transportation, but it's not, it's a component of,
It's a separate discussion point for budget purposes, so
Okay.
we'll keep that one separate, and we'll go to that one next.
Okay, that's a separate
It is a separate.
entity, or?
They operate underneath VRT, but, and have different funding sources, but it is separate, and separate from this discussion, because that is actually, we'll be using, it's in an operational budget, but we'll be pulling the one-time expense from capital dollars, correct, Doug?
correct. They will buy capital with it. It's not capital to us, so I can't charge it to capital, but the money provided will be used for capital purposes at TRT.
And that decision to fund that really is a very separate discussion from the VRT discussion.
Totally.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then is there,
Mayor, I have a follow-up question.
Yes. And this is council.
Apologies if David Bills needs to go first.
no,
No, you go ahead.
So if we decide tonight to not fund VRT or shift or make moves with that specific budget, will that impact Treasure Valley Transit's ability to continue, since they're kind of under the umbrella of VRT as it was stated?
That is a good question. And the answer is no. Okay, thank you. That was Elaine Clegg, Executive Director of Valley Regional Transit, said no, that it would not impact. So, thank you, that's a good question.
One more follow-up.
Yes.
So I know in previous years, it's my first budget setting process. I wish I could be there in person, but I'm hearing, I'm following. In previous years, I know that there was, we want to amend this area, or we want to lessen this route, or we want to find different avenues. I was told, and it's my impression that that will not be the case this year. What is budgeted is all or nothing. We either take the full amount and approve the full amount, or we deny the full amount. Is that correct?
I would have to defer either to Mark Stoyer and Mark, then I'll let you defer to Elaine also. But Mark Stoyer has been working with Valley Regional Transit and has provided the updates to us. And so between Mark and Elaine, I'll let you guys answer that question.
Do you want to share? Mark?
Oh, maybe, no, not at this point. Mark Stoyer, Senior Director of Development Services. So what's before you tonight, today from Valley Regional Transit is their budgetary request to provide funding for 2 fixed route services, as well as the on-demand service 150, and then some support also for the paratransit service. That is the amount that they require to provide that entire package. I would assume, if I could speak for Elaine, that we could negotiate that and reduce some of those services for a different amount. If that's incorrect,
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members, Councilmember Griffin, Elaine Clegg here. So if you were to choose to not fund some of the allocation, but to fund some of it, we would have to determine what we could provide in terms of services with the money that you did provide. In the past, our organization has continued to provide 100% of services even when we didn't get all of the funding. As I let you know in the early budget workshop when I was here, we've eaten all of our seed corn essentially, and we've used any extra money we might have, and we're in a position now where I think it would be terribly unwise to continue to provide 100% of services without enough funding to actually do the repair, maintenance, and other things that need done to support those services. And so it would result in a cut in services. I would note that for the months of January through May, we were able to add extra services to the on-demand system with some other funding, and that experiment, if you will, showed us that those 10 extra hours a week resulted in 400 less seats unavailable and an 11% increase in rides. So I would predict from that experiment that if we were to cut one of the buses, for instance, in that on-demand service, it would result in a pretty dramatic decrease in rides available and rides completed for that service. I would just remind you that we're in the beginnings of being able to really look at VRT as a full system and see if we can make the kinds of improvements that will lead to the kinds of ridership I think that you all expect, that I expect. Support from the city of Nampa will be vital to our efforts to go to the private sector and see if they're interested in helping us by partnering with us. And reduction in that support, I think, will impact those efforts as well. So encourage you to stick with the MOU that we proposed last year and stick with this budget amount if you can. Certainly have sat on that side of the table and understand everything you're trying to balance, but believe that your citizens, the impact of cutting services will actually, in the end, probably cost you more than letting us build the services so your citizens can be successful.
Thank you, Elaine. I'm sorry I wasn't on mic. Mark is here to answer any questions that we have, and I know there's been a lot of discussion about Valley Regional Transit, the cost to the city, our limited budget. I'm going to be really candid because I'm always very candid. Mark and I had a discussion last night. It's very difficult for him. He's stepping into a new role as Senior Director of Development Services. I'm going to ask him to continue, if he can carry it, to be the liaison with VRT because he's done a really good job. He's worked diligently to provide us the data. Elaine has come in where we did not have data, and she has really come in and done a good job in providing us the information that we have. As a staff member, as Mark and I discussed yesterday, his responsibility is to provide you the facts, right? Just to provide you the facts. So I'm going to provide you the narrative, and because I'm not afraid to take the hit on this one, and he's not either, but I want to keep him in a neutral position. I sat on the executive committee for VRT. Dale Reynolds also sits on the executive committee for VRT. The discussion we have had here for a very long period of time is that we are a car-centric, more rural community moving to urban. We have tremendous growth. we're in this transition phase in the history of our community. We have more and more people moving in that are more familiar with public transportation. But the one thing that we've noticed is that those that do not have transportation are the ones that rely on it. And while the ridership is not as high as we would want to see, if we were to take away public transportation from the most vulnerable population in our community, they would have no way to get to work. And I don't remember the number of people, Mark, you may be able to pull that up, the riders that are actually using it going to work each day. And so, and then also, Mark did some research last year in answer to council questions that if we did not stay engaged with VRT and tried to set up our own system, I think it's cost way more than what we're spending today. We are under, and I don't remember how many years ago the decision was made to have a regional transit organization. How many years ago was that? 1999. So in 1999, when the regional transit was put in place, they are the transit authority over the Treasure Valley area. And so most work happens. Our ability to go after federal funds is directly associated with us being underneath VRT, because they're the ones that can go after federal funds. For us to think we could work outside of VRT and do it cheaper, it would be very incorrect. And Mark, I'll let you speak to that and to the ridership.
So just kind of to add on to that, after the census in 2000, it moved this area from rural to small urban. So from a federally funded perspective, Valley Regional Transit had to be our regional provider and can be the only entity that can leverage those federal dollars. So I think for fiscal year 2023, we got a cost estimate to provide a service very similar to what VRT provides under their Route 150 or their on-demand service. That cost was between $900,000 and $1 million just to provide that on-demand service. That doesn't include any of the other services like fixed routes that VRT provides us with today. So from that presentation, it was far more to provide that to ourselves, and we wouldn't be able to leverage any federal money to be able to supplement those costs.
Thank you. And then the ridership that is going outside, would you like to speak to that?
So before you is a slide that Elaine had presented a couple of months ago regarding ridership on the different fixed routes. Also realize there are a lot of services that the city of Nampa doesn't pay for, that the citizens do still benefit, even though we don't pay for them. They're funded by alternative means. And Elaine, I don't know if you want to comment further on those.
As the mayor said, we are the public transportation direct recipient for the Treasure Valley from the Federal Transit Administration. In that role, we support a number of other services that are outside the direct services that we operate, including all of the ones that you see here. And we are able to work with those many nonprofit private providers for them to come up with local match at 80% and us to be able to provide federal funding at 80% of, so that they can provide those services. Without our ability to match them, they wouldn't likely be able to provide the services that they do.
Thank you.
Mayor?
So, yes, Councilman Haverfield and Councilman Reynolds.
Okay, I have a question for Doug. You had mentioned in the packet, or in this, as far as line item, there was $471,856. And you said with, there was added money, I think of approximately $233,650 to bring it up to $705,506.
Correct. That money is in
those dollars.
That is in the streets budget. We have not gotten to yet, but it is inclusive in their budget.
So if we were to approve the budget as presented, it would only be for the 471.
At this time, yes, but but I think conceptually you want to figure where you want to go in total, and then.
And that would keep the base as it was last year, where we had increased it from fiscal year 23 to 24 by another 94,000.
Yes.
So we're not obligating any other decision other than if we want to make the decision to increase at this point.
Yes, but I think from the VRT's perspective, if you, I'm not saying right or wrong on this, if you don't fund the full 705, then they have to look at what services they would change.
Okay. Right. So I guess just from a number standpoint, we're looking at what the base was last year as a rollover.
Yes.
And then a potential increase in a future decision.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
That said, last year, the total cost for VRT, last year, VRT allowed us to use ARPA dollars to offset our cost. I don't remember, Mark, do you remember what our cost was last year?
Last year it was $421,000, and that included about $200,000 to $300,000 in ARPA funding from VRT to supplement that. This year it's a lot less. It's decreased by more than half. Now next year there won't be any ARPA funding at all.
Right,
left.
so without the ARPA funding, but the total cost last year, I can't remember without the ARPA what that was. Elaine, do you remember that? Can you go ahead and come forward and share with us what our, because, yeah, where we were?
So last year, Valley Regional Transit used some of our remaining ARPA funds to bring the total contribution from the city of Nampa up to $821,856.13. We made a commitment to you last year that we would keep the total commitment this year at that same amount. And so we've committed to use the last remaining ARPA dollars that we do have of $116,350 to bring this, if you choose to do this allocation plus what's in the streets, bring the total up to that $821,856.13.
But the total cost to the city with your applying that last amount of ARPA dollars, is that the $705,506?
Say that again.
$705,506, is our number correct?
Yeah.
Is what the city of Nampa would be committing to you. So the cost, you committed to keep the cost the same. It isn't that the cost went up this year. The cost is the same. It's that they've been applying ARPA dollars, and we've been the recipient of those ARPA dollars. Last year, it was a greater amount. This year, it's a lesser amount. So our cost is going up, but their cost hasn't gone up. Does that make sense? So our costs are there. We have benefited from being subsidized by VRT for several years, and then specifically using ARPA dollars last year and using them again this year. Next year, the ARPA dollars are gone, and it will be the full amount that we would be funding, but the actual cost is similar each year. It's the 821.
With the and we're assuming that next year the 821 would have some inflationary costs on it, so it would be a little bit higher.
Yeah, okay. Does that answer that? I just want to make sure we're really clear on what the total dollar amount is, that we didn't, yeah.
Yeah, and that's where I was kind of getting to. There's some offsetting costs elsewhere to be considered, and now we're talking about ongoing expenses going forward beyond next year that will have to be budgeted, or decisions now, back to what Councilman Bills was talking about earlier, you know, where are we at in our decision-making process if we need to have a paradigm shift, so.
I tell you, I will just be really candid, and I feel strongly on this. If we do a paradigm shift and we don't fund transportation, we have a bunch of people in our city that have zero transportation, and they're the most vulnerable population that we have. That's very concerning as a city, to think that we would have no public transportation. The real issue is at the legislative level. We're, I think, the only state in the nation that the state doesn't fund any public transportation dollars. The state should be supporting public transportation. We all use, you go to major cities and public transportation's a given. It is difficult where we are here because, as we said before, we're a rural community moving to urban. But I don't think the answer is to stop and say we're not going to provide anything because our budget's tight. The answer, because the need is not going to go away. So it would take us backwards quite a bit. And I don't know how we would meet the needs of our community if we just pulled it.
And that's where
It's
that
very
dialogue
concerning.
with people that aren't in this room right now need to take place so that they're aware of the impacts that we're dealing with, especially when we're looking at a multimodal community of interfacing with Boise through to Caldwell. So keenly aware of that. Again, it's just limited dollars, and the state seems to be the one that's benefiting from our good efforts and not contributing back into some of these things that I think are, for our community, beneficial, so.
Thank you. Okay, so we have Councilman Reynolds, and then Councilman Griffin is going to follow Reynolds.
So I'm going to ask Elaine another question here. But I want to point out that CWI is based in Nampa primarily. They're building more buildings out on their campus here all the time. Their goal is to have Nampa as their hub completely. And a lot of these 30-some thousand students take advantage of this Valley Regional Transit. Now, what I would like you to speak about is how that transportation for the students works. But the important piece for us to remember is the connectivity that they would lose if we did not fund VRT.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry, I
So
was having trouble
the
hearing you.
students from CWI,
Yeah,
I want you to talk about that transportation piece and how that works. But the thing that we need to remember is the connectivity that they would lose if we did not fund VRT.
thank you. Yes, that's a great question. So NAMPA, the funding that you would provide to us if you choose to approve this budget item, will pay for parts of the Route 40 and parts of the Route 42. However, the Route 45, which benefits your citizens a great deal, is paid for, the NAMPA portion of it, by the College of Western Idaho. So again, it's a service that your residents use that connects to all of the other services we provide that you don't pay for. The Route 40 and the Route 42 are improved with the service changes we just provided. The Route 42 now runs all day, once an hour, between Caldwell and downtown Boise, and so it allows your residents. I know Councilmember Griffin rode this route to and from school, but couldn't make it work once his school schedule changed because it used to be a peak hour service. It's now an all-day service that allows people to, all day long, to get between all of the cities if they have a job in one of the others and they live here. And then the 150 provides connections between those fixed routes as well as connections between, good connections between Nampa and Caldwell for the commerce that goes on between those two cities. I wish I could provide the economic development data. My staff is getting trained this year on a tool that the American Public Transportation Association developed so that we can do that, but I don't have it yet. But we're confident looking at analyses from other communities using that tool that the economic development impact would actually be a positive over what you all spend to help support these services.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, okay, and then after you will be Councilman Griffins, but go ahead.
Simply put, if we don't fund VRT, then 40 and 42 and 150 that provides access to 45 that would continue to exist, people would have no way to get there. So.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Griffins.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
I apologize for the background noise. I am just going to take the approach as Mayor, you have, and other council members of speaking candidly about the program itself and the situation. We as elected officials do have a tough decision, and it's weighing a balanced budget and deciding what is essential, the proper way we're going at, all the different things. In my experience, and Elaine Craig had said it as well, I personally rode this route. I rode it to and from school to see firsthand experience after hearing the budget discussion last year, how effective the system is. Who's using it? How often are they using it? What's the numbers coming from Nampa? And I was extremely disappointed with the user rate and the individuals who were using them, because I was told that these are individuals who are at need and dire need of busing, or students at need or dire need of having education, myself included. The Route 42 is what I would take. in the morning, there would be one other person on the bus by the time they picked me up at City Hall. And the reason I had to pick City Hall is it was closer to my house, but still an 8-minute drive to get to City Hall. So somebody has to drive just to even reach the bus stop to access downtown Boise. Now, on-demand's a different system and a whole different conversation, but just with accessing a route to be able for these at-need for students, it's not viable. It is not a viable system right now. And this is where I've talked with, what would it take? And that's the question I asked. What would it take for this to be a viable system for Nampa residents? In my opinion, it would take millions of dollars. And we would have to allocate that to an efficient system that benefits those who its intended target is supposed to be. I find it very difficult getting onto a bus that picks up in Nampa, picks me up at City Hall, then goes to CWI, then goes to Meridian, then goes to downtown Boise, only picking up 2 individuals from Nampa and only having 9 total individuals riding the bus. Those are the numbers. I counted those numbers daily. I put them in an Excel sheet. I wish I could share my screen and show it now. I cannot. Those were the numbers daily. When I got back on the bus, you would see an increase in the afternoon. People were going for, they might have gone earlier. They might have caught the 4:50 or the 5:30. It would be 4 of us heading back. So daily, on just one route, we're only having 2 to 4 individuals from Nampa specifically riding the bus. That is not a proper use of money. That is not being responsible and fiscally conservative with our budget, in my opinion. And I'm only speaking candidly because I have the experience and the opportunity to speak candidly on this. I'm not trying to say Elaine is not doing a good job. I'm not trying to say that it isn't a benefit for major cities. It's something that I really have tried to think of. With many of you city council members and mayor, it's just something that right now there isn't a need. There are not individuals in massive that are at need for this route. It's individuals like myself who wanted to try to see if the bus route would work, and it is convenient. The Wi-Fi, being able to do work on the bus, and there's a lot of benefits to it. But the individuals utilizing it, professors at Boise State, professors at CWI, and myself. And maybe one other individual that would get on Tuesdays and Thursdays who was blind, who was handicapped, to utilize this system to go to a doctor's appointment. If that's the case, we should hire within the city somebody who would take a shuttle and pick up these individuals, because if there's only 5 or 6, then it's not being efficiently used. And I don't mean to offend. I don't mean to say talk anywhere but off of my own experience. Maybe the numbers are contrary to what I'm stating, but even when we had our budget workshop, you would do the numbers, and as you would break it down per route, it would be 9 individuals on a route. And 9 of those individuals are not coming from Nampa. 2 or 3 of those individuals are coming from Nampa, and a big wave of them get on at the car pickup spot by Roaring Springs Water Park and Meridian. That's my difficulty with this. If we deny this line item, if we deny this budget, maybe we can come back in a year or 2. And I don't know if that's possible, if that's feasible. BRT said they're going to be around whether we approve this budget or not. Maybe it limits their ability for grants federally. And I'm taking a tough position on this, and I frankly don't want to, but we are constrained. We need to fund police. We need to fund every department. We have issues internally. Councilman Bill stated it earlier, our Public Works Department doesn't have AC. Why are we spending $780,000 for a bus system that's not being utilized? So, these are my thoughts, these are my comments. I hope everybody knows that Elaine is doing a great job. She visited with me personally. The bus drivers are excellent. I have no issue with the service other than the fact that it is not utilized, and the individuals utilizing it are professors from Boise State who are getting those subsidized, or students like myself who get a free punch card to ride the bus and take it when it's convenient.
Councilman Griffins, thank you for your comments. So I do want to just make it really clear that the fact that the police department didn't have air conditioning has nothing to do with budget. We can afford to fix the air conditioning, so it has, those
Right.
two don't go together at all. And so I just wanted to make sure that we all understand that. Can we talk a minute about ridership? So as Councilman Griffin said, he rode that one bus, and it was a certain day and time, et cetera. When we look at our ridership here that we're looking at, it looks like the ridership of on-demand, which is 150, has the highest ridership. And can we speak to the why behind that? And then it looks like Route 42 is second in ridership. Elaine, do you want to speak to that, or Mark, I'm just curious.
Sure, I will. And, I think, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Griffin, you bring up a good point. Ridership isn't as high as we'd like to see it. Cutting budget for us will mean ridership will be even less. Ridership on transit is kind of an exponential growth thing. The more service you have, the better service you have, the more likely you're going to see riders on every bus at every day. As I mentioned, the Route 150, these numbers don't include the 11% increase that I referenced when we had the chance to try the extra 10 hours a week on this service, which made a tremendous difference, just that very little bit.
Was that the 150? Or which?
Again, because when you have very little service, it's a really hard choice to make to use that service. A little bit more service, it's a little easier choice to make to use that service. One of the things we're very excited about this year in the Boise part of the system is that we're going to 15-minute service on Fairview Avenue, which gets to a point where people then suddenly don't have to think about, oh, is the bus going to be there or not? They just walk out and they know pretty quickly it'll be there, and they take it. And it's that leap that makes the difference. So I say all this to say the city of Spokane, which is exactly the same size as the city of Boise, and the region it serves, which is exactly the same size as this region, I mean within a few thousand people, spends about 3 times as much local funding as the region that we have, that we serve. They have 8.5 times the riders. So they have 8.5 times the riders, not because they are better at providing service, but because that's enough more service that it makes it work for more people. So I don't dispute that Councilmember Griffin only saw one other person from Nampa and only 9 people on that bus. Remember, that's only one of the buses that day. Remember that the 42 now runs all day, both ways, every hour. It didn't used to do that. Even that all-day service means, oh, if I take the bus into Boise, can I get back when I need to? Oh, now I don't have to worry. Even if I need to come early or stay late, I can still do it because I know there's going to be another bus. There didn't used to be in the time when he was riding it, so we expect that number to go up. You can see only 19% of the riders on the 42 are from Nampa. Nampa is only paying 19% of the cost of that service as a result. 82% of the riders on the 150 are from Nampa. I would submit to you that without the 150 in Nampa, there'd be 24,000 rides that need to be taken every year that wouldn't get taken. Those are people who wouldn't get to work. There are people who would be isolated. There are people who wouldn't get to the grocery store. There are people who'd have to ask other people for rides if they did want to try to get somewhere. These are rides that, at least our experience shows us, are vital to your residents. It's a lot of money, I get it. Like I say, I sat on that side of the dais. I can say from that experience that making decisions at this point in a budget to take funding away from programs without going back and getting public input and getting other information, in my experience, rarely turns out well, because you're making that decision based solely on how much money it is, not based on the cost-benefit analysis. or based on what your citizens might tell you it means to them if you cut it. So I would urge you to stick with the agreement that we work to get us all to a place where we could get to a sustainable number that would allow our services to grow in a way that are predictable and reliable, that we can attract riders. If we were to lose service on the 150 today, it wouldn't just be a matter of reintroducing it next year. It would be a matter of rebuilding the trust of the people who used to take it, that it would actually be there for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
One thing that's not shown on this ridership data is that VRT identified among 40, 42, and 150, there were 1,190 unique riders utilizing those services throughout fiscal year 2023.
1,190. 1,000.
1,190 unique City of Nampa users utilizing the services that we provide financial support for.
Question.
Yes.
Correct.
So you say 1,000 riders, but wouldn't it be more correct to say 1,000 rides?
No, so that's unique riders. So your ridership is here. This is how many boardings and
24,000 rides. Right, if you add those together between 40, 42, 45, that if you add all those numbers up, that's how many rides were used.
Right.
But by 1,000, 1,100, almost 1,200 riders made that many rides.
Right.
1,200 separate people.
Separate
Correct.
people made up all these rides that you see before you here in the City of Nampa.
How did you track that? How do you know that?
VRT provided that number to me.
How did you identify the unique riders?
Well, I'll be honest with you, this is the best number we could come up with. Because we have an on-demand system in this, in Nampa, as those folks call to request the ride or go on the website to request the ride, they do have a unique identifier. It's an anonymous one. It's not, we don't know who they are. And from that, we identify where they got on. So we're making assumptions that based on where they got on and based on that unique identifier, that's how many people uniquely in Nampa used the services at least one time. I would note that, you know, that's the best we could do. We've been asked for data consistently, and we're trying to figure out ways to provide as much as possible. I'd also note that that doesn't apply to anything below the word specialized. And so overall in the City of Nampa, it's hard to know for sure, but my guess is that there's many more than those 1,200 unique riders who use some service or another at some point. And it also, again, points out to the fact that if you cut service, you'll have even fewer unique riders. If you grow service, or at least keep it consistent and let us grow the marketing on it, you'll not only have more unique riders at this steady pace, but it actually becomes exponential growth everywhere I've looked around the country. If you can support it in a stable way and let it grow, it will. But to be honest, 5 years ago you had a fixed route, then you went to this on-demand service. The on-demand service area has changed 3 times in the time that it has been in service. In that time, you had fixed route service on the boulevard all day 1 year and then not, and now you have it again. So there's really not been an opportunity for your citizens to understand the system, feel safe that if they take it, the ride will be there, and to build the confidence and the ridership by just providing that predictable day after day service over time. It has been up and down, and it's not the numbers I would like either, by any means, but there's good explanation for it.
I think the key is, thank you. I'm going to pause real quickly. For all of you sitting in the room, we are going to take, after we get done with this budget, we're taking a break for lunch. I don't know how long we're going to take a break. If you're not part of this budget and you want to take a lunch break, now's the time to take it. You can go ahead and get out for lunch right now, and then just pay attention, because after this particular budget, we will break for lunch. So feel free to take a break yourselves right now as we work through this. And I appreciate the information. Yeah, not us. Not us. Yeah, hold on. We're going to work through the finance budget, and then we'll take a break. So,
Mayor Klein?
yes.
Okay, so here's the problem I have is, and I'm going to give you an example because of personal experience of my 93-year-old mother. My mom, Amelia, lived off of, well, close to Midland and Blaine. So if she had to get from her house to Caldwell Boulevard, that's number one.
Can I answer
Okay.
that question?
No, that's not, I'm not ready yet.
Okay.
Okay, hold on, Mark. And so, so how would she get there, point A to point B? And then she waited for the bus to come at point B. It could have been an hour, it could have been longer. And then she would have to get picked up and taken. And then she'd have to wait and wait and wait. And then finally she gets home 4 hours later. Well, here's the problem with this. Rather than take time to go walk from Midland to Caldwell Boulevard or for any other location that there was, then it's a mute point for her. So you know what she did? She called an Uber. Uber was there within 5 minutes, and she was back an hour later. Or Uber was Victor Rodriguez, by the way, and at one time she decided we were lucky enough that Mom could drive. And she was 93 and she could drive, and she was good at it. But here's the problem. The priority of this facility, of this organization, if it was a private business, it'd be bankrupt. You're relying on city and taxpayer dollars to feed into it, to keep it going and keep it growing. And I know there's a need for that. Don't get me wrong, I know that. But for the expense of other taxpayers who we're having to deal with daily and day out, I mean, because of the taxes that we're imposing on, or trying to be the best we can to not have them impose so much, is a list of priorities. The priority for me would be those agencies, departments that bring revenue into the city. For example, building for Harvard Parks and Rec, Fort Idaho Center, golf, economic development, planning and zoning. Those are the ones that's really bringing in what we need to work on the city and make it viable for our city. So I don't foresee at this point, it just doesn't make any sense to me for, and please excuse me for saying this, but I have to say it, for a small group of folks, we should give them, yes, give them what they need at the same level and same price that we give them now. So I'm having really difficulty time with that. So, okay, Mark, your turn.
No, fine.
Do you have any further comments?
You know, yeah.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Rodriguez, I appreciate your story. I don't know when that happened. I would note that Valley Regional Transit, noting those kinds of issues, especially in Canyon County, started a service in January of this year, which her mother would qualify for, which would allow her to make a phone call, have a pickup at her door, get dropped at the door of wherever she is headed to, get picked up at that door and dropped back home again for free.
No, so, yeah, we didn't know that, yeah.
And we started that service because the kinds of rides that were not available to folks like her, we realized that it was a big burden. So just know that we're working hard to fix that particular issue you talked about.
Well, thank you. That would have been good to know. Yeah, because she would have used it for sure.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have a question. That $705,000-ish number, where is that coming from? Because I'm seeing in here that we're to approve a number for the 471,000, but then we talked about a 700.
Streets. I think Doug's, we've said that, so we're funding, we have a reoccurring expense in our Gen Gov budget of 471,000. The increase is going to be funded out of the streets budget, and that brings the total to 705.
Okay, so the 705 is the total that we are being asked to allocate to VRT. It's just coming from two places.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. That is correct. Yes, and then, I'm sorry, does Councilman Griffins have another question? Okay, so Councilman Griffin's question?
Thank you, Mayor, and I apologize once again for coming back to it. I think the issue and the problem that I once again go back to is similar to what Councilman Rodriguez had mentioned with his mother. It's connectivity, it's reliability, it's the ability to even get to a stop. So my question is, Elaine had said, or Director Craig, or whatever the proper title is, that there is now a service specifically for individuals who need a pickup and a drop-off, whether it be from their house and to doctor's appointment, so on and so forth. I'm personally leaning in the direction of our fixed routes are not effective. They're not a proper use of taxpayer money. They're not reaching the desired intended demographic that we've expressed we want to hit, because these are not individuals who are at need riding the bus. I know that from a first-hand experience, not just from one route, but from the 40 and the 42, and not just from one time, from the 4:50, 5:30, and 6:30 a.m., and then returning at the 4:20, 5:40, 6:20 p.m., talking to everyone on the bus. These are teachers. These are individuals that are getting a free pass from their businesses, places of work. Idaho Power compensates. Boise State University has a sticker that goes on a pass. I'm wrestling with it hard. So to my question, that was my comment to my question. To Mark or Director Craig, how much, and this might be on the spot, and I hope there's a number available. I don't know if that service that you were talking about for Councilmember Rodriguez's mother is the 150, or it's a different service. Can you tell us what that service is and how much that would cost annually if we removed all else of the budget to just supply that? Because that right there is exactly what I look for in VRT. Something that can help our at-need senior citizens or the senior individuals get picked up where they're at to go where they need.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Griffin, the service I referred to is called Beyond Access. It's paid for with a separate grant fund from the federal government, Section 5310, and it is for older adults and persons with disabilities. And if you're one of those and you don't qualify for other services, you can use that service. So it's not one that could be used to replace the on-demand service. I would say the on-demand service actually works quite similar to that. It uses the same software, the same customer service reps who will reserve the ride for you, the same online app if you choose to do it that way. And frankly, the city of Nampa pays for most of it because most of the rides on it are in Nampa. You don't pay very much for the 40 and 42. If you were to decline to pay for them, it would put us in a heck of a fix because we'd have to drive through Nampa anyway if we wanted to make the connection to Caldwell. And to be honest with you, it's pretty heartbreaking to drive by bus stops and not stop because that community isn't paying anything. And those are a very small portion. The biggest portion of what your services pay for, A, is the regional overhead, which allows us to plan for all of these other services. The Beyond Access that would have served Councilmember Rodriguez's mom, the Treasure Valley Transit support that we provide, the volunteer driver, the late night, all rides to wellness, all of the other things that we do are supported by that regional overhead operations part of the budget, which is about $100,000. I don't know if that's actually on that next slide or not. It might be. Oh, this is just the actual service portion of it. The bulk of what we would be asking for in contributions is for the 150 and a little bit, obviously, for the 40 and the 42, which are much longer routes, so they have higher costs overall. Without, so cutting out just the 40 and the 42 and just providing the on-demand might work, but to be honest with you, it would create a system that wouldn't be connected. And without the connections, your residents wouldn't be able to get to the other places. I realize that you think it's going to save money, and nominally in this budget it will. My experience in this arena is that it's a balloon, and if you try to save this money here, it's going to spring out somewhere else in a social service cost or a police cost or something else. It may not save you money at all, and what it will do is take away opportunity. I know, Councilmember Griffin, I realize that the people you rode with are people you say who don't have to ride the bus. So I guess what you're saying is that only certain people should ride the bus and the rest of us shouldn't. I love riding the bus. I know it's good for me, it's good for the community. Yes, I could drive. When I can choose not to drive, I like to choose not to drive. And what you're saying, I think, is that it's okay to tell everyone in your community that every trip they take has to be taken in a car. I guess I'm not certain that that's the right answer. Because if you do that, your roads will get ever more congested. Transit is the one solution that actually can mitigate congestion. I don't think I'll change in anyone's mind here, but I guess I would just say, again, that making these kinds of decisions without public input and without asking for more information, in my experience, has rarely led to good decisions. I would be happy over the next year to sit down with all of you and go through all of this, figure out what the options would be, how much they would cost, how much we think we would gain if we tried to go down that road. To do it now would just force us to do cuts in service that I think would be really difficult for your citizens because it would be unpredictable.
Thank you. I have two thoughts that I'd like to share. One is sometimes I think what I've heard is that we would like to shift the funding from here to, I will just say, I've heard people say, well, let's put that money to police. If we do that, the money isn't there to ever go back. So that's something to keep in mind. You can't just say, oh yeah, I'm going to put that money and we're going to fund police officers. You will never have the money to go back, and you won't go back. It just won't be there. I think that's really important to remember and to understand. And I'll just leave it at that. I know that Mark I know Councilman Griffins would like to make a motion. We see on Teams, but go ahead. Yes, one more comment. Thank you.
One thing that hasn't been mentioned here is that throughout this year, we'll be working with VRT to receive funding to improve sidewalks and connectivity on the 2 fixed routes. Anything that's within a 3/4 mile, they have funding available to upgrade that infrastructure. So I'm making it up. They could perhaps give us $250,000 to improve sidewalks along Garrity within a 3/4 mile of that fixed route. So we'll be working with them over the next year to identify those projects and receive funding to help pay for them.
Which is part of the federal side of being able to access federal dollars to improve infrastructure, which would provide people access to use the bus. Otherwise, we're not eligible for the federal dollars to come in and enhance our pedestrian infrastructure to access.
We'd have to pay for that ourselves, and those sidewalks are in dire need of repair and replacement.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Okay.
I just want to share just some takeaways and after just listening to the discussion. And yesterday when it was so hot, and I'm grateful that I have a car. I can go in and I can get into air conditioning and I just drive home. And it just pondering the budget and just thinking about all the things and how much different my commute would be if I had to use public transportation. And I'm grateful that I have the opportunity to get into my own car. But there's people in our community that don't. And there was a time I was driving to City Hall in the morning, and I was sitting at a stoplight, and I saw a man come up, and he hurried and dropped his kid off at daycare, and then he hurried and ran down, and I saw him just like get to the bus stop. And just thinking, if we didn't have VRT, how much different his life would be. Where was he going? Probably going to work. Like, what would that commute look like? How would his life be different if he didn't have that? And he was relying on that. And I mean, I can appreciate what you were saying, just because I'm no stranger to public transportation. I lived in New York City for a number of years, and I had little kids too at the time. And so there would be times where I would strategically choose a bus over another. I would rather walk a few blocks and avenues to get to a different bus, because I knew that the reliability of that was that was more frequent. The stops were more frequent. So I was more apt to use that stop and that bus system than another one. And so when you say, you know, if we up the stops, then it will just create more ridership, because people are more willing to get on one that's every 15 minutes or 20 minutes versus every 45 minutes. And so I think that if we see those changes made, and I think that your guys' team is doing such a good job at re-looking at those stops and how we can just shift it so that it's making more sense for people to actually use it, and I can appreciate that, and I think that we're headed in the right direction. I don't think that any of us disagree that the ridership is low and that we would want to see more for the dollars that we're spending, but I think that VRT's been very generous in working with us to help us bridge this gap from rural to urban, and to be able to kind of get us to a position where it's starting to make sense, and I can appreciate that. So I think that, you know, as we continue to move forward over the next couple of years with this, that we just look at changing the different bus stops and systems and just trying to really make it work what's best for us. And I think that we're headed in that direction. We just need to continue to track that and get to that place. But I do feel like it's a very vital service that we provide for our citizens here.
Thank
Madam
you.
Mayor?
Yes.
I would like to add to that, remind people that just because we don't particularly ride the bus, maybe this council, that it is important for some people, so walk a mile in their shoes before you make a decision and jerk the rug out from underneath of them. It is, with the one thing I know that Elaine has been working on and I've been impressed by, is that without additional routes, you can't get your ridership up. And she's been changing that up and getting additional routes. So there are more routes and stuff that come online, the ridership will go up, and it has been going up. And the changes that are being made there, I think it's a viable thing, especially as our community grows. There's a diverse population moving into our area, and I feel that it's really important that we maintain this.
Thank you. Okay, so I know Councilman Griffins is wanting to make a motion unless there's, I know he's been there. Councilman Griffins?
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll preface this with this comment. I don't disagree with the fact that more routes, more accessibility increases ridership. This could be a system that everyone utilizes. I agree. You see it in Europe, in New York, but we aren't these places, and we're not willing to spend $3, $4, $5, $6 million a year to be able to help create that system. So with that, where it's currently at, my heart is more at ease right now, knowing that there's a federal program assisting individuals like Councilman Rodriguez's mother of a certain age demographic and disability. So with that, I make the motion that we deny this line item budget or remove it from our budget currently proposed in the full amount of $705,000.
I'll second that.
And I'm going to say, unfortunately, there was a motion and a second, because I'll just be very candid, I totally disagree with it. And I know that I'm going to be in disagreement, but I'm going to be outspoken. But this is the opportunity, if there's a motion and a second on the table, to have discussion. And so we have a tight budget, and I'm all about stewardship, and I'm all about doing it right. I feel like if we as a council say no, we're just not going to do anything. The one thing I can say is, and not to speak ill of history, right? There's several factors that have that bring us to where we are today. But the one thing I know in this last year, Elaine has been working very diligently to really ensure that we're making the best decisions we can make with the dollars to get the ridership. And it's not going to happen overnight, but if we totally pull this from our budget, it will not come back. And I think that it's going to take us in the wrong direction as a city to provide no transportation and to not support the funding, and also not to have even access then to any federal dollars for additional sidewalks. I mean, some of the infrastructure, and we had this discussion probably 2 and 3 years ago from City Council, the impact it could have on other federal funding. So, and I understand as a conservative community where we are with federal dollars and reliance, et cetera, but I'm very concerned about a decision of this nature. So I'll be quiet.
Mayor Kling, let me get a clarification on this.
Yes.
On this motion. So, Mr. Griffin, so would you clarify the numbers that you are denying, or is this totally denying the whole amount of 705?
It's the entire amount. His motion was to deny funding for VRT in the amount of 700, the total amount. That was what he moved and you seconded.
I will remove my second.
Okay. So you want to pull your second?
Yes, I pull my second.
Okay. So there's a motion on the table. Is there a second for that motion? Okay, at this point, the motion dies, and we're going to go back into discussion. Councilman Haverfield?
So I just want to be clear, since we were jumping back and forth with the finance, is this still under finance?
Yes.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
And we've already approved operations at 1.6 million and general government revenue collections at 1.168. So is
Legal, yes, both of those, yes. So this is the general government portion that we have not approved yet.
And I was just looking on my agenda where that's listed, and it's not then.
It's under finance. Yeah.
What's it?
It's under finance, 1.6. The middle bullet is general government. And so basically, I think what we're going to end up doing is we're going to do two motions under general government. We're going to have a VRT funding motion, and then we'll probably have then approve the rest of the general government budget if the council so chooses to do so.
So what amount are we making a decision on now? Is it 8.6?
705,000 is that, and I would recommend if we were to approve, it would be the total budget, which includes 233,000 out of streets, unless the council chooses not to do that, that the motion for VRT is a full motion that clarifies the VRT funding, which impacts two different budgets. It impacts the street budget and Gen Gov budget. That's what I would recommend that we do. And we have a separate motion just for VRT funding, and then we'll finish out the rest of the Gen Gov budget approval separate. So we'll have two motions under Gen Gov.
Madam Mayor?
What is the amount? That's my...
The total amount out of Gen Gov is $471,856.
What page do you find that on?
Page 114. And then the streets amount is $233,650 for a total of $705,506 is what the total amount would be.
How much was that, Mayor?
705,506 is the total ask for the Valley Regional Transportation for this FY25 fiscal year.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
So on the Gen Gov 1003020, that amount is $86,99,138. Is that correct, Doug? $8,699,138?
Which line are you looking at? Are you
On
looking at
page
the total?
112.
Yeah, the $7,081,292. Or are you looking at the 705,000? Because the 7,881 is the totality of Gen Gov. The line for that includes the VRT is 788,856.
That's under contractual services, but there are several things in contractual services. So I'm actually looking
so-
at detail. Let's pull up our detail, go back to detail, because I want to vote specifically on VRT, and it'll be based on this detail right here in front of us. Out of Gen Gov, the detail is for VRT is $471,856.
Okay.
And then the others out of streets.
Okay, so Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the VRT budget in its totality, which includes the amount from streets budget for a total of $705,506.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion?
Mayor, I'm unwilling to jump into streets until we get to streets, so I'm not going to support this motion.
Okay.
I could,
Chris?
My comments are that just this week, I hear comments from people about Napa's roads, and so we're going to take from streets budget and handle to try to continue to subsidize this issue. To me, if it should just be from one budget item, and then it's well known how much is being spent from a pragmatic point of view. I see our streets are so far behind on being able to be maintained and improved that it doesn't make sense to me. The second part of the whole discussion and is we're at a transition time, and it may not be this year, but I feel like the days of bus in rural settings, I understand the high density, it works. You have the ability to really do, I think this valley, it's been very difficult over the last 50 years to do anything very efficient with mass transit. I think in light of the technology and the aspect of on-demand or Uber-type rides, I think there's a need to really explore future of how to assist those who need those rides and how to get from point A to point B in an efficient, cost-effective pattern. And so I think continuing just to try to increase bus routes without the density and this being a rural valley, it'll very unlikely that it's ever going to hit the high density that is in other parts of the country. And so I think it requires looking outside the box. It may not solve our decisions today to comment, but I think future forward, I think it's really got, candidly, I think the whole valley should look at it in a whole different light than what is currently. And so as far as today's concerned, I don't like streets budget going towards the regional transit. I think if we're going to spend $700,000 on regional accounts, then it ought to sit right here in one spot. And then it's known, here's what's going towards that particular line item. If it makes sense that it comes out of streets because somehow it helps get federal dollars, then we got to know what the game is and why it's being listed that way.
So just a quick comment. Just a quick comment. Back in the day and actually Tom Points is here, but it was a couple years ago that we decided to go ahead and fund some of it out of streets. One of our goals within our streets in the city is to improve movement in and through Nampa. This is one way to improve movement, is to get the cars off the streets long term. But it's also providing for a need. And so because it is public transportation, that's why it falls underneath transportation. And just like pedestrian sidewalks falls underneath transportation. So it is a form of transportation, and that's why transportation decided to absorb a piece of the budget, right? It's not the biggest piece of the budget, but that's why it has come out of transportation, because it is public transportation, and it is in keeping with the goal to improve movement in and through Nampa. Another thing that we've done, and we've had discussions, and that is ensuring that the high density that we put in is on a public transit corridor. For example, Garrity, when you put in affordable housing on a corridor so that you have access to public transportation on that corridor. And so I think it takes a really strategic plan to figure out how do we do this and do it well. I don't disagree with the comments about how do we do it better. And you know what my recommendation is? It goes back to budget authority. Give the budget authority there. I don't feel like we as a city have done a good job working with VRT historically. Since Mark has been available, we've done a much better job, and I've really appreciated it. I think we can do a better job. The question is, what is the right way to provide it? Maybe there is a different, maybe we shift our focus to on-demand more than the routes, and we look at that. I think the key is we need to look at that and figure out how do we do it better? How do we do it better? And we need to continue to be looking at how do we do it better, and I don't know the answer to that, but go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to amend my motion, and we'll see if we get a second on it. I would, on page 114.
We did, okay, go ahead.
On page 114, contractual services, 5630, I would like to make a motion that we approve the 471,856 for VRT, and then we will discuss the rest in the streets budget as Councilman Haverfield has suggested.
I'd second the motion.
We're amending an existing motion, so it would be the second coming from.
Yes, I can do that. Yes, I will second that. I do want to hear from streets, though, to see what the impact would be from streets. If they
I was going to amend her motion so she didn't have to ask any more questions.
He's hungry.
So who wants to speak on behalf of streets and the impact of this in the streets budget?
Matt Ricks, Transportation Engineering Manager. I can't speak as much on the impact of the budget. I'll leave that up to all of you. Just transit in general, if you look at, and I don't know specifically for City of Nampa, but in general, people that drive in cars average 1.1 people per car. So that's an average. That's commuters, that's people driving, making little trips in their day and everything. The benefit of transit on our transportation network is that you take people out of their vehicles, move them into a bus, right? That's reducing the number of vehicles. If you have 1.1 average people per vehicle, and you have a full bus of 40 people, that's potentially 36 vehicles that we take off the road and replace with one bus. As far as the ride-sharing type services like Uber and Lyft and those, I have not looked at the data in a little while. As far as I know, the data is kind of inconclusive on if those are going to increase the number of vehicles on the road, if they're going to decrease the number of vehicles on the road, if they're going to have an impact. My gut tells me that they will increase the number of vehicles on the road. So relying on Ubers and Lyfts and car sharing is likely going to increase congestion on our streets. However, if we can fund transit and do that type of stuff, there's a much greater potential to reduce the congestion on our roads.
Recognizing it's not going to happen overnight.
Correct.
It's got to be a longer-term plan.
Correct. And you may have data on ride sharing if it's increasing or decreasing vehicles?
It is inconclusive.
Okay.
But in fact,
So Elaine, go ahead and step forward. Elaine's comment, and I'll let you repeat it.
so ride-sharing data is still pretty inconclusive, but most of it leans in the direction of it creating more trips rather than less.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we do have a motion on the table and a second, and that is to approve the current GenGov budget for VRT at $471,856. Is there any additional discussion on that? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bills?
No.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Sorry. Haverfield? Griffin?
No.
Jingula?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-2.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to move to a motion to approve. We did just approve VRT, but let's talk about the if we're going to approve the GenGov revenue collection and the total budget, let me get to the right page.
112.
What is it?
112.
112.
So that if we've had all of our questions answered, it would be approving the total expenses
Correct.
of $7,075,581 that Councilman Bills.
Earlier, there was a question about Treasure Valley Transit vehicles, and that was to be covered under a different deal than Valley Regional Transit. So
Correct.
what are we doing there? Is that a private ongoing business that we're subsidizing?
Thank you for bringing us back there, because you're right, we needed to call that out. Thank you so much. So Treasure Valley Transit asked us, they provide services, as was mentioned by Elaine Clegg, that for the Medicaid, I believe it's Medicaid services, for transportation to and from medical appointments. They have asked that we would fund, because they do service the people in our community, they have asked that we would give them a one-time funding for these vehicles that would be coming out of the capital fund routed through operations, because it's not a capital expense for us, but they've asked for this funding that we would fund, I believe it was 2 buses and, where is that? Can anybody speak to, I can't remember exactly what it was. Chris, do you know off the top of your head?
Chris Boaz, Grants and Capital Manager. I believe it was funding for 1 bus for non-emergency medical transport.
Okay, just 1 bus?
Just 1.
Okay, here comes Mark. Thank you.
Are they a private service, public service?
They are, how would you categorize them as they're not a private service?
Treasure Valley Transit is under contract with VRT to provide non-emergency medical transportation service, of which it's not only Nampa, it's also the region, but the ridership is 60% Nampa that utilize those services. For the communities most vulnerable, for example, 4 a.m., a person needs dialysis, they will pick them up, it's a curb-to-curb service, and provide that to them. The majority of their funding comes from Medicaid through the Department of Health and Welfare, I believe. There's also a local match from the cities, and then also VRT provides about $250,000 per year towards their service. They have a shortfall because they've had a reduction in revenue, and obviously maintenance and fleet insurance and so forth has gone up, so they have a shortfall of funding for capital. They need 2 buses and 2 vans, replacing 4 vehicles that are on their fleet right now. There's a total of 10 vehicles total. So that $125,000 is our local share that they're asking for us to cover in order for them to purchase those vehicles.
So once again, is it a public entity or a privately owned entity?
Treasure Valley Transit is a private nonprofit. They, in this county, they primarily provide non-emergency medical transport through Medicaid, and also for persons who don't qualify for Medicaid, they actually provide rides for fares. In other counties, they have a partnership with the City of Mountain Home, for instance, the City of McCall, to provide their fixed route transit services. But they are a private nonprofit.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Mayor Kling?
Thank you for answering it
I
correctly.
have a question.
Yes.
So,
There's all of the breakdown if you need it.
however, these rides are funded by Medicare and Medicaid, correct?
The majority of their funding comes from Medicaid.
That's what okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Last question, is this a one-time or is this going to become an ongoing expenditure?
One time.
Okay.
This request is for a one-time expenditure.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
Doug, can you just help me with some numbers? Going back through, we approved 1.6 approximately for operations, correct?
For finance, yes.
Okay, and then we approved 1.168.
For legal, yes.
And now we're looking at just the general government at 7, Okay, so at the bottom of page 112, total expenditures is indicated as 8.
That includes
0.7.
capital. So that includes capital, and so capital is not, this motion will be total expenses, not total expenditures, because capital is not included in this motion.
Okay.
So the motion will, if we were to approve this, including, which would include the 125,000 and reaffirm what we just already approved, the motion would be to approve total expenses of $7,075,581.
Right. So when I added those three together, it comes up at 9.8 million, where it indicates 8.7 basically at the bottom of page 112. So that's where I was questioning.
I'd have to see your numbers, how you come up with that. I'm pretty sure our math is correct.
I added the 1.6 with the 1.16 to the 7 million that we're just talking about now, and that adds up to 9.8 million.
You're on the roll-up
You're putting
page.
them all three
Yeah.
together. This is just one budget that we're doing, which is Gen Gov 13020,
Yeah, stay on page 112.
just page 112.
Right, so it's approximately 8.7 million at the bottom where it says total expenditures.
Right.
Is that what the other two items plus
No.
the 7 was to add up to, is the
No.
only question I have?
No.
Okay,
This is a totally separate budget. The other two are separate.
Correct.
I'm too easy to confuse, I'm just wanting to let you know that.
We're not trying to, honestly, I apologize for that.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the $7,075,581 as presented on page 112 in our budget.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the general government budget, which is the 13020, total expenses of $7,075,581. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Okay, just a moment. Question. Are we including the 115,000 for that vehicle?
125, yes.
Yeah, okay.
It is included
It
in
is
that.
included in that.
It is. And yes.
Yeah, boy. I'm having trouble with that one, Mayor, sorry. I'm going to say yes for now. Yeah.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Good decision.
Okay, that concludes item 16 on the agenda, which is the Finance Gen Gov. We are going to take a break for lunch. And council, just so that we can, how long do we want to break? Do 30-minute break? Okay, 30-minute break. We will be back here ready to go at 1:30. That's 34 minutes. So right at 1:30. Thank you. let's see, Human Resources is going to be on page 124, I believe. Is that right? Okay.
That is correct, sorry. Ooh, we okay? All right. The budget for human resources is coming in at $1,037,870 compared with, I'm just getting a little bit of echo here. Okay, all right. Compared with FY '24, $910,409. That's an increase of $127,000, and primarily, well, entirely, that is located in the wages and benefits, which is up $149,994, as they've added an FTE into their processes. And I will make a quick comment on their FTEs. For a number of years that they've been operating on a lower level of FTEs. Meridian operates at 8 FTEs, and they have 200 fewer staff to deal with. So we're just bringing them up to the same level of number of staff that Meridian has, but we still service 200 more FTEs. So it's still an efficiency of operations for us. With that being said, I'll open up with questions for the council.
And Doug, I believe that you had a percentage of your budget that got moved
Yes.
over, budget
That
savings
is
from
correct.
finance, and a position to support
Right.
HR's increase. And that was about 40,000
It
you
was
had
about,
left
right about
over.
40,000, about half
So
an
it's
FTE.
about 87,000 is the
Right.
actual increase in
It's-
Gen Gov.
that is correct.
From that, yeah.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I move that we pass the human resources budget 14010 of $1,036,870.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Moving to information technology on page 1, can you all hear me now? I can't tell if
Yes.
okay. On page 131 are their FTEs. They are flat with the prior year at 2220, and their budget is proposed at $2,516,790. That's up $112,141 from the prior year, and that's entirely in the labor and benefits section. There's no new FTEs, but the listed COLA and Percy is up, and worker and health insurance is up, as some people have changed elections, and the combination is driving labor up $114,000 for the year.
Are there any questions regarding the IT budget? Okay.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the budget as presented in the packet at total expenditures of $2,516,790.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
I have a question, Mayor.
Yes.
On page 138, toward the bottom, 5588, it has a number of 218,834, and I have no idea what that's all about. It's all abbreviated. So what is?
It's, that says Microsoft subscription. So what we have to be careful on this particular section of data. We do not publish this externally. We don't want bad actors to know who our vendors are for specific pieces of software. They can backwards engineer, find loopholes and get in. This one on my description says it's Microsoft Server Data Center. Pardon me, Microsoft Servers E3 subscriptions. I'm sure Butch could give us more detail if you'd like.
Okay, no, you're,
Okay.
I'm good then. I just didn't know what it was. Sorry, Butch.
Sure. But if you look online, this section of data will be blank.
Oh, would it?
We don't publish it to the rest of the public. We'll get in the budgets, but the detail could get us in trouble.
Our
by bad
Microsoft
actors.
subscriptions include all of your Word, Excel, all the stuff, Outlook, and it's a subscription. And so for every employee, you have a subscription that you have to pay for that is all inclusive of everything.
I see.
And that's the cost
Okay.
of that piece.
Got it.
Okay. Any other questions? We do have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Let's move to the mayor. Mayor, are you okay with me just moving it along like this? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Let's move to the mayor's budget on page 144 and 145. Just to check in, the FTEs are constant with the prior year. There have been movement within the FTEs in the mayor's office, but the total is remaining the same. The mayor's budget is proposed at $788,686, compared with the prior year's $755. Do I have that correct?
No, 798.
798, 686, okay. It's composed to 783, 755. I thought I had that, was reading that one wrong.
This was our new page, that correction that we put in.
Right, this is the new
Madam Mayor?
page.
Yes.
On this budget, I feel like we need to have a discussion about the mayor's salary. Can Marissa help me with this?
Yeah,
Fantastic.
she can.
But we can't do anything on it. Right?
We haven't done anything for years.
Well, we're not allowed to, we're only allowed to adjust the mayor during an election cycle, which is every 2 years.
Election year.
But I am, somebody else's election year, not mine, but I am tied to the cost of living, which I greatly appreciate council doing, I think 2 years ago, which is great. So I'll be quiet at that.
Please do.
Is that?
I don't think that mic's on.
There you go.
Do I need to introduce myself again? Marissa O'Brien, Human Resources Director, and I can speak to the wages just for informational purposes. Currently, the City of Caldwell mayor makes $97,552 per year. City of Napa mayor makes $207,030.
Sorry, who is that?
Our mayor, Napa mayor.
Okay.
And if we then add 1.5% for a market adjustment or COLA and 2.5% for a merit increase, that would move the wage up to $110,495.42. For comparison, the City of Meridian currently pays their mayor $131,747.20. City of Boise pays $153,982.40. And that aligns with the progression, the chart that I showed you, how each city's wages compare to each other. The mayor's wages are consistent with that graph.
Okay, so Meridian is 131.
Yes, and $747.
Okay. What about Eagle?
I did not grab Eagle's information.
And Caldwell's 92.
97,552.
Okay. So is it in the statute that we have to follow? We need
Sure
to change
is.
some laws.
Nope,
But,
you can't, but thank you.
no.
Because we changed it to tied to the city's annual increases, that's helped us to improve over the last few years.
Okay, so next year,
We
It would
could be
be-
revisited next year.
we can do that. Okay, fantastic. I think it's important that we keep this looking ahead, that we look down the road more than 1 year.
I would just say that if we were following kind of our standard policy of being within 10%, the wage would be about $118,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
with that being said, obviously, that's a topic for another day, it sounds like. I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve the allocated sum in our packet of $798,686 for the mayor's office.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Jingula,
Yes.
Bills,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Moving on to the city council on page 152. The very consistent but a little decrease this year. The budget is coming in at $181,963. That's down $11,328 from the prior year, and that's due almost entirely to a benefits reduction. A mix in the usage of benefits among the council members resulted in a small decrease.
Mayor Kling, I'll make a motion to adopt this amount as listed as well at $181,963.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve city council budget. Is there any discussion? Just a real quick comment regarding wages for city council. Every year it's come forward and it has never been approved, and I think it's so difficult because it's usually during an election year and no one wants to vote to increase the city council's budget. And the city council's wage has not increased, and it should be increasing, in my opinion. So I would just strongly encourage us to consider it. What's difficult is it makes those that are, voting for their increase, it makes them, I think, feel like you look bad. But I do think that our city council wages, they are below other wages, and you guys work hard for what you do. And so I think that is something that should be taken into consideration next year. And with that, is there any other discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, police, here we go. You guys have been waiting a long time for this. The whole group is here, not quite, but
Page 157 starts off the head count. As indicated, they are up 5 well, not completely officers, but a total head count increase of 5, with most of it in officers. And their budget is comprised of 4 different organizations, but we'll review it all as one. The budget is going to a total of $38,288,031. That's up $3,363,063 from the prior year, and that is primarily, not entirely, but primarily in the labor block, which is up $2,960,861. And of that, a chunk of that increase, $527,000 is Percy. Public safety health insurance is up $281,000, part of the contract, and the wages themselves are up $1.9 million. In this budget, we've tried to be a little more accurate on the calculation of overtime. It's always a difficult target to hit with the police. It's difficult to project, but we know it's always going to be more than we expect. So we've tried to improve our accuracy there. What questions, where would the council like to go with this?
Mayor Kling, I do have a start-off question.
yes.
Okay, I don't know if it's going to be a question, but I'd like to, one of the most important factors of being a police officer is training. And training equals civil liability on behalf of keeping our officers in the city clear of liability. We've had several civil suits against the Nampa Police Department, the city of Nampa, but because of training, we actually won those lawsuits. So the current training budget has been reduced. It's down to $126,231. I'd like to bring that back up to the $30,000 that was removed from that and make it full. Well, that's my suggestion.
Madam Mayor? I would agree with what Victor had to say. The training is really, really important to keeping our guys safe as well. And I don't think you want an untrained law enforcement officer showing up at your house when things are going bad. So the training is key.
Well, not to disagree, because I do want a trained force with the police, definitely. The total hiring and training, travel training and lodging budget for the police this year is set at $286,939. That's down from this year's budget of $316. That's a $29,000 decrease in the budget. One of the reasons we worked with them and everybody to decrease the budget was for a variety of reasons, everybody, including the police, were not quite spending up to their budget capacity. And there were a number of reasons for this in training. But the police tended to spend $40,000 to $50,000 less than they budgeted in a year. So my question would be, are we just moving the budget to the actuals, or have we actually cut any effective training out of the police's department? And I welcome their comments on that.
Well, Doug, I guess could you answer that question? Because what I think I just heard you say is that we budgeted to actual.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We budgeted to actual.
That's what we did.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Eric, thank you.
May I address that?
Yes, you may.
You need to turn your microphone on.
The red
It's over
button.
here on this side.
There we go.
There it goes. I'll mark it for you.
Don't turn it off now.
Thank you. We'll just leave it on. Yeah.
Okay. So yes, as we went through the budget, Mr. Racine was explaining to me, and I could see that our actuals were not reaching what we had budgeted. I've had a sit down with our training division over that, and I think there are a number of reasons in the past why we haven't reached that. Some were some cancellation of classes in the summer, and we weren't able to get them rescheduled. This year, we have our training budgeted out to within $1,000 of where we are. So that's what's currently on the books to be spent in FY25. For an unexplained reason, I'm not sure exactly. I'm trying to figure out the Munis system, so this is a bit of a system issue perhaps. But some of the expenses that my training division is showing for travel and other is not actually showing up in that line, so I've got to fix that issue. But on their spreadsheet, what they are calculating and showing for what we are spending, it is right up to that dollar. So I'm not sure that reducing the amount through the budget might reflect an over expenditure next year. So I would just want to show that. Because those classes are important for us to be able to get our officers to, and I want to make sure that I am getting the officers to the classes that they need. And we do track each class that we need to send somebody to for a certification, if they're an instructor, if they're in a specialty unit and they need to maintain some skill set in that specialty unit. So we do compile a spreadsheet for each of those classes for each person throughout the department to show what we need. And we filter through the other requests that come in and come through the training division to try and identify the needs from the wants. And that's how they collect and compile what training we need. So.
Mayor Kling, if I could follow up, Eric, the difference between law enforcement training than any other training within the city departments is that a lot of this is hands-on training. You can't do it online. You have to go to physical training, correct?
Correct. The need for good quality training is evident in what you get as a product coming out of that. So if you train to the standard required by the state, which I would say is a very low standard, you're not going to achieve the quality of personnel you want on the street. So being able to get your officers into the training where you have qualified instructors from outside your department with skill set you don't currently contain is very important for us.
Mayor, that total that I've just referred to would be 156 to 61. That's with the 30,000 increase. Okay.
Thank you. And
Thank you.
was that?
Captain Skoglund, can you talk about page 155 in our budget book? It talks about the training use of force comparison. Can you just talk about that?
Yeah, you're looking at the chart that we included in there.
Okay.
Okay, I see it here. So this is a chart that our Office of Professional Standards provided to me. This looks at historically what we have spent on training since 2015 and what our number of uses of forces look like as a comparison. You can see that inverse relationship. There's definitely a correlation shown by this graph, and as you train people, you have less uses of force from what we've seen in our department.
Okay, and then follow up one last thing. I talked to some of the larger departments in the city and the directors, talked to Chief about it and probably yourself. Can you share with us what, looking down the road of items that you would wish for or need in the next year to 2 to 5 years that we can be looking at so we can start planning more than just what's right in front of us?
Yes, and Chris Boaz has just last week asked us to put together our projections between now and 2030 on our capital improvement plan. A lot of that is vehicles, and as you mentioned, I believe earlier, Mayor, or maybe it was Doug, had mentioned that maintenance of equipment is really the challenge to the budget, and we have a number of vehicles in our fleet, and so the maintenance of that. And this year with the SRO positions that are being requested, those officers are going to be using vehicles that we would have rotated out, but because of some restrictions due to financial, in talking with finance, they will be using the better vehicles that we would have rotated out and use those for a year or two or whenever they can get rotated out. Doug Adams has done a great job with our fleet plan, and so those items are on there. When it comes to needs, and again, we're presenting a balanced budget here, so the personnel that we are requesting are our highest priority needs within the department. Personnel is the top of our list when it comes to future needs. So what doesn't get funded through this year, I look at dispatch, I look at patrol officers. Those are what you should expect to see from us in the near future. There are some other support positions that go along with that. We have been engaged in a policing allocation model assessment. That report is just being completed, and so we will have some opportunity in the near future to go over the results of that report once we meet with the mayor's office and review that. You will see the staffing recommendations from that report, which is probably going to be around 12 officers currently. That might seem like a large number to hit you, but as I listen to finance explain the situation that the city is in with revenues that have been affected by legislation and those things, you can see how that number has not just happened overnight. It's been a number that has built up. So as I talk to you here just briefly about a few of the positions that we have need for in the future, I would tell you that's why those are needs. Our dispatch center, for example, to get that to an appropriate level of staffing, I would tell you we need 4 more people, and 2 of those being supervisors. The city worked with position control here recently. We had a part-time dispatcher who resigned, and just to go for family reasons. And we are using the funding from that position to elevate a current dispatcher into a supervisor role. We've really been working with a skeleton supervisory crew in that unit. We have a dispatch manager. We've had 1 dispatch supervisor for the past year or so. This allows us to add another supervisor. What it doesn't do is it doesn't provide a supervisor 24 hours a day, and this is a 24-hour operation, that unit particularly. So you will have shifts on the weekends, shifts in the evenings of 4 people that don't have a supervisor there with them. We've been functioning, getting by, but that operation really should be handled better. And we've done surveys with dispatch. Human Resources has conducted those surveys for us. And one of the indications that they have is they don't get the communication, they don't know what's going on, they don't get to give the feedback that they need to on what's going on during their shifts that would naturally flow through a supervisor on those shifts. So that would be the top of my list, is being able to get good supervisor coverage throughout that division. But that's, again, we're presenting a balanced budget. We've worked with finance on what that involves with the funding that's available through the 3%, and these are the top priorities that are being presented to you.
So Eric, well, go ahead, you have another question.
My next question is for Chief, so he can be walking up while you're
Be
asking.
walking up. So the question I was going to ask has to do with your priorities in staffing that you have asked for. Because basically what we're funding, 5 positions. Correct. Is based on your funding priorities, correct? Right. And so do you want to go ahead and explain those positions and the funding, your priorities there?
Yeah, I'll do that briefly and then turn it over to the Chief. So the priorities that we're asking for, we've been, I think last year, actually, you heard a request for a lieutenant. That request is still there, so we are wanting to get that position filled. And then we are also wanting to have good supervisory coverage in our special enforcement team. That team has been very productive. They have really helped. I would say they have been a critical component to why our crime rate, as you saw, through the recent state report and publicly in the paper, there was an article where we discussed the impact and why we've had a good reduction. I think overall crime is just under 8% of a reduction. So I think that's phenomenal. To try and replicate that year over year is going to be difficult, but our SET team, which does a lot of proactive enforcement, has 1 sergeant, no corporal, so that's one of the requests before you is for a SET corporal. Then our digital forensics unit, which is 1.5 people now, is where we would put another one of those positions that we're asking for. The number of devices, the number of cases that they are engaged in continues to grow every year. So their workload has gotten to a point of just not being able to manage. So another person's vitally important to be able to do that. And then we have also seen the number of calls related to mental health that has grown over the past 3 years from, I think we presented that to you in the probably the first workshop that we did. And so being able to dedicate a mental health coordinator and an officer working with them, which is a model that has been used in Boise and other places and shown to be effective, that's something that we're embarking on with those 2 staff. So those are the priorities in our staffing.
Thank you. So in looking at the sheet in front of us, we added 4 officers last year. We're adding 5 officers this year. And I know the need is greater than that.
I believe it was 2 officers last year, if I'm not mistaken, and then real-time crime center staff.
We had some other staffing last year that we added 2 police officers at the very end, but we did have other staffing, but not officers.
I just noticed that it shows on here, but I've got to see which one it was. We added, it looks like 1 officer last year, 1 corporal last year, but then I don't know where the other ones are coming from in this list. But I'm just looking at the bottom total. Chris?
I believe one of the officers that was approved at the end of the budget last year was maybe promoted to a corporal, or they had some internal promotion, so that's the two officers or sworn personnel.
So the 2 other positions, Mayor, that you're looking for are down toward the bottom, the real-time crime center team. Those are not officers, those are
But real-time crime
non-sworn,
centers.
correct.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. Did you have another?
I had a question for Chief.
Thank you, Eric.
Thanks, Eric.
Joe Huff, Nampa Police Chief.
Thank you. Good job.
There you go. I'm getting it.
You look bored.
Address?
You're right.
What's your bank account number?
It's empty.
He's listening. That's the point.
Can you explain a little bit about, we had a conversation about the need in your evidence area and with the freezer or the fridge, whatever, and then your personnel issue and the storage and what kind of, do you have it, rough numbers or?
So that would probably go to your, what we're looking for in the future, that we don't want to fall off your guys' radar. So our evidence division right now, which is in the basement of the police department, currently holds about 72,000 pieces of evidence. We have around 8,000 pieces currently down there right now that have been adjudicated that we're ready to dispose of. I believe we have 5 folks that work down there right now, quite honestly, with the amount, I believe we're bringing in around 700 to 800 pieces of new evidence a month, and so we're just running out of room. The refrigerators down there, I believe that we keep, DNA, blood, urine, whatever we need to store in a refrigerated area. We have, there's either 8 or 9 refrigerators down there. The scary part about that is there is an alarm system if a circuit was to, or a breaker was to trip down there. However, most of these refrigerators are the, $300 and $400 refrigerators. They're stacked. I mean, you could not stick a needle in those things. I mean, they are so full that they have almost a hard time closing their refrigerator doors. And at some point, that breaker is going to trip, and we're going to be out a lot of evidence. So there is a room down there that's probably about a 12 by 12 room that you could eventually put a cooler in, like a walk-in cooler type thing that would, like a beer cooler or something at a convenience store that would be much better than just having a bunch of refrigerators plugged in. I can tell you in our room that we store just the items that are the generic items that are brought in, found property, backpacks, stuff like that. They're on the big roller wheels. I believe we have one shelf which could hold, the shelves are probably 25 feet long and about 6 feet tall. That is the only room we have left down there for that type of evidence. Our gun room is floor to ceiling. And then our narcotics room right now, it'll sound funny, but it's actually not. We actually stack file cabinets on top of each other because we have them all the way up to the ceiling and have to use ladders to get up there. Quite frankly, the building, the Hugh Nichols building, was built for a 30-year building, but Nampa has obviously exploded, and so we're just busting at the seams. It would be good to have eventually in the next year or two have at least 2 more people down there working. Our evidence people, that's their title. However, they do CSI crime scene type work too. They're on call. They're not just retrieving evidence. They're actually going out and I think a week or 2 ago you had some of our folks down here helping Owyhee County dig up a body out over there. Those would be the people that as soon as they're doing that all night, they have to be back in the next morning to be retrieving evidence that it comes in. They get your evidence ready for court and stuff. So that's a huge priority for us. Long story, but
Thank you. It paints a picture for where we need to be planning for, so that's the importance of it for me.
Okay.
Plan ahead more than just what's in front of us.
yeah, that would be a very high priority for us coming up.
So I have a question. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that you? Do you want to ask
Yeah,
a pure
well, I was just
question?
going to say, working, with different commercial uses, the installation of a cooler, a larger cooler, whether you see them in convenience stores or elsewhere for, not for your beer, but that's what they are
That's all that
normally
can
used for.
come to mind when I'm sitting here talking.
So they're walk-in beer coolers. Something like that is readily available and could be easily budgeted to replace standard refrigerator units. And then it's one large unit that's self-contained that, I'd be happy to talk to you about what that would be and what it would take.
Awesome. Yes, I would love it.
So I have a question about your staffing. So none of the positions that we're asking for are in your evidence
Correct.
area.
None of them.
I know that in a discussion we had, you were talking about the number of pieces of evidence that get released that you can be disposing of each month. You're behind because you don't have the staff to do it. Hence your storage issue.
Yes, that would free up roughly about 1.5 more of those big long drawers I was telling you about, or those big rolling wheels, which would give us roughly 2 to 2.5 spaces free in there, which could hold, depending on what the evidence is, but potentially thousands of pieces. The beginning of this week, I talked to them, and there was 8,000 pieces of evidence that are ready to be destroyed right now. They just don't have the time to go out there and destroy it. There's just too much coming in and too much other stuff going on right now. And it's been, I believe it's around 700 pieces roughly a month that get adjudicated. I mean, obviously that ebbs and flows, but that's about the average. And so that's just stacking up higher and higher, but we're also bringing in about that much. We're not gaining any ground, I guess, in our evidence section. And that'll be maybe, if we do get a new precinct down the road, that would be another thing we'd need to look at, because as the laws change and stuff, we have to hold certain evidence a lot longer than we did even, 2012 when that building was built. So we're running out of room.
I'm just thinking about, is there, could you with either a contract employee, somebody that was, couldn't, an internal that's needing to work because of an injury, is the skill set such to take care of that it's a high, very specified or specific skill set, or is it something that you could use someone?
Not necessarily. A lot of that just requires two people. You would have to have an evidence tech for chain of custody, and then it could be somebody on light duty depending on what the evidence is. We've been using a lot of those. Well, I mean, knock on wood, we don't have a whole lot of light duty people right now. In fact, we're in a really good spot, which makes our real-time crime center run short, because we've been staffing that for the most part with light duty folks. Almost, about 18 hours a day, 7 days a week right now is what we're able to staff that with. So.
Well, I'll be anxious to hear if your evidence technician or having an extra one is the next highest priority in a hire. To resolve
it'll definitely be a priority.
issue.
It's right now. I mean, this may not sit well, but it's patrol is going to be the highest priority, because I have to have people respond, to calls for service, and that's one of the things, like he said earlier, that it's taken years to happen. But we've been taken out of our small units, our important units, the narcotics unit. I mean, back when I was in there, we had 13 folks, and that was back in 2006 or 7. And today, I have 5 or 6 folks. So we've just had to rob Peter to pay Paul, but I have to have officers to respond, and so that's our priority right now.
Thank you.
Kathleen?
Yes.
I have one more question. Joe, on page 158 towards the bottom, it says fire and police equipment, $185,330. Are we buying the Napa Fire Department equipment, or what?
No, I think that's a descriptive change that we need to make to take the fire out.
I'll take the fire out. Okay, 'cause this is all police equipment.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. This is all police equipment, correct?
Yes.
There's no fire equipment at all.
I actually thought we'd made that change, so it's my error. We'll get it out.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I had that highlighted to ask as well.
No, we're not buying them anything, as far as I know.
Are there any other questions for police at this time?
Madam,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion
Okay.
that we approve the police department budget with the $30,000 increase for training.
That'd be 31,661,608. 31,661.
Which numbers am I looking at, Doug? On page
I've got
160.
38 million.
Oh, 38, okay.
We got
38,288,031,
38,288,031, and then another 163, I got 37,000, or 37 million.
That's you want to be looking.
You want to look at the full org that has 70-10, 70-20, 70-60, and 70-70. And so the budget, Doug, that is
Page 160 at the bottom, $38,288,031.
plus 30,000.
Plus 30,000. That's my motion.
Plus 30,000
Yes.
Second.
of the training? Oh, okay. All right.
So
It's-
question.
Yes.
So Doug, do you have an available source for the additional added amount of 30,000?
Yes, we do. There, as I mentioned at the beginning, there was a fleet overcharge in police and in fleet. That'll come down. This will also help meet the payroll, but that'll come down about $140,000. 30,000 will go to this, the remainder to payroll.
So as I was looking through the packet, I was trying to figure out if there are additional items for fleet for the additional officers that are being added, is that included in this budget, or is that a separate?
The equipment needed for the new officers is included in the budget.
Okay, in this budget. Okay, thank you.
Well, it's in two places. The equipment, personal equipment for the officers is in the police budget.
Okay.
The vehicles are in a separate budget, but they are being presented today.
I'm sorry, I didn't make that clear. I was talking about the vehicles.
Okay.
So that's in fleet?
The vehicles are, well, they're not in fleet, they're in the capital budget in 310, where we have the police section. That will be coming later this afternoon, maybe.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second, I believe, to approve the police budget, which includes the Operations, Investigation, Special Services, and Integrated Command Center, and it is the budget as noted, plus $30,000. If there's no additional discussion, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Excuse me.
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, so that moves us on to page 182 for Public Works Administration. The Public Works has a, keep in mind, this is one of the areas that will be altered next year due to the rearrangement of the engineers. But for the moment, the budget is being held constant while the functional processes, sorry, I got an echo coming back in my ear. Functional processes will be moved as described, but the FTE shown on page 182 is unchanged from the prior year. The budget on page 184 of $1,577,138 is an increase of $69,471 from the prior year, and that's entirely due to wage increases, rate increases, per se cost increases, health insurance, and other personal insurance cost increases.
Do we have any questions for Doug or Tom Points at this time?
Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the budget.
A second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the Public Works Administration budget of $1,577,138. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Chingula?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
We got one section done.
We got one done.
I said, we feel good?
We're on a roll.
Yeah, we're moving into special revenue funds, but the one section's done.
So we will move into page, looks like 195 for streets, traffic, and stormwater. Now, this is also the section in here which contains the other half of VRT. So that's in this particular budget. Mayor and Crystal, question on preference as we go through. Last year, we presented the streets, traffic, and stormwater kind of as one budget. This year, you're broken out. You want to present them separately? Okay, so we will present them separately.
So we'll start with streets.
Start with streets. On page 199, 199 over to 201, I will clarify here, we are looking right here at the total expenses line before capital. Capital will come later in the budget today. The total expenses line on page 201 for streets is $12,576,760, compared to last year's $8,488,856. That's up $4,087,904. And primarily that's, if you notice up above two lines, the transfers out is up $4 million. That's shifting money from streets into fund traffic, and that's kind of causing that appearance to look higher. But it's just shifting money to fund the streets portion. Let me verify. The VRT can be seen in the detail on page 207 at the very bottom under contractual services, the $233,000.
What page was that, Doug?
Page 207 at the very bottom Contractual services, in the middle of that section, you'll see the $233,650 BRT investment.
Mayor, question?
Yes.
Doug, so the 4 million shift, 4 to 5, yeah. Where does that show up?
It shows up in the next segment in traffic.
In a decrease?
No, that shows up as funding into the traffic division. So all we're doing is moving the funding out of streets into traffic via this account. So it's,
Doug, if you look at the budget, though, it does appear that the total operating expenses are not that much different from 24 to 25, and then
No.
you've got other expenses of almost 5 million. And so I think, David,
that's the one I'm talking about. The total operating are very, very much the same. It's just the transfer of funds out of revenues, out of streets into traffic. So if we go back, when we go back to the traffic section, you'll see that 4 million coming in as funding for them.
but is that an increased expense?
No, it's
Because
not.
where was it last year?
It was, 2 years ago, streets and traffic were all 1 year.
Correct.
Last year, we broke out streets and traffic, but traffic had no history to compare itself to. So all we're doing here, and we do this in several departments, when there's one org or one fund with 2 or 3 departments in it, we take money out of the primary organization to feed the subsidiary organizations. And it goes in the form of a transfer out and then a transfer in. So if we find that $4 million on the streets piece, when I go back, let me find you the page and I'll show you where it comes in at.
Well, and we see that, I guess what might be helpful is looking at total expenses is up by about $4,190,000. So what might be helpful would be to identify that variance. What is the most significant contributor to an increase of $4 million?
Well, okay, it's not an increase, Mayor.
But this is the org, this is all 3 orgs together.
Oh, all 3 orgs, oh, okay.
I'm looking at all 3 orgs together.
Okay, that one will
So-
probably be, okay.
I guess if you
Are
look
we
at
going to look at it as 3 or as 1?
the challenge is that somewhere in here,
Yes.
there is an increase, and when you look at them separately, it's hard to see it and understand it, but if you look at them all together, there is an increase. Between streets, traffic, and stormwater, there's an increase of about $4 million this year.
If you would like to review them separately and together, I'm happy to do that.
Well, I'm just curious, is there a significant, because what you're saying, Doug, is there's no variance, it's just that we transfer one together?
On that particular line is what
Right.
I'm saying. That
Right.
particular line is not creating a variance. There very well likely could be expense increases. This line is not causing it.
So the question would be, what line is causing it? And maybe Crystal could answer that question. You can't answer that question, okay. And I'm maybe asking a different question than you are, Councilman Bills, or is
No,
it similar?
I'm asking the same one.
That's what I
because
was thinking, yeah.
We're communicating that there's a transfer out of one section of streets traffic to another, so it's a transfer in and out. And at the same time, our total budget of the whole thing is increasing almost the same amount at almost 5 million.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to see what.
The difference.
What's representing the overall
Okay.
4.5 million more up.
So the accounting world is definitely not for the faint of heart. So when you look at the summary of items, and you look on page 192, and you look at the total resources, you see where it says 22,190,000? Upper middle of page 192, total resource $22,190,378. Okay? Look right next to that, to the FY24 adopted budget, $16,764,000. That increase of $4 million, that's money they're using primarily up above of fund balance, $3.3 million, to fund additional expenditures. So they're pulling more money in from the fund, and they're spending it out in all of the line items. When you look at you can look down each individual line item and find out where they're spending it primarily. They're shifting it out of streets and into traffic to spend in traffic. The totality of the budget is up, total expenses up $4,190,000, and almost all that is from transfers going into streets, so the spend now is in traffic, so we'd have to go back to traffic and look and see where they're up. And that's on, looks like that's part of, back in page 212 and 213.
Yes.
And we have,
Excuse me, Mayor. I have some documents I have to fill, I have to sign for my mother's probate.
Okay.
If it's okay, if I could leave for about 10 minutes and be right back.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yes,
good.
yes, you can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
okay. So streets, revenues up.
Well, it's up above.
Put in the traffic last year. Because if you look, the transfer
No, they didn't.
There's 4.9
I think
here,
he's
but there's
looking
none
at
here.
that.
Yeah, we didn't do a transfer last
He's
year.
getting that, but it's 5.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So that's where the.
yeah, you know, you're not. Yeah.
I understand.
And I guess this is just going to cause a little bit of frustration as we move into creating the funding mechanism, because last year we did not do a transfer out from streets to traffic. It's a paper entry that moves money from one side of the ledger to the other side of the ledger so that traffic has funding. It's not an increase in expenditure, it's just recording. If I didn't record the problem is we're looking at the expense piece. When you look at the expenses going up from 16 million to 14,
Yeah, but
we focus on expenses for the approval, not on the revenues. So on one side, I'm taking revenues that you're not seeing that going up, and I'm moving those over to the traffic. And that's increasing the expenses by going through the transfers out. And it looks like it's an increase in cost, but it's not, because it balances in total. But when we're looking just at the expense piece of the ledger, you're seeing the increase of $4 million because of the transfer in expenses from streets to traffic. It shows up in streets as an expense, and shows up in traffic as a revenue. We don't look at it as much in the revenue on this traffic because we don't appropriate and approve the revenues. We appropriate and approve the expenses.
Just a question. So tell me if I'm wrong on this. When you look at the combined expenses, you're looking at streets, traffic, and stormwater on page 194, okay? That's all the budgets together. So that's going to account for any transfer in, transfer out. It's all...
No, just one side of the transfers, just the transfers out, not the transfers in, because the transfers in on one side are on revenues. You're looking at the expense side.
So when you look at the bottom line, so I guess then when we're looking at total expenditures on page 194.
Right.
And it's got all 3 budgets in there.
Right.
If you're transferring something out of one of them, so that's what's hard to understand.
This is where it gets very difficult and tricky.
Yeah.
Let me see how I can put this. When we move money around between departments, we use the transfers in and the transfers out. I'm transferring cost out, I'm transferring revenue in. The expenses only include the transfers out. If you look at
But is
if you look at the excess and deficit, it's all zero at the bottom, right? That's because they all balance. But the transfers in are at the very top of the ledger. They're not part of the expense. But because I have transferred, when you go over to the traffic side, you're not counting the revenue on that side when we do the approval because it's already accounted for on the street side. The reason it shows up as an unusual item here is this is the first year we have done it. In other areas where we do with, we do it in water, we do it in parks, we transfer in parks. It's historical, you see it, you expect it. This is the first year we've done it, so it makes it look like we're increasing the expense when it's an accounting entry.
Okay, because of the revenue not
Right.
being reflected.
Right.
I see what you're saying,
Right.
because it is strictly, although I'm just looking in traffic to see the revenue.
And that would be under transfers in, under traffic, so that would be at the upper section.
3,820,000.
So on
Nine.
transfers in the very top, $4,078,000, it should be the identical number as on the streets in the transfers out.
It's a little different. What's that?
What page is that on, Doug?
Well, I've got 211, shows.
212?
Okay, so let's look at 212, transfer in at $4,078,000. Is that correct? And then on page 194, the transfer out is $4,073,000, so they're close.
Yeah.
Okay.
The problem we have is we set the transfers, and then somebody goes and changes the number, and they change an expense or a value, and so we have a hard time getting them exactly tuned in because things change. But are we, Diana, are we okay on here, or is there, okay. Okay, they match.
They don't match
Come here.
on these
Come here.
pages, though.
On page 208, where it detailed, I'm sorry, on page 208, where it details what the transfers out are, you'll see the very last entry is $4,078,451, which matches what went into traffic.
Okay.
It's just there were other transfers in.
With the other number.
Combined with it, right. So
Okay.
the individuals match.
Okay. Thank you. That is confusing. I know David had to step away, so I'm not sure. Thank you, Crystal, for having a mic over there. That's important. Thank you. Okay. Natalie, is this answering the question, do you think?
Yes.
Did it?
I think so.
Okay.
I would be more than happy to sit down with anybody in detail after and walk through this. It is confusing for the first time. Next year, it'll be transparent because we'll have done it, it flows through. This year, it just really, that's, sore thumb sticks out.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any other questions on the streets budget? So the streets budget, let me get back to the right page, which is page
194.
Actually 201. Is that correct?
That is correct, 201.
So we would be approving and this is when we would approve total expenses.
Correct.
Of $12,576,760.
That is correct.
Okay, but David, do you feel like you got an answer to that question? Did we address it?
Yeah, he's doing a double entry on the same spreadsheet, and I think that's causing,
It's governmental accounting. You don't do that in the private sector. Trust me, you don't. You do it in governmental, and it really sends you for a loop.
so I think we
Okay,
got
we're
it.
good. Okay. Thank you.
And
Okay, so what is the will of the council?
Madam
I'm
Mayor.
sorry, did you have a,
Just, I don't want to throw stones at glass houses here, but VRT,
oh, that's true, thank you, because the streets is a
Yeah.
VRT.
Yeah.
And so if there were an approval of $12,576,760, it would be approving the VRT at $233,000.
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve the streets budget of $12,576,760.
This is all categories, streets?
This is just streets. So we're on page 201
Thank you.
at the 12 million, and we'll do traffic and stormwater separately. I don't see a second to that motion. Am I correct?
Mayor, I'm just trying to find where the VRT dollars are.
it is on, if you see it isolated on the bottom of page 207, almost all the way to the bottom, under contractual services, you'll see the VRT investment. It's in a combined total on the account of $770,509.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve. We do not have a second.
Mayor,
Yes.
substitute motion.
Okay? Go ahead.
I make a motion that we approve the streets budget without the VRT funding included.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the streets budget absent of the VRT funding at $233,650.
Question
Yes.
for Crystal.
Your mic.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Crystal's got hers. Okay.
So what's the effect on the securing of funding on various projects of that particular elimination or not? Because I don't know what this part of going to VRT, if it's just that it shows something, or if it's something specific to VRT and that's why it's out of the streets, or if it's in streets because of the need for answering questions on your procurement of funding.
Crystal Craig, Director of Transportation. Ooh, I am loud. Councilman Bills, I believe your question is alluding to, can you turn my mic down? I'm so loud. Thank you.
You're whispering.
I'll just start whispering. What I believe you're alluding to is asking if we don't fund this $233,000 out of streets, if it would affect our ability to get grants and check that box on different grants, and the answer is no. How grant funding typically works, they don't care about where the money comes from, just that the city is supporting mass transit in some capacity.
Okay.
And
So-
Tom, do you
So
have?
what's been approved already would fit that answer?
Tom, do you have any additional comments to that? And
Well, I wish Director Clegg was here to answer that fully, but I think it gets us in a little bit of a gray area because we're expecting the full amount, but we are partially funding, so we may still be able to compete for grants. The original reason we started down the path of funding some of the VRT's requests out of streets was back to Mayor's comment, it is a mode of transportation. And then we were trying to get roughly $400,000 a year of grants from VRT to fund sidewalk gaps along the bus routes, which would more than offset the $233,000. So we have our interns looking at different spots on sidewalk gaps along the bus routes to apply for grants. So I don't know 100% what the answer is. It's a bit of a gray area, but we'll certainly still try to go after grants.
Thank you.
so the question, we don't know that because actually right now I think, Matt, you were saying we had a $250,000, was that in your comment that we had a $250,000 grant that we were looking at? No, where did I hear that? Mark, was that?
Yeah, no, I was just using that as an example.
Example, okay.
But I believe that this transportation funding here could be easily offset with sidewalk improvements that would be funded through a separate grant from VRT.
Mayor, so if I understand correctly, if we don't approve this additional funding, then that would jeopardize our opportunity to get grants for streets in addition to this?
Mayor, Councilwoman Jangula, not exactly. The grants that they're referring to are the specific grants that VRT is the keeper of. If you're talking grants holistically from like the federal government, we would still be eligible.
Okay.
We're referring to the pedestrian, the sidewalk gaps, and VRT funding improvements to sidewalks and pedestrian paths that would be funding that we would be able to access via VRT, through VRT.
That we wouldn't normally have access to?
Correct. Right. So it'd be sidewalk improvements along the transportation corridor that would be related to that.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion on the table, and it is to approve the streets budget less the VRT funding. If there's no further discussion, roll call.
Gula.
No.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
No.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Three in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
Okay, so moving on to traffic.
Okay, traffic on page,
Mayor?
I'm sorry, yes.
Just for clarification, then, the amount that was just approved, in my math, is $12,343,110, is that correct?
I'll have to ask my team to calculate it. I don't have the numbers in front. Diana? Okay, somebody's got it.
I don't know that we've calculated. Does anyone have a calculator just to give us the exact number?
I just gave it to you, I thought.
Okay, can you say it one more time?
$12,343,110. Is that correct? I'm just trying to keep track.
Yes, 343.
Thank you.
Mike, Leslie, could you use your mic, please?
$12,343,110.
Thank you.
Okay.
Traffic, if we're ready, on page 211, on the FTEs, they show a 1 FTE increase. That's in a traffic maintenance technician. The traffic budget, before capital, the total expenses, $3,499,590 compared with $3,368,537 from the prior year. Most of that is coming from, well, in fact, all of it is coming from the labor block, which is up 174, pardon me, I stand corrected, no, yes, I stand corrected. It is up $174,501 out of the totality. There is a decrease of contractual services offsetting that partially, going from 176,000, it was 296,000, going down to 176,800.
Question. So I didn't catch what number you had, total expenses or total expenses plus capital expenses?
Total expenses, $3,499,590 on page
So
213.
we're not including the capital expenses?
No, sir.
We'll approve those later. Are there any questions regarding the traffic budget?
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the amount listed at $3,499,590.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Mills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Hatterfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
We will go then to stormwater, which is on page 220. It has a total expense budget of $55,000 compared with $57,300 from the prior year, and that's almost entirely repairs and maintenance of equipment.
So moved as listed.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that we approve the stormwater budget at $55,000. Roll call.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Mills.
Yes.
Hatterfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Moving on to the airport fund on page 225. The airport has a total expenses budget of $705,592 compared with last year's $704,732, a increase of $860, very, very flat. I will note that included in this budget, in the revenues, we continue to fund them to the tune of $250,000 per year to build up reserves in advance of a new airport terminal. This would make $750,000 over the past 3 years of accumulated funds for them.
I'll let Natalie make the motion.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the airport total expenses at $705,592. Roll call.
Bills,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So we're going to move over to the Parks and the Recs. It looks like, let me ask just one quick question here. We've got.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I forgot to, when we were on streets, I had a question for Crystal, the same as I had for the PD, about your look ahead, things that you would like to budget for. Is that a question I could get answered?
Together.
Crystal Craig, Director of Transportation. Councilman Reynolds, I wasn't here when you asked the question to PD. Can you re-ask it to me?
So when you put together your budget with Doug, what was some of the highest priorities for looking ahead for the next couple of years that you would want to have on a budget that we can start planning for?
Thank you for that question. I appreciate it. So the highest need right now in the streets department is our pavement condition. So in our current pavement condition, the last one we did was in 2017, and it showed most of the roads, especially in the downtown corridors and the really urban areas, in either poor or failed condition. The funding bucket in order to rehabilitate a roadway is the hardest funding for us to come about, because there's a lot of stipulations that do not allow for us to maintain our existing infrastructure, only allow for, we can get grants for increasing capacity or if there's safety-related projects and things like that. We are putting together a proposal that we would love to come to council hopefully next year, maybe in an amendment process of some sort, that shows an in-house construction program that would be very similar to how the highway districts run their program, to do some heavy civil construction, not the full depth rehabs, similar to what you're seeing on Franklin Road. Those major widenings would still be outsourced to contractors, but things that would resurface roadways like milling inlays, things like that, to better our pavement condition. Our goal, that is a new goal that's been added to this budget book, is having a pavement condition index of 60%, so that's fair. So think of that as a D rating. Most other agencies are around the 85%, just so you guys are aware. And when it starts getting into the 60%, that's when the pavement becomes end of useful life. So I am asking just for our pavements to be up to the level of the end of useful life as our first step. So there's a very, very strong need in that aspect.
And did you say a cost?
So I've projected, compared to some of the other agencies that do have these types of programs, and the number of personnel and the equipment we would have to hire to do it. I calculated return on investment, we'd get all of our money back within 7 years, is about what it would take. Total labor costs in that 7 years is about $5.7 million. The total equipment cost in that 7 years is about 3.2. And in that 7 years, if we had outsourced all of the work that we could accomplish with our in-house crew, we would save about $10.2 million. So
Save about how much?
$10.2 million is our ROI.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
If we're ready, then we can move on to the Parks and Recs. If we look at page 238, we have the Parks and Recs roll-up. This is the totality of parks, recreations, and swimming pools. We're not going to approve it from the roll-up. We will approve it each org individually, starting on 242 for the Parks and Recs admin. On 242, the Parks and Rec admin has a budget of, and this is all just the admin group for them, pardon me, has a budget of $716,707. That's up $27,869 from the prior year, and that's all primarily an increase in labor and benefits of $41,000, offset by a decrease in operating expenses of $13,781. And the increase in labor is due to the wage increases, PERSI, and healthcare costs.
Thank you, Doug. Are there any questions on the administrative budget? If not, I'd stand for a motion to approve the administrative budget for parks.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. At $716,707. Roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Hammerfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, we will move then to parks on page 247. This is the FTE count. They have a net increase in 2 FTEs, adding 1 small engine mechanic. They have a need to be a little more responsive in taking care of small engine needs, and so they're adding a personnel to do that more effectively, and 1 maintenance technician. On 249, their total budget before capital costs, so total expenses line, is $3,877,277. That's up $139,409 from the prior year, and that is derived from an increase in total personnel expenses of $171,974, the 2 new FTEs, offset by a decrease in operation expenses of $42,375, leading to the $139,000 increase.
Any questions?
I move that we approve the parks budget.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the parks budget, the total expenses at $3,877,277. Any discussion? Roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Hammerfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Moving on to recreation and pools on page 257. I'll make a clarification here. Next year it might have value. We added 2 new organizations to allow the recreation department more ease of tracking the financial impacts of the 2 pools they operate. We're not going to review those separately here because this is the first year, but we did add them in. That's why it says recreation and pools, and they have separate tracking mechanisms going forward. They added about a half an FTE on page 257, up from 7.32 to 7.73. And their total budget on page 259, total expenses, $1,168,012, up only $21,061 from the prior year, and that's again almost all, well, it's personnel expenses, and their operations actually increased on this one. It looks like we had an increase in contracted seasonal temp labor. I think it's one of the more challenging lines that the Recreation Center has to deal with, is that seasonal line. It's never an easy one to figure out. Overall, though, still very tight budget, only up $21,000.
And that increase is really due to we had to increase wages, otherwise you can't hire people to come and mow when it's 105 outside.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, what is the will of the council? Any questions on the recreation budget?
Make a motion to approve the amount of $1,168,012 as listed in our packet.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, let's move to the Harward Recreation Center on page 267. This had actually a very small decrease in FTEs, probably about 1.3. Overall, their budget total expenses is $3,992,830, down $26,936,000 from the prior year. and a lot of that is driven by operational cost savings. Labor went up a little because of rates, and utilities went up.
Thank you, Doug. Are there any questions regarding the Harvard Recreation Center budget? I appreciate the fact that it's a self-funding enterprise, yet it provides wonderful benefit to the citizens. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve the Recreation Center budget of $3,992,830.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Questions? Roll call.
Bills.
Yes.
Summerfield.
Hey, I was. Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Let's move over to the cemetery on page 279. There is no change in FTEs. They have a grand total of 2. Their total budget for FY '25 is $404,627,000. That's a decrease from the prior year of $45,286, driven primarily by a decrease in grounds maintenance, and I seem to recall something to do with trees not having to be cut down.
Grant funding.
Yeah, right. So that's a decrease of the grant funding for trees, so we're not cutting the trees down, or they're all done with it.
It's funded through the grant.
Okay, funded through the grants.
I'm sorry, Doug, could you state that?
Sorry,
again?
the cost for cutting the trees is now funded through a grant, so they're able to get that off of their records, and that helps the decrease.
Tree replacement.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah. More correctly, tree replacement.
Tree
Thank you.
replacement. Thank you. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, sometimes I'm just too literal. It's cutting a tree down, I'm sorry.
Well, it's planting new trees.
And planting.
That's with the city of
Let's focus on
trees.
the-
We are a city of trees, and trees are really important to us, and unfortunately, we're needing to replace some of the trees at the cemetery. It was a wonderful thing to get. Was that $1 million grant? It was a massive grant. What it's doing is it's saving us operationally because we're not having to add it operationally slowly, and we're going to have beautiful trees planted, so it's pretty cool. All righty, is there a motion to approve the cemetery fund, $404,627?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Roll call.
Bills.
Yes.
Summerfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
And to our parks team, we just concluded the entire parks budget. Well, I guess we've got golf. I think I see library next, so I guess I almost forgot golf. Sorry. Thank you guys for your work. Really appreciate it. We have beautiful parks. And I don't know, Natalie was there yesterday at Ora Brandt Park for the grand opening of Phase 2. Is that Phase 2, Phase 3? Yeah. The pickleball courts, oh my goodness, with the new shelter, the food truck area, it is just a great, beautiful park. I just love what's happening out there, and you guys have done a great job. And we've had, as Corey said the other day, we've had 4 ribbon cuttings or something just in the last short while, right? We had the motocross track, the bike track, what do you call that? BMX track, okay, thank you. We had the, oh my goodness, so out at Midway, we had the splash pad, and then what's the other one that we went to?
Dog Park.
Huckleberry Dog Park, how could we forget that? And that was attended so incredibly well. So we've got some great things happening in parks, and I want to say thank you guys. Great job. Yeah. And I forgot to say thank you to the police after we did your budget, but we do appreciate you guys. I don't want you to feel left out. Same way with streets, you can't do it the whole way around, right? We have a good team that works hard. So thank you all.
Okay, so if we're ready, we'll move to the library on page 287. And on 286, we see their FTEs are unchanged from the prior year at 33.28. They have a total, we will review them from this roll-up and not the individual organizations. And on page 288, their total budget for the library is $3,221,852. That's up $168,832 from the prior year. Mostly that's coming from the combination of labor. And they did a really good job of controlling. There's no new FTE, so the only increases in here are from wage rate increases, Percy, and healthcare costs. Actually, they had a small decrease in healthcare insurance, and that happens sometimes if your various people change coverages or you hire new people that need a lower level of coverage, and it can go down. And then the operational costs went up 23,931. These are one of the departments that applying the 5% cut to was really a difficult ask. They run, whether you get into the library budgets or not, they run a very tight budget. They do not have excess. They don't have cushions to pull out of, so we didn't really try and force something that wasn't there. So that leaves them with the budget of $3,221,852 for the total expenses of FY25.
And one of the increases of 14,900, almost 15,000, was electricity,
Yeah,
just electrical increase.
Mayor, question?
Yes.
parking, yeah.
So Doug, do you have the info that tells us how much funding is coming via the state and how much is
Yeah, so.
local property tax?
Well, on the very top of page 287, we can break out the funding internally. We give them almost $2.8 million in property taxes. And then if you look down a little bit below total revenue and transfers in, I transfer an additional $276,000 from non-property tax monies in to help them cover costs. Like when we opened up the bookmobile, we transferred a little more money for the bookmobile and some wages. So between the two values, we're a little about $3.1 million coming directly from governmental monies in the city. And the remainders are their charges for services.
So the bulk of the funding is coming from local.
Bulk of the funding is property taxes, $2.77 million. And $276,000 in addition, primarily coming from sales taxes.
I have a question regarding the levy, because the library is a separate taxing district, and based on the levy, I think they're not at all near the top of what their levy capacity is that correct?
Not at all. Nobody is anymore because the levy rates have gone down so far.
Right, that we're low, okay.
There are we fund like this in two different locations. For library and for parks, we give them property taxes, and a while ago, we were close to that ceiling where you couldn't fund more through property taxes because of the levy ceilings. And so the only way to get complete funding was to take sales tax monies and transfer them in. And we do that both in parks and in the library to a lesser extent.
So I guess.
What can I
If
clarify?
I'm understanding correctly, to answer your question, is 276. 276,000 is coming from the state.
No, well, essentially, yes. Essentially, we pulled that from the sales tax collections. The $12 million we get, we divert part of it to help fund them.
Right. Their levy, the levy for the library,
Yeah.
that funding is the $2,771,020.
Correct. And the total, and the transfers in are what we give them in addition to that.
Okay, so that's still local or?
Yes,
or
local.
Sales tax from the state?
Sales tax, it is.
Are there any
So
other?
what's the reason for no deduction or reduction or staying flat? I know,
There are
have,
two
haven't.
or three budgets that I know from long experience with the city that operate on a shoestring. They have very little. Many departments leave enough in their budget to cover if something goes wrong. They leave a little bit extra in a place here or there, and we understand that. There are two or three places that do not. Library, FJC, and the cemetery generally just don't have any extra funds to deal with issues. And if something extra comes up, they have to come back to general government to ask for help with a problem. So if I were to ask the library to cut costs, like I did in the operations block outside of labor, then the result would be they would have to have cut some degree of service somewhere. And my cuts were not intended to decrease service. They were intended to bring the budgets more in line with the actuals and eliminate a degree of waste. But the library just they have less to spare than other departments. They operate paper thin.
So I calculate a 6% increase. That'd be about right?
They receive, their total revenue depends. So on the property tax revenue, they went up $78,000, and on the transfers in, they went up 66. The remainder
I'm just looking at 288 total expenditures.
Okay, oh, you down at 288. That's probably about right, their total expenditures. They have that increase covered by the 100,000 in revenue increase, the 66,000 in transfers in, a little more interest income. You're about right, yes. But they're not free from the effects of inflation, so if that's driving their costs up, and we can look at each individual cost increase. Like I said, the power gone up $15,000, contractual services up $15,000. Is that?
NDC
has
a lot to do with that.
NDC. Percy is up $20,000. The wages up $41,000. If you look at the property tax revenue up $78,000, and then you go down and add up the regular salaries like the $41,000, the Percy, and so forth, I only, right or wrong, I only gave them about enough property taxes to cover the labor and the benefits increase, and not much else. So almost all of the increases they needed to find a way to deal with in their budget. Now, they did have a little bit of extra money coming from interest income because they have a fund balance that helps give them a little bit of funding. Their budget is up. Well, let's see. Their total expenses are up $168,000. So not 288, but up 168. So that's less than 6%, isn't it?
One thing that has been a little bit of an increase, and I don't remember if it's this year, and Claire is actually here that can answer this question, is the consortium costs. For years, we did not carry our share of the consortium, which is the shared library across the consortium members. We finally got back up to where we're sharing that. The other thing that's different with the library, most departments do not have to pay for parking. The library pays approximately $12,000 a year to NDC for parking. Please correct me if I'm wrong on this. Then they pay an additional, it's $5,600 something, I can't remember the exact amount, to NDC for its property maintenance for the restroom and outside of the library. So between the two of those, I mean, that's not a significant amount, but it is an amount that's between $17,000 and $18,000, or 20, between 17 and 20, somewhere in there.
It's 18,000.
18,000 a year that they pay in additional fees that other city departments don't pay, just because of the location of where they're sitting. So.
Yes, but at the same time, the city owns a parking lot where library staff previously could park and didn't cost them anything, and they chose to move to the parking garage to be closer, right?
Right. Well, there were
It's not a requirement.
two things there. One was a safety issue, because it is not very safe to go across that from the parking lot over to the garage. It became a safety issue for some of the people parking there. The second one was, for some time, NDC had that lot. It was actually under contract to be developed, and so it was going away. Now, that fell through. It didn't go away. It is still there today, and I guess that would be something they could do, is move back to it, but there is a little bit of, I would say that there is a little bit of a risk liability in that parking lot, because I don't know how many people have actually tried to cross that at that light. It's
I have multiple, but
yeah, depending on the time of day, because it's a continual green going. There are times it isn't that safe, but that certainly could be an option.
Mayor?
Although I don't know if the city would still charge them for that lot.
I have a second option.
You have a second option?
Yeah. City can just take over ownership of the parking structure.
I should have known that was coming. Not yet.
It's all yours for $1.
For $1, we could have it.
Yeah. It's paid
Thank
for.
you.
I'd have an answer for that, but it wouldn't be polite.
Sebastian, I think, has a comment. Sebastian, are you?
Just for, yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
I apologize. This service might be spotty, so I hope it comes through clear, so I'll go slow. Doug, just one more time again, I know you had mentioned the transfer in monies, and I'm seeing it here at $276,000 as transfer ins. They have the $2.7 million from property tax revenue. Please just, one more time, I just need clarity, that additional $276,000, how and where is that collected from?
That is collected from our sales tax revenues we receive from the state. Annually, we get about $11 million in state sales tax allocations and about $1.2 million in liquor sales tax allocations. We take a portion of that and we feed most of that, a good chunk of that goes to the police and other areas, but a portion of it will go to smaller departments like the FJC, and some goes to the library. So a couple of years ago, when in the middle of COVID, when inflation was running at 8 and 9%, we did a significant wage increase for those people primarily at the lower end of the pay scale. They were the ones the most negatively affected by the inflation, the people making less than $15 or less than $20 an hour. So it was a 2 plus 2. We did $2 plus 2%. And the most heavily impacted group were the people at the library. They were the lowest wage earners in the city. I couldn't give them more property tax dollars. I didn't have any to give. So at that time, we started doing some transfers from general government to the library to help them deal with those wage issues. And then we opened up the bookmobile, and a little more was needed to operate the bookmobile. And now I use it as we accommodate. I try and keep it fairly consistent, but it does change from year to year a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you. And a follow-up question.
Yes.
Follow-up, okay. And so currently with full-time and part-time, because they hadn't requested an increase in part-time or an increase in full-time employees, or was there none at all? And if so, what are those? What are the totals of each?
I don't have them. Maybe
There's no increase.
no increase. It's flat, 33.28 from the prior year. I don't know the breakdown of part-time and full-time, but the FTE accounts for that. It's a full-time equivalent, so 33.28.
So additional follow-up, Mayor? If we, just looking at this budget, and I'm just brainstorming, I have, once again, no intention one way or the other, but if we were just to allocate the $2.9 million that's collected from the revenues and hold that transfer in amount, where could we distribute those funds elsewhere? Is there other departments that are in needing of it? Just out of curiosity, trying to understand the big picture, if we decided we wanted to hold the budget at that $2.945 million and retain that $276,000, what could be done, and where could that other monies go if we held that?
So Sebastian, and we'll answer that question, but I would like Claire to be making her way up here, because the other side of that question is if you pull 200 and whatever that amount is, $276,000 out of the library budget, what would that do to the library? So I think maybe let's answer that question first.
Sure. Claire Conley, Nampa Public Library Director. Let me just explain. I have a broken neck. I have a broken bone in my neck, but I'm fine. So I just wanted to tell everybody, just because it's the elephant in the room. At any rate, we wouldn't be able to function. Basically, I don't know what we'd do. We'd have to eliminate a lot of positions. We wouldn't be able to serve the public. You know, the library is an amazing resource for this community, and it needs to be upheld. We do so much for families, for businesses, for business people, for people having meetings, people having gatherings. I mean, we're just a happening place. We provide resources, we provide education. You almost can't, you know, what we provide to the city, we have the best library, the most beautiful library in the Treasure Valley. We should all be proud of that. And so I don't understand right now why we're having this discussion, quite frankly, because we would not be able to function.
Well, one thing I could say, and Claire, would be you'd probably reduce your hours, which then makes it not effective. But do you know just off the top of your head how many people walk through your doors every year?
Every year? Oh, gosh. I don't have that.
I don't know, because at one point you've had it. It was a monthly or how?
About 900 to 1,000 a month, a day, excuse me.
900 to 1,000 people a day are walking through your doors, and the programs that you offer?
Yes, enormous. I wish I had my numbers in front of me, but there are thousands and thousands of people who attend our programs every year. We have so many different, you know, a lot of the people in this community don't ever leave Nampa, but we bring things into them. We bring exhibitions and programs and education. Yeah, and that's what we do for the community. So we're not a moneymaker. We make this community a great place to live is what we do.
Mayor?
Yes.
Claire, you didn't hurt yourself crossing in the crosswalk, did you?
No, I tripped. I was trying to avoid tripping over a kitten, actually. But I did talk to Joe years ago when we moved over into the garage, and we talked about some of the problems in that cross section, and he pulled up a lot of numbers for me that showed me it's not a safe. So you would be having, we have 44 staff members. We have about 19 full time. The rest are part time. You would be having all those people all the time, back and forth. Walking, and the liability to the city could be great. Particularly if we were parked in the garage and then we were sent back across the street.
Follow-up question, Mayor.
Yes.
Why is the library funding materials and supplies for Parade America?
That's just for our float. It's just a
for
couple
your float?
$100. What is it, $200 or $300? Yeah, and I don't think we spent any this year. It's just in case we give out candy to the kids, or we do have a sign made or something like that. That's all it is.
Thank you.
You had a great float, though.
Yeah, thank you.
Mayor, I have a question back for Doug again.
Thank you, Claire.
Okay, I'm done.
You're done.
Hold on, Claire, I do have a question for
excuse me.
Claire, so
yes.
hang tight. You have conferences and trainings on here. I'm just curious who attends those and what are those for?
You know, generally they're library conferences, and they, out here in the valley, we don't travel anywhere. I mean, I travel to Boise, that kind of thing. Some of them are online courses that we have to pay for, and it's library staff. And we don't have nearly enough in our training budget to be, you know, quite frank. It's a very small budget.
Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you very much.
All right, okay, thanks.
Okay, so I think Councilman Bills has a question, and we have yet to answer Councilman Griffin's question as far as what we would do with those funds.
Okay. I know I've asked it before, but I'm still confused because I'm not seeing a line item much on any other department, and that's that interest income. I'm still confused how that interest income shows up on this one. And
Okay. What we have X number of dollars of cash invested in the city in 2 or 3 different places. Some of the state at LGIP for our liquid reserve. We get interest-bearing accounts from Wells Fargo for all of our checking accounts there. And we have a Morton Asset Advisor who banks the majority of our funds for general gov, water renewal, irrigation, and so forth. We earn interest on those values. And we allocate the interest back to the departments who have, in essence, cash or fund balance. So the general government has a fund balance, impact fees have fund balance, and we allocate the cash back to those departments that have the cash that actually generated the interest income. In this case, the library has a fund balance. Diana, do you know the total of the fund balance for the library? She'll look it up. They have a fund balance amount they have in reserve that they hang on to. Sometimes they spend a little bit of it, but it's not a substantial amount, but it's enough to generate a little bit of interest income.
well, 85.
How much? 2.1 million.
And part of that is going to be for future renewal replacement. I think the elevator, when the elevator went down, it was to fix the elevator. And so it's really it's reserved so that as, the building is aging.
Yeah.
And as that building ages, being
It will need
ready, and I
repairs.
appreciate that fact. Claire, would that be a correct assessment? Go ahead and come forward. I'm sorry, you're going to have you come forward again for those online so that it's recorded. Or here comes the mic. Thank you, Dawn.
That is correct. That's why I didn't budget a lot in maintenance of the building, because I know if we have something go down, that we have that reserve, we have the fund balance. As a matter of fact, I was late coming back here because the elevator did go down again for the third time in the last 3 weeks. So I had to kind of get things going there. So we are aging, you're correct. We do have that good amount in our fund balance that we may be asking to use in the next few years. But yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you. So what the levy, the levy and the taxes that go to this are for ongoing operational
Ongoing operations.
expenses. They're trying to budget for long-term renewal and replacement issues in a building that's a large building, so that when it is aged out and you need to do replacements, you have the funds to do so.
And we do that in other departments as well, like the utility building. We keep a much smaller fund balance, but we keep enough in there that if a roof goes out or HVAC, we have funds within the system that we can use to replace those items. So it's not uncommon to do that, to hang on to a little bit just for when you know you're going to need it.
So I guess I'm curious why other departments then, I'm not seeing that interest income.
The reason you don't see it everywhere, like you don't see it in finance and in the other departments, is that we do not have individual fund investments. You'll see it in streets, water renewal, irrigation, impact fees, general gov 13020, utility billing a little bit because they have a little bit in there. Those are the ones that have fund balances, and they're the ones that get the interest. IT, finance, mayor's office, we don't get it. That's why you're only seeing it in the select fund balances, the ones that have the cash. Finance doesn't have cash in and of itself, so I don't give any money back to me. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't use that cash, that interest in any way that the city deems as an appropriate expenditure, because we can, which is why we take the general gov portion. If you look at the 13020, you saw $1.3 million in interest income. We transfer $1 million of that out directly to our capital fund to use for capital investments. In other departments, whether it's water, wastewater, irrigation, they use that interest income as part of their capital fund as well, not for operations. This, like I said, this will go down eventually, but I guess a good way of saying this is I'm not bound by any legal requirement to give the money back to the departments that have the cash, but it seems appropriate if individuals pay their bills for water, wastewater, irrigation, and we build up a small amount of fund balance that we use for fixing problems, that money should then be allowed to accrue interest for the people who paid it into the departments they paid it into, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. I wouldn't disagree.
Yeah.
Library money, I'm saying, is coming from property tax. Yes?
You can make a case there. Here's the hard part. If we say, let's not give them the interest income and keep it in here, and they still have the same number of expenses, then they have two options. One, they cut expenses, or I give them more money and transfers in. Those are the two roads I would have to go down. And if it was a department that had a little bit of largesse, I would do that. I would pull the interest and say, no, you don't need that because you've got enough funding to cover it. If it's a department that's hopping and skipping them to make every penny, work for them, then it's like the allocations for when we do allocations of internal services, I moderate that for the departments that don't have the funds to pay it, like the airport, I moderate it, the cemetery, I moderate it, FJC. They're operating on a shoestring. If I charge them more for my services, then I've got to give them more money, on the other hand, to make it balance. And rather than do that, I just keep that cost in general government. We are the bank for the city, so to speak. So we always have to have something in our pocket to help the departments that might be short. And you can look at it, and in fact, I do look at it just like you're saying, but the reality becomes we end up making more entries trying to be fair or equitable or correct, and I'm just ending up moving money around in a circle. And if I charge them more, or I take this away, I have to reimburse it, it just makes more work for me. And it doesn't produce any meaningful result.
Well, other than give an actual picture of what the cost of some of those departments are, you know, I mean, what it actually costs us to.
Sure, but
some of those
on the same point, those are tax dollars used for taxpayers, so the interest is going to a taxpayer-funded entity. It's not, we're not taking the money from the library and giving it to, you know, a splash pad. So it is staying within its intended use area.
Yeah.
And I do not know how I can't say how the $2 million was aggregated over the past 20 years. I'm assuming it probably came from property tax monies that were allocated to be budgeted but weren't spent, but I don't know for certain.
Okay.
The good news is, I mean, looking on the positive side, I'm thankful that in an aging facility that we're setting aside a reserve to be ready to offset the cost of reinvestment rather than the city trying to come up with the improvements that will need to be done as we move to the future. And whether we agree or disagree with the fact that the library was put where it is put and it's there, we have a beautiful library. The programming that meets the needs of our communities is massive. Children's literacy is so incredibly important, and to see the number of kids that go through for the kids programming there is incredible. The multi-purpose space that is used regularly, we use the multi-purpose space as a city for a number of our meetings. If we did not have access to that, it would be I don't know where we would go, because it's regularly used for lots and lots of different uses, but the city uses it a lot. So I think there's a tremendous benefit.
Councilman Bills, I take your point, and I very much appreciate it. It's looking at the numbers and finding out what's the best use of resources. And in this case, I've looked at those, and if I take the interest income away, I almost have to replace it with something else or tell them they have to do without something. So, and we've done that. We told them no. It's not like we just say yes, 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 yes. But I look at it this way, that it prevents me from having to give them other city resources to meet their needs.
And we have a consistent policy. I think there's another piece to that, because if we're not consistent, what is the basis by which we determine who gets interest versus who doesn't?
Exactly.
Right now, it's based on the fund. The interest is given to the fund associated with the department, the reserves associated. Otherwise, we're going to have to be making a decision. Who do we and why?
Well, it comes back to my overall philosophy. I try to be very, very transparent and standardized across all my entries, so I don't have to explain, I did it this way for that person and this way for another person. I try very hard not to get into those type of scenarios, because then you're busy explaining rather than doing my work. So at least there's a consistency in application on how I do it. Now, if you disagree with that, we can certainly dialogue. I'm fine with that.
We'll save that for another day.
Okay.
Mayor.
I welcome it. I do. I really do. Truly do welcome it. Yeah.
Councilman
Question for Doug. Okay, so in the spirit of trying to understand this interest income, so another example here, Idaho Center, they have a fund balance revenue source, but then they don't have the interest income.
Their money is not commingled with ours. So all of their fund balance, they get interest income on their side of the equation. They have a sweep account, but it's in their operational accounts. It's not commingled with our funds. I don't collect interest and then reimburse them for it, because I don't collect their funds. My interest is all funds that we own, and they manage the funds on our behalf over at the Idaho Center, but they're not part of my collective group of funds.
Okay, so that's
That's totally separate, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So are there any other questions? Councilman Reynolds.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve the library fund budget for the amount of $3,221,852.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Kingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Griffin.
No.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
4 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Mayor, we will move on then to the Family Justice Center on page 304. For those of you new to the Family Justice Center, this is a much-needed service provided to the city for those people who are victims or victims of crime. And it is funded partially by city funds, but more by grants. So what you're seeing on page 304 and 305 is just the portion of the funding that comes from the city. There are grant fundings, and Chris can talk a lot more about that than in a different section, where a lot of the grant monies go to be used by the Family Justice Center. They're reflected in the grants and not in this section. This is just the amount of money that the city gives the center to operate, and from direct donations. They have, there's a little bit of clarity here we need to add on the FTEs. It shows an FTE increase from 10.93 to 16.68. I believe 5 of those increases are from us moving people from contract laborers to full-time city employees, which was a process we went through with Marissa as part of labor laws and keep us in compliance. There's a lot of complex labor laws coming out of Washington nowadays. And this was in part to keep us in line with those labor laws and not give us not expose us to penalties. So they really didn't have a 5 FTE increase. I don't know if they had, Chris, do you know if they had like a 1 FTE increase at all, or Jeannie here?
Jeannie, yeah, she's.
Okay, so this is entirely converting contract employees to wage-based employees.
Some of them, some came from ARPA as well, because ARPA is getting funded into.
Oh, that's right. We moved the money from, got it, okay. Grant funding. So their total budget funded by the city or through donations on page 306 is $578,289. That's up $154,602 from the prior year. And most of that is coming in the form of wage increases, rate increases, and I think Chris, correct me if I'm wrong here, but the contract employees we moved over, aren't they funded by grants? Okay.
Combination of grants and.
Yeah, I believe all but one. There might be one that's at least partially in this. I think it's a 0.4, 0.6 FTE.
Okay, so the $101,000 of regular salaries increases, we must have had 1 or 2 of those show up in our department, in FJC, if we've hired no new FTEs.
Mayor?
Yes.
I think
Question?
that's, yes. Go ahead.
Okay. I was just looking on page 305, where it does indicate the donations and sponsors and then grant revenue, and the grant revenue is 0.
No, the grant revenue won't show up on here. The grant revenue will show up in what we call Org 280. This is 255. This is where we keep track. If you look at the top, you see 255. All the grant revenues show up under the Org 280.
Kev, is there a reason why we do it that way? I asked
Yes,
that
because grant
for-
tracking. When grant
For
monies
the-
come in, we have federal requirements on tracking them and recording their expenses, and they have to be separate from the regular system, or we can't guarantee compliance. And if we're not in compliance, all sorts of bad things
Is there a way to
happen.
do that? I guess what I'm thinking is, because it doesn't reflect the Nampa Family Justice Center, when you look at their budget,
Yep.
I'm curious, could we just answer the question while we're here? How much is the budget for the Family Justice Center
With grants?
with grants?
I'm
Because
sure
it
while
doesn't
I'm
give
going
us-
through, Chris can add it up and tell you. And it's not a huge problem to create an external roll-up that adds the two. There's a whole bunch of grants, only a part of them are FJC, so I just can't take all of 280, but I can add the grants that go to FJC into the grants in total and create an Excel-based roll-up. That's not difficult to do.
And I'm sorry I didn't address this earlier, but I think it's important to understand what it does is it gives us the visibility of what it takes to keep FJC going.
Right.
Because they're constantly going after grants and trying to stay afloat. The other thing that I think is important to call out here is the actual city taxpayer-generated support is that 365.
Correct.
Plus the building. It is not the 578 or the 78, 289. It's
No,
only
correct.
365.
Right.
So and then, do you know right off the top of your head, Chris, what the grant?
Yes, so we have just over 1.5 million in grants, and then added to that, the 578 is 2.143 million. That doesn't include foundation, the FJC foundation support, though.
So the what was the last number you gave us?
2.143.
143, okay. And is that in addition to the 1.5 million?
Total.
No, that's
In total.
In
is
total, correct.
$2,143,000 is what is grant funding. So when you look at their budgets, it's over $2.6 million to keep it.
No.
Is that correct?
No, to correct you, Mayor, it's 1.5 of grant funding plus the 578
got it.
Yes.
It's 2 point, got
But
it.
still, 75% of their funding comes from grants.
From grants, and it takes a lot of work.
And that's exactly why I called it out. I wanted you all to be aware that this was just a small portion. If I'd thought a step ahead, I would have had the total for you, but.
That's okay, but out of $2.1 million, the city funds $365,000 of that. And that's the number that I wanted to get back to, was that it's actually a very small amount, considering all the work that gets done and all the.
Exactly.
The funding.
Madam Mayor,
Okay, yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the Family Justice Center budget for $578,289.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
The only discussion,
Go ahead.
comment really is not discussion, is the impact of the Family Justice Center for $370,000 of city money plus a building compared to other avenues that we've discussed, the amount of money plus a building. So I just, again, think the staff there does a heck of a job. I mean,
Thank you.
For the impact, and what it's really taken from city monies is really minimal.
Yes, thank you. Councilwoman Chang?
I have a question for Jeannie really fast. So when you came and presented to us, you were telling us that there was 25% of the services or people that you service are from outside of our city. And then you also mentioned that the county used to give $20,000 a year to you guys, and they no longer do that. I was just wondering if you've had any headway with them at all, or is there do you know when their hearing's going to be so we can go and testify on behalf, or is there?
Right. So Jeannie Strohmeyer, Family Justice Center Director, Mayor and council members. Council Member Jangula, I just wanted to mention that we have been pursuing that with the commissioners. I have talked to them multiple times, maybe Rick Hogelbaum actually. I have tried to connect with the commissioners and have no response. So anything I've gotten from them has been, we are not going to interview right now. They have only chosen certain people to interview, and we were not one of them. So I have every year, multiple times, have tried and cannot get any response back from them at this time. So anything you can do to help me with that, I'm happy for that. But I have tried and will continue to try.
So when you say interview, it's just the process of like their grant monies or whatever they have set aside of who they're going to give monies to?
That's correct.
And it's the commissioners, the Canyon County
It
commissioners?
is the commissioners, correct. And my intention too is to talk to the mayor of Caldwell again, as I'm planning to do that in the near future. And I have talked to him before and just gave him some information about what we're doing and how we're serving his community, and have not received any funding, but will pursue that again.
Mayor.
Thank you.
Yes, and then Councilman Griffins is waiting also, but Councilman.
Jeannie, are there talking points that you can email to us of what you would be hoping to get in front of them?
Absolutely. We have a whole, an agenda that we have went before them in the past when they gave us the 20,000, and we can give you all those as well. I
If you
send
can
that to
just
you.
email that to us, maybe we
Absolutely.
can get a sidebar with some of them.
We'll do that.
Thanks.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Griffins is online, has a question.
Just riding the coattails of that, anything that we can do as council members or even mayor, if we can connect someone from your office with the new, I know Rick Hoggebom was the outreach coordinator or whatever his previous title was prior to clerk. I know that position's been filled. I think just to emphasize the importance, and if we need to send letters personally or as a council all together, whatever we need to do to help y'all receive those funds, because this impact is greater than Nampa. It's greater than Nampa and Caldwell. It's greater than Canyon County. There's just, everybody should be help and support your mission and what you're doing. So anything that we can do.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Councilman. And I do want to, again, mention it's 75% is really in Nampa that we're serving, and the 25 is outside of Nampa. And so we will continue doing that. Any suggestions you have for us to pursue funding, please let me know any further than what you already have shared today. Thank you.
And I will say that Canyon County Commissioners previously, and this was the year ago when we first approached them, had said that we should reach out to the other municipalities. And which at that time, Jeannie did, but the smaller communities do not have the funds. I've talked to Chief Huff about some of the shared expenses from other municipalities at the policing side, and they don't have the funds to really pony up and support. And then at that time, where they used to fund 20, we had asked them specifically to increase their funding to 60,000, and they went to zero, feeling like it was not the county's responsibility.
Right.
And so I know that, I don't know where they are in their budget process. They're probably close to being done.
They are.
But those discussions had taken place. They've seen all the data. It's been there. It's just choosing and not believing that the county bears any responsibility towards this particular issue, which I would disagree with that. I think the county does bear responsibility to help with the county. And it's impossible. It's not impossible, but extremely difficult. And I don't feel like it's a good use of time to have to drill down beyond 25% of the people do not reside in Nampa, but do reside in the county. You could go deeper and say, okay, there's 10 from Caldwell, there's 5 from Parma, and this many are from the county. If we had to do that, but it really, it's very difficult. The other smaller municipalities aren't going to be able to help. So anyway, just so that we know that we have approached it, we'll continue to do so, and the help is greatly appreciated.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your work.
Appreciate you.
Okay, I believe we have a motion and a second on the table to approve the Family Justice Center budget at $578,289. Is there any other discussion? Roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Summerfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Mills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Let's move on to the Nampa 911 department on page 315 and 316. They have 3 FTEs and no change in the prior year. Their budget this year, I think we have a small misprint on the top of one page. It says FY22, it should be FY25. That's on 317.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, I just need to state for transparency purposes, Councilmember Griffin did want to make a comment on the last item. Comment for the record, if we can, let's draft an email or letter to the commissioners asking for reconsideration unanimous from council.
Oh, from the council.
County.
To the county, okay. Okay, thank you. So I guess we could pause there if the council, but this isn't agendized.
No.
So we can't really, it's not a vote, but would be happy to put a letter on the council agenda for Monday night. We'd have to add it to the agenda. I'm smiling at Shar because technically that agenda would go out today if the council would be interested in us doing so. That could have be a joint letter.
I have interest, but I would do it the following meeting, so it's not a issue per se.
Okay, the only thing is that my guess is we're going to miss their budget because they have to be done with their budget. We can't let it set or as it is, it may be too late. I'm not familiar with the county timeline, but we're at the very end of the budget season ourselves. So I'm not sure if we could get it in or not. But if everybody has a nod, we can just write the letter and not have it on the council agenda. We'll just write a letter and we won't put it on the council agenda.
Can you send us out a copy of it to look at? And we can use that as our talking points too?
Yes, great idea.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, back to 911.
911, their total budget before capital expenses for FY '25 is $1,200,973, up $200,859 from the prior year. This is because of the intergovernmental expenses, the pass-through to ISPP. So there are two things happening here. If you look at the revenues up above, they're up $261,000, primarily because of an agreement the council agreed with the council, 2 years ago, I think, to collect 25 cents more per bill. We kept a penny and 24 cents went to the state. So we're reflecting the revenue as an increase and the pass-through money to ISPP as an increase. And so that kind of nets in the bottom line, but it shows as a $200,000 increase in expenses. But revenue is also up $261,000.
What was the value, 1.6?
That's with capital. Without capital, it is $1,209,973,000.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I have a question for PD. How much do you give the fire department out of this?
You asking Joe? I'm going to say no. No, it's Joe.
Where would the fire department get money?
Don Peck, Lieutenant Nampa Police, Councilman Reynolds. Most of it comes out of the radio portion. So when you're looking down in the breaks it down a little differently here. So it's roughly about 20 to 30,000 a year in radio maintenance that we budget. There's approximately 10 to 15,000 in software to support their fire apparatus to be able to speak back to our dispatch to get the calls for service and those things. So everything is budgeted that way. The other part is when we do need radio upgrades, that does come out of this fund as well.
Okay, and the fire department doesn't pay PD any dispatch fees either, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm just curious why we have to collect money for them.
So the way that the 911 fee is generated, it comes in from cell phone fees. So it then has to support all of the agencies which are in our response zone for fire and police. So therefore, we do have to support the fire department as well from these funds.
Okay.
So is that true of, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Council.
Sorry, Mayor, jumped in.
Okay.
Is that true of the ambulance district as well?
So we have a little bit of an agreement with the sheriff's office because we used to we're the only city in the state of Idaho that collects our own 911 fees. We have our own PSAP, our own public safety answering point, our own 911 center. There's 5 in the state that have them. We are the only one that collects our own 911 fees. All the others, the fee goes to the county, and the county just gives a distribution back to those centers. So for us, we have a unique agreement with the Sheriff's Department where instead of them collecting the fee and giving it back to us, we collect it ourselves. So they handle all of the EMS radios and so forth through the county.
Actually, I think that is awesome, and I wouldn't change it. And in my opinion, I would gladly share with fire because that's what we have a responsibility to do so. And I would not want to be in the other situation where it's going to the county and letting them distribute it.
Correct.
So thank you for that explanation, and I think it's great.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'll make the motion to adopt the budget of $1,200,973 for 911 services.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the 911 services as stated. Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Jingula?
Yes.
Mills?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, so we've made it through another section on the agenda. We're into the third section, which is private venues. And do we need a break? It's only
10-minute break would be great.
10-minute break. Okay, here we go. Sorry, 10-minute break.
I was all ready to go.
No.
Sorry.
Go ahead. We'll be back.
Oh, man, All righty. So we're going to move to privately managed venues.
And we are on page 325 for the Nampa Civic Center, our work. And I believe we've got Andrew here if we have any questions on this budget. Bit of a different operation. The way we look at the numbers are totally different than the way he looks at the numbers. But in essence, we track the revenues and the expenses, and whatever the shortfall is, the city makes up the difference for the Civic Center. So they have income of $824,000, up $91,000 from last year. I'll come back to the transfers in. They have expenses of $1,182,330 for operational costs. And we have additional capital expenditures of $228,448. I'm just addressing the capital here so you understand that when we get to the bottom and we look at the operational cost and we agree on a capital expense, the transfers in at the top, the 586, are what we fund them back to cover both the costs of the capital expenses and any shortfall in operational costs. So it comes to zero, but it's still city funding resources to fill the gap that the ongoing operations do not cover. It is overall kind of a net wash between last year. The revenues are up $91,000 and the expenses are up $90,000, so very much consistent with prior year's results, with the only difference being we have included fewer capital dollars for the investment. We'll come to the capital approval later, but right now we're looking for the approval of the expenses at $1,182,330 for the operations of the Nampa Civic Center.
Doug, I'd like to just real quickly, Doug, this is a little bit weird because I don't feel like we should be approving what the expenses are. What we need to approve is what we're subsidizing. And what I think I just saw was that the capital expense of 228 is in the transfer in of 586. So I'd like to have both for the Fort Idaho Center and the Civic Center, specifically, the subsidy is X because that's an operational budget. We're not approving capital right now. So what I need to know, what I'd like to know, and I'd like to have a motion on, is that we would, well.
But is that really the case? Because they're operating on our.
We can't hear you.
Oh, I need to be closer. They're operating on our behalf. All the expenses get recorded on our books as part of our costs and our structures. They're just the ones writing the checks, but it's on our bank account.
Well, and we can do that, but I think what's very important is that we're calling out how much we are subsidizing each of the venues. And it isn't called out specifically here in a number because they're combined. Capital is combined with operational. So I'd like to know what is the actual operational dollar that is out of reoccurring revenue that we are approving.
On page 327, the very bottom.
Okay.
It shows the two transactions, the interfund transfers, $228,448 for the capital and $358,218 for the operational.
I'm sorry. 228 and 358. Okay, so then that our motions today, I would like to just, I think it just needs to be readily evident that we're approving a transfer in of $358,218 general fund operational support from the city to them. We can approve their operational expenses as you've stated, but I think it's important that we understand how much of city money we're putting in, because that is our city dollars.
I agree with the clarification. Yeah. My skepticism is the fact that when I report financials, I include their expenses in our total government-wide budget. So it's part of our number. That's. Yeah.
It is. I just struggle with it because we don't manage their budget at all. We don't have anything to do with their expenses, but I understand what you're doing, and I understand it's in here. The clarity that I was looking for was $358,218. is the actual dollar amount that will be funded from the city that we're authorizing through this budget right now. Within, later, we'll deal with the capital. Okay.
So I need it.
Mayor?
There.
Yes, I'm sorry, and I think Councilman Rodriguez was first.
Yes.
And then I talked over him, and I'm so sorry. So we'll start there, and then we'll go to whoever was next.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, for that clarification, because I was thinking with this number that the Civic Center could actually purchase chairs for the auditorium, but that's not the case then. Okay, well, that's clarification. Thank you.
Okay, and who was next?
I'll go. So I just need the clarification. So the transfer in of 586,000 is both operating and capital?
Yes.
Two components, capital of $228,000, 448, and operations of 358, 218. That's the transfer from general government to support the Napa Civic Center.
So if we didn't operate the Civic Center and it just sat for a year, we'd save ourselves $350,000.
Possibly, you'd still have some maintenance you'd have to do, so you might save a little less than that. I can't speak to the value of the civic activities that take place there.
No, I'm not asking you for that. I'm just looking at it from a straight year in, year out. The Civic Center and the Fort Idaho Center is subsidized.
Well, the Fort Idaho Center, we'll get to that one, is a little different story than the Napa Civic Center. They have a much more dynamic revenue stream than does the Civic Center. So the Civic Center is a place that kind of just fairly stable from year to year. But in the Fort Idaho Center, we're seeing dramatic improvement in the results. And we'll get to that when we get there.
Yeah.
You done?
Okay, yes.
Or you-
Councilman Haverfield, thank you.
I paused. You could have jumped.
I did.
He's being
I'll go
polite,
back
and
in.
he's waiting for the mayor to give him authorization too. That's the process, so, thank you.
Lose, you lose, Mr. Haverfield.
Robert's Rules of Order.
Yep.
So again, in that same vein, I was just trying to understand where the 586,666 came from. The mayor pointed, or you pointed out for the mayor, it was the addition of the 228 plus the 358. So the transfers in, that's from our general budget then?
Correct.
Okay. So if we were to consider what the Civic Center is currently running in the red, would that be that amount?
That's the $358,000. If we didn't do the capital investment, the shortfall would be $358,000.
Okay. And then the 228,000 we'll get into later to describe what that really.
Basically lighting projects, but we will get into that later for approval.
Okay. So the $1,182,000 does not include the 350, or I'm sorry, the 228, is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, it does
182
not.
does not.
That's at the,
That's total expenses.
That's at the very bottom.
All right, thank you. I'm clear.
Do we have any questions for Andrew?
I do, but regarding the Fort Idaho Center, Mayor,
Okay.
I guess I could ask it now.
No.
No.
Well, yeah, we'll keep Fort Idaho Center separate.
No, you cannot.
Okay, sorry.
Don't make me kick you.
I got you. You see your shoes.
Mayor, I do have a question/comment, I guess, for Andrew. Andrew, we've been talking about the auditorium seating for a number of couple years at least. And you said last week when you presented that it would be somewhere around 500,000 to replace all of those. Is that still correct?
Yes, that is
our
still
number?
correct.
So we have 630 seats in that auditorium, so that'd be about 793 per seat. And you don't want to explore the option of having the plates on there anymore, or?
We opted for like the wall of honor instead of the plates because that would be a permanent fixture onto the seat. And I just don't know if we want to do that with brand new seats. And if we have a wall, you know a wall can hang it. There won't be issues with brackets coming out, all that good stuff.
Okay, I've been in a lot of auditoriums and concert halls and things, and they all have those plates.
Mhm.
It's pretty customary for that industry, I guess. So I'm just wondering if we might want to explore that again, just to give us an avenue. I would just recommend that we do. I think that it would be great, and we could explore, how long that nameplate is on there. I think they'd be pretty cheap to change them out after 5 years or however long that sponsorship is for.
Sure. It's absolutely not a closed door. That was just the idea we had going for now.
Perfect, thank you.
Excuse me, sorry about that. Where are you on your fundraising on that?
Mayor, we're about at $8,000 raised right now, but we're working with the Brandt Foundation. We'll be submitting a grant for the coming fall here, and we'll get the city grant writers involved in that when the time is right. But we have met with them and are working through that process. And we're also trying to examine some new things. We're working with the Idaho Lottery on possibly doing like a 50-50 raffle at our in-house events. So trying to think outside the box and come up with new ways as compared to just knocking on doors or sending emails and asking for money. Fun ways that people can kind of get more involved with it.
And you might take it, I appreciate Councilman Jangula's thought. You might take that into real consideration because some people want to have their name on a chair.
Sure.
And so that might be a really good idea. So thank you.
Sure.
One more question, follow-up. Auditorium district, last that we
Yes.
talked, we weren't for sure it was going to be on the ballot. We were hoping. Do you know, is that going to be on the ballot for sure?
Yes, so the group and myself met with county clerk about a week ago, just before the 4th, so a couple weeks now, and we determined the final amount of signatures we need to go gather, so we need to go gather about 800 more signatures, and that will get us on the ballot for November, once they are certified by the county.
How long do we have to do that? Like 45
We have,
days?
no, we'll have it wrapped up in a few weeks here, so we have plenty of time. We don't have to have our hearing until late August or early September, and even at that time, there's still plenty of time to get approved on the ballot, printed, absentee, sent out, everything. So we went through all that with the county clerk and their legal, and we feel good with where we're at.
Perfect, thank you.
Yes.
So do you have a new seating layout?
Yes, it would be new, so it would add updated ADA requirements and also a center aisle.
So can we get a copy of that, or
Sure, absolutely.
has that
Yeah.
been furnished prior? Or?
I don't know that we've got it. Have you sent it? I don't remember.
It's not like a 3D concept, it's a CAD, but it still shows you the nuts and bolts of what you want to see.
That'd be great. Thank you for forwarding it over. You can send it to Kim and we'll get it out to City Council,
We'll do.
unless you want to send it direct, but
Yeah, we'll do.
thank you.
Is that the same number of seats then?
It's actually a little higher.
Okay.
The seats are a little different size, and the aisleways are a little different, so
Do you know about how many more?
I don't want to put my foot in my mouth. It's been a little while since I looked at that diagram.
I'm just wondering.
It's not much at all.
Okay, so those price per seat, if you were to go that route, wouldn't change drastically? Still be around?
If we changed everything we're already doing, it may not change too much, but we could look at altering it based on the price per seat. Right now, we have different levels of investment, and that relates to time on the seat or the wall.
So do you have price differences between lawn chairs and regular?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
But we're not on the Fort Idaho Center yet.
Are there any other questions regarding the Civic Center? Okay, just a reminder, if we approve this budget as stated, we are authorizing the total expenses number, which is the $1,182,330. $1,182,330 is total expenses. And then, because the capital will come later. So
moved, Mayor.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded to approve the Civic Center budget as stated. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Angula.
Yes.
Mills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Pardon me.
Thank you. Thank you. I will.
Pardon me. Fort Idaho Center. Now, Victor, your questions are.
Yes, thank you.
Page 331. As we indicated, the Fort Idaho Center, we made a little change in approach this year and moved the budget up into the real world of actuals. Because like the mayor said earlier, one of the biggest things we're concerning is how many resources does it take from the city to fund the Fort Idaho Center? And with their dramatic improvement of their performance and their concerts, we've been able to move them to a point where the city is no longer giving them any operational support to run the building. We are giving them money for capital, but we're not giving them money for operational support out of the general government. So they have $10,473,380 in revenues built in. That's a significant increase. I think the 24 budget was probably a little understated, and the 25 budget is probably a little more realistic. They have operating expenses of $10,681,240, and in the past, we've had an operational component, and this is the first year since I've been here that we haven't given them any money for operations, just capital. So
I just have a quick question for Andrew. Andrew, I know you and I hadn't had really a discussion about this. I don't know if you're surprised by this or if you're aware of this is what's coming before us, for you.
The zero?
This
Mayor?
budget, yes.
Yes, I understand. Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mayor, can I take a minute and just applaud the efforts of Spectra now, whatever you're called now. It's taken us 10 years to get to this day, and it
You
means
call
a
him
lot.
Andrew.
Andrew.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the parent company, but again, this is a momentous day, because 10 years ago, urban renewal was just a nasty subject in this town, and part of it was because of the Idaho Center and the red that we were always in, and the money that was being allocated back from our general budget. So this is a great day when we can say that we're no longer in that position, and now it's just helping you guys to improve the quality of the environment and not have to fund just your operational side of it. So again, thank you for your efforts, and I'm happy about today and listening to this.
Thank you, Councilman. It's appreciated. It takes a big team, and Oakview Group, the parent company, has given us a lot of resources to make sure this happens. Not only is that a zero, but there's also that $5 million in the fund balance account for the Fort Idaho Center. So that's that number we've been chasing for years. You've probably heard me talk about it a few different times. And about $950,000 in the Nampa Civic Center. Now I'm going backwards, but in their fund balance. So it's a very good position, but it's all, the support of the city, the great team we have at the venues, and the company giving us a lot of resources. So credit to everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Natalie said I asked my question now, so. Okay, so on the bottom of this page 331, it says FY25 EOI fund balance projected to decrease $208,040 to $3,753,407. Explain that.
Well,
And why is that?
that's our mathematical expression that one of the components, the $208,000 you're talking, if you look up and you see contracted services in-house on there, 208, it's the same 208 down below. This year, the Fort Idaho Center is paying for its own landscaping. We're providing the service, the maintenance and landscaping. They're just paying for it rather than letting us absorb the cost inside the city.
Oh, they are?
So we're showing that we have an estimate, their fund balance, and Andrew's could be much higher because he's looking forward than I am. And the mathematical expression says that we think by the end of '25, their fund balance will be around 3.7. If their results get better, their expenses get better, the fund balance could get better. He's shooting for $5 million. We're close, right? Right. But what we're trying to do here in the bottom is give an expression of what we think the fund balance is likely to be, so you can better evaluate capital expenditures.
Okay, so follow-up. I see the fund between the Civic Center and the Fort Idaho Center is in one group. That's the way I see it. All the money goes into one pot, and then you start divvying up. Am I wrong in that?
The Civic Center and the Idaho Center are separate accounting structures. They have
Oh, are
separate
they?
fund balances, yes.
Okay, so that blows my idea away, because I'm saying, if you have a fund balance for the Fort Idaho Center, as long as we nickel dime to the Civic Center, it will never be filled to its capacity of capital improvements. So I'm looking for ways to find, even from the fund balance of the Ford Idaho Center, $5 million, is to start interjecting
it's a
some
creative thought.
money that way. Am I wrong in that?
Technically, there's lots of things you technically can do, whether you would want to do them from an operational standpoint. To divert money from the Ford Idaho Center, if that was your question, to fund the Civic Center, yeah, you could do it. I don't see any reason why you couldn't. But what you want to look at is what's the best return on that dollar? Do I get a better return on that dollar putting it in the Civic Center, or do I get a better return on that dollar keeping it in the Ford Idaho Center and inventing future programs? That's the question you want to ask.
Well, I always know the answer to that, but it'd be the Ford Idaho Center, of course.
Yeah.
But the thing is, we will never be able to fund the Civic Center if we're waiting for the Civic Center staff and what they do.
I don't disagree with you. You're correct.
So I don't know how else to figure that out. Maybe the auditorium district will help, but I understand that the auditorium district monies, if it passes, is going to go to the Ford Idaho Center and not to the Civic Center.
That is not a given. No.
Oh,
No,
okay.
the auditorium district is there to fund new improvements at either venue.
Okay, well,
And
that's good.
That decision hasn't been made yet, what that funding would go toward. And so that'll be a subject of discussion that will come forth at a later time. And I know there's been probably some discussion today, but a final decision hasn't been made. And I recommend that we keep their budgets very separate. They used to be managed separately. If ever that happened in the future, I just think it's much easier and very clean to keep them separate budgets. Now, either way, if you are subsidizing, the money's coming from somewhere, right? So, but we've really worked diligently to create and to get to that fund balance so that the Ford Idaho Center can stand on its own. And if it did have a deficit one year, they'd be able to absorb it. And hopefully that they don't again. But I
agree with you, Mayor.
Yeah.
I know, but I'm just trying to think of another funding alternative. And if there's not, I know it. I agree with you.
The need is great out of that Ford Idaho Center. From an operational standpoint, all the improvements that need to be made, there's a lot that is yet to be funded and to be done. So I appreciate the hard work. Venues typically don't break even.
Yeah.
It's a standard public venue doesn't, some of them may, but they're not built to break even. Here, we need them to break even, and we've experienced great improvements, and I appreciate that. The improvements that we've made in the budgets, we've come a long ways from where we were. So it's good.
Mayor, if I may, that fund balance at the Ford Idaho Center, in case of a catastrophic failure of an equipment or something crazy happen, those dollars are going to be much higher than a catastrophic failure at the Nampa Civic Center if air handlers broke, for example. Big price difference, so bigger fund balance at FIC versus NCC. But I know exactly what you're meaning by your idea too, Councilman.
No, okay, thank you. Yeah. I figured that, but I just wanted to throw that out. Okay.
Thank you. Are there any other questions about the Ford Idaho Center budget? If we do approve the budget, we would be approving the total expenses of $10,681,420.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ingula.
Yes.
Summerfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Hills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Now, Andrew, I know that do you have a concert today?
We do, Mayor.
Yes.
With Kenny Chesney tonight.
Kind of a big one, huh?
Kind of a big one.
And it's
yes.
kind of warm.
A little bit warm, but we have all the precautions in place. The news was out. We're pushing things out on socials, so bring your sealed plastic water bottle, visit the cool stations, and go inside the arena. That'll be open with AC.
Oh, that's good. It's still outside. What time does it start?
7:30 show start, 6 o'clock doors.
And my admin, Vanessa, will be there, so you need to find her and give her a special seat.
You know where the side entry is, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be there.
So the question is, did he fly in locally as he has in the past?
I think he's on the bus. I can't
Oh.
confirm that, though, but I know his bus is there. He did 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. But definitely busing out tonight because they're going to Seattle.
Just remind him he's not in Boise, he's in Nampa.
He's in Nampa, yeah. He knows.
He does? Good. Kenny Chesney.
Oh.
Yeah. Be kind of fun.
It will be. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Enjoy. Thank you. So you won't be here for the Capitol, I'm going to assume.
Patrick and I have discussed, and I think we have a plan, but I will be available virtually if needed.
Okay, we'll reach out to you if you have a question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So
Was that
what's
approved?
next?
Did
You going to go to development impact fees?
Yeah, well, yes,
what?
I missed the approval in my mind, okay. So the development impact fees on 337, we're not going to approve here, they'll be part of the capital, but we can look at them briefly on 337. In total,
Doug,
there's,
could you where's your microphone? Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you.
I'm not sure, sometimes, there's like a sweet zone, and I either look like a hunchback or I'm sitting upright, I'm not sure which one. So the development impact fees, just for referential, they'll be reviewed in the capital section. $18,355,000 for budgeted for this year as compared with $19,019,000 last year. That's in total. We can look, as we go through as Chris goes through the capital projects, we will review those individually.
Okay.
The debt service fund, left in there as a blank just to let us know we don't owe anything next year. So that one's gone. I still have a small amount of fund balance left to clean up in there, but it's to talk with our auditors. So that would move us on to golf.
So we're going to move into the tab in your book, proprietary funds.
352.
Yes, yes. So we have a question from Councilman Bills on impact fees.
So a couple of questions is, on the 337, water renewal, that appears that's a new impact fee that's been adopted?
There are who's telling me? There's 2 or 3 newer ones that we added over the last couple of years. The water fees, the irrigation fees, and the water renewal are fairly new impact fees.
It's called a utility impact fee, and it comes across as one fee, but it is a utility impact fee. And that fund is Jeff. Hi, Jeff. That fund currently has approximately, let's see, utility.
Mayor and City Council, Councilman Bills, the utility impact fees were approved by council a couple years ago. And we have about $3 million in water renewal. And if someone could help me, I'm not sure how much we have in water and then in irrigation, but it's water, irrigation, and wastewater or water renewal.
Michelle's looking that up now.
You need to get closer to the mic. Okay. Sorry. Thank you. You can just pull it up. There you go.
I'll reconnect with you then to better understand that one.
The utility impact fees?
Yes.
Yeah, it is a new fee. Is there anyone else in the state of Idaho doing it?
From my understanding, the city of Nampa was the first in Idaho.
Yeah, I just got to understand how.
Yeah.
That part.
Yes.
The logic side, I'm not following, so.
Yeah.
Second question then for.
Councilman Tom and I can go through that with you at another time.
Thank you. So Doug, you got a line item of interest income, but no interest income for 2025.
Right, so the way we work with the impact fees, we don't recognize the revenue until we spend it. So we're not spending any of the interest income, but we are accumulating it within the funds. So as Michelle tracks the income and the outgo for the impact fees, we aggregate in the interest income. Each of these are in separate accounts, dedicated accounts, that's required. So the interest income goes back into them. But I don't recognize it on here unless we actually spend it.
So on September 30th or October 1, you then recognize what the interest was in the impact fee?
Only if we spend it. What I'm saying is if you look here and you see $15,707,000 in total revenue.
Yes.
That's what we're planning on spending from the impact fees. The impact fee collections are likely going to be greater than that.
So Doug, quick question regarding that, and this may be where Councilman's going. In the FY24 budget, it appears that we budgeted and in FY '23, but those are actuals. Did we budget in FY '24 interest?
I
Because I
budgeted
see a
income-
number
I-
of 600.
I did, and it was probably not necessary to do so. I did not budget for it in this year because of the same concept. We don't recognize all of the revenues coming in. We just recognize the revenues as we spend them out in projects. So I didn't need to include the revenues last year, and I did, and I probably shouldn't have because it wasn't consistent with prior years. No, maybe I'm wrong. Oh, the actuals, yeah, we would be, when the actuals come in, we do recognize the actuals like you see in '23 and '22, but there isn't a requirement to budget for them, just like we don't budget for revenues that come in but are not spent.
Okay, but okay. I just noticed that the other revenues are in here.
Yeah.
And last year there was a revenue.
Last year I budgeted it, and I probably shouldn't have, because it hadn't been budgeted for in prior years, and I just got budget happy with it. The money still came in, and the money still gets credited to the account, and it's still used for the same purpose, and as part of the CIP. It's just not as important to recognize it there because we tie the revenues to the expenditures.
But the counts are earning interest of some sort.
Yes, certainly. And we track that on a monthly basis. We can show you exactly what it is.
Okay. Thank you.
These are one of the few accounts that are dedicated separate. So like the library and the other departments you talked about, their money's all mashed together with everybody else's. Impact fees are separate. They're held in separate accounts. They're required to be so. So they get their own dedicated interest income.
Thank you. So I think we are ready to move into the proprietary funds, and I think we've gone to golf at this time. And I think, Doug, you directed us to...
Looks like 354. Actually, 353 and 354 are the golf. No, 352 are just the FTEs, which for the entire golf summary. And this is 353 and 354 are the aggregate of all the golf funds, the clubhouses, the golf courses. They have 14.49 FTEs last year, and this year, no increases. Okay. And let me check one thing really quickly. I think in here, I think there are 5 units. I think if I'm correct, is the Mayor's Golf Tournament included in this one too, in this roll-up? Okay, yeah, and this includes the Mayor's Golf Tournament as well. That's the 5th org. Mayor, do you wish to review that one separately at all?
The golf tournament?
Yeah, it's just part of it. Yeah, it's just a very small one. Okay, good. The total revenues for the golf courses are projected at $5,605,830. That's up $375,000 from the prior year. They are planning a small use of fund balance this year, $94,000, which means they will be leveraging the operations for most of their capital outflow. Their total expenses on page 355 are $3,896,282. That's down about $800,361 from the prior year. This is again before the capital. So I think it's really good to point out that the revenues of 5.7 are almost entirely funding the capital expenditures of 1.8. We'll get to the capital later, but it's good to see the revenues they're bringing in funding their capital needs. They don't have to go right now at this point to fund balance to use it. So the approval request, and if you'd like to go through any of the details, we can certainly do that, but the approval request is for the total expenses of $3,896,282.
Make the motion to approve that amount.
Okay, so we have, is Councilman Haverfield, Councilman Bills, and Councilman Reynolds, I think is what. You did? You moved it and you seconded it. Boy, I didn't even hear it. Okay, so, and did you have a question, or were you? Okay, so let's go. So we have a motion and a second on the floor, then we have a discussion question.
Thank you. So at the bottom there where you say 94,000 fund balance used for capital projects, So those funds, are those from fees and
The,
generation money, or is that from?
from prior years' course-generated money, yes.
It's the golf fund.
It's the golf fund.
It's
They have a
golf fund.
fund balance.
It's,
They are totally self-sustaining.
all right.
100% self-sustaining, no property taxes go to the golf, and they're pulling from their golf fund to subsidize. So, quick question, if it's all coming from their fund, they're funding all their capital expenses.
99% of their capital expenditures next year are funded through operational means, meaning they're not having to dig into their fund balance for the most part. Now, I know they've got long-term capital plans that will eventually do that, but right now, this year, this is.
So, this is kind of a weird budget, because typically it's not this way, right? This one's a little different. Do we need to approve their capital expenditure separately, since it's all coming from their fund? Because it's not coming from taxpayer dollars, it's their fund. And when we approve their expenses, it's not approving their revenues, because their revenues are exceeding their expenses, and it's all going to the bottom line.
Well, I
Yet
guess
we're
the
not
question is the golf investment in capital included in your capital reviews?
Yes, it is.
It is, okay.
Whatever you'd like to do, we can, but it is included in his numbers, so.
I'm just thinking about the fact that we're approving a budget, and we're approving their total expenditures, but their revenue is exceeding their expenditures, which means that $1.7 million something is going to fund balance, technically, and then the rest of it's being funded then out of, but it's funded from operational. I guess we can just all remember that when we get there. My thought is I'd like to just approve it all, but we'll go through the process.
Mayor?
Yeah, yes.
Just as a reminder, can you, or Doug, let us know where we stand as far as on the purchase of the golf course?
Okay, this might be a good time to talk about it after we go ahead and finish this motion.
Okay, I was just wondering if that's a part of their costs, or, as far as repayment back to the city.
It's not. So we can, it's not part of it. So because it's not part of this, shall we go ahead and approve the expenses?
I made that motion, so yes.
Thank you. Okay, so is there any other discussion on golf? The motion is to approve their total expenses of $3,896,282. Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ingula?
Yes.
Hills?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, so the opportunity, Doug, for you to, yes, thank you.
So on the golf, pardon me, the voice is starting to get a little weak here, so I'll try and speak real close to the microphone. The golf course purchase was funded in two parts. About $2.9 million from golf course fund balance and about $3 million from general gov fund balance. The original intent was to have the golf course pay back general gov over time for that $3 million. One of the challenges we see every year when we go to deal with the golf operations are the rate hikes coming from various cost needs that are driving inflationary impacts that are driving the rates higher. That and the need for the golf course to take care of some investments in capital that we haven't been able to do for the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years. Those two combined made it attractive to, rather than having the golf course repay us the money, to propose that we allow them to not repay the money, but leverage their own capital fund balance to reinvest in the golf course, to keep the fees low and to not slow down necessary capital investment that had been delayed for years.
I don't have a problem with that concept. Was that ever discussed at the council level?
We have not formally forgiven that debt, so we needed to bring it to council for your approval before making that a formal acceptance. In other words, yes, I need your approval to do so.
And so this budget does not reflect that, and yes, it did need to come to council, and Doug and I spoke about that this week, realizing that that has not come to council, and it does need to come to council. And even though we're finishing golf, that is the same principle that we're applying to fleet. And part of the reason for that is that what we looked at in fleet was that by the time we added the additional cost to repay a loan, I love the concept of rebuilding it. Our cost per hour got so high, Doug could correct me if
Yeah.
I'm wrong in this,
Yeah.
and I mean Doug Adams back here. The cost per hour for the service almost was the same as what the private sector was, and so we were losing our savings. The real downside of that was it was causing our GenGov property tax budget, it was killing it because a lot of the services, parks, police are GenGov, and our prices were so high, it was really hurting our other budgets. And so from an operational standpoint, because those are getting passed through, and we realized that while we had the adequate funds for capital right now, and it's because of interest income and because of the surplus and shared sales tax revenue, and this is all one-time money, not reoccurring revenue money, we could actually just, let's get the work done and not kill the budgets of our ongoing budget for fleet. So the same principle will have applied to both departments, and it does need to come to council. Unfortunately, we didn't come to council, and I will say, and I do apologize for this, we didn't come to council before the budget. It's not budgeted. We budgeted it without repayment. So if we were to start repayment, and council said, no, we don't agree, we want it to be repaid, it would have to be in next year's budget.
Was that all set up to begin now, or was this, has there been money already put towards that 3 million?
Repayment from the golf courses was scheduled to begin in '24.
Okay. So.
But we have not asked for any repayment, correct? We have not asked for any repayment.
I think that's a great topic to bring up.
Okay, thank you. So we really should probably put that on an August, possibly our first meeting in August.
Okay.
The discussion on that.
Can do that.
So,
Certainly.
thank you. Okay, so I guess we're ready for development services, is that correct?
Okay, let me get over there.
Development services, I'm going to say, is a little bit confusing right now because of the change. We used to have a development services budget, and then it kind of became development services building safety. And so as we're reestablishing the development services organization, you've got development services admin, and then underneath that you have the building safety and code department, and we'll just have to double check to make sure they're all titled correctly because these are some of the movements that took place after budget was in process.
So on page 386 and 387, we have the roll-up for the budget for all 3 elements of building services. And as the mayor said, that's the building safety, it's an administrative function, and there's also P&Z under Rodney rolls up in here too. So because they're kind of separate functions, we will review them separately and not as a total. But understand that the administrative section is kind of, like the mayor said, a movement in flux, because eventually, this is Mark Stoyer's admin unit, where a big chunk of engineering will roll up to in '26, but right now, it's just kind of a placeholder for some smaller expenses. So if we go to page 391.
And could we pause on the org chart for Development Services Administration is not correct. So we need to change that, Leslie, to where we have planning and zoning should be called out separately, building safety and code, and then engineering. And so this one's going to need a correction before the final budget book. Thank you, since facilities is not underneath development services. Sorry, Doug, go ahead.
No problem. Okay, we will correct that. Page 391 is, we'll do an approval separate for this. It's a very small administrative cost and IT costs, although I think the IT departmental cost budget of $51,000 is based on a prior evaluation that we may need to revisit as part of the reorg. I think that's just a little bit high.
I think we definitely need to
Yeah.
revisit that.
That
Yeah,
one's got to
so-
be revisited.
Yeah, the IT cannot be correct.
Yeah. But this budget right now, as it stands, I think it would need to be reallocated between the various segments of development services. So in total, I think it's all right, but individually, it needs to be corrected going forward. The budget here for FY '25 is $279,349, down from last year's $371,000. Part of that's due to an FTE we moved out over into economic development. So with that, a question for approval, or questions?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
So Doug, is Mark getting paid out of his fund now, or is he still on the other one?
I think we're moving him over now. If not, it was either very recently or it will happen almost immediately now.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you. So your motion is to approve total operating expenses of $279,348?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
249? 349. Thank you. The numbers were right there in front of me.
349, you got it.
Can I say them? No.
What is it?
It's the total expenses on page 391 are $279,349.
Right, okay.
Which is the, yeah.
I'll second that.
So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion on that one? Roll call.
Ingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
If we move over to page 399, actually 398 and 399, we can see the head count. This is the building services account as it was originally. No changes to this one as at this point. The FTEs, 32 last year, 32 this year. The total revenues, it's important to note the total resources, the revenues is 7.5 and the 7.4. Those are always a bit of a question mark because they depend on fees and the continuance of the construction industry. Right now, we're budgeting them very, very flat with the prior year with just minimal change. In fact, the only real change is a little more interest income from their fund balance. The total expenses on page 400 for this org are $4,951,847,000, down $316,993. The team that put this together, when we reorganized it, really hammered the expenses pretty good and cut about, I guess in total, that $350,000 out of the expense categories, which was a much welcomed change in trajectory for the expenses there. Questions for this org at all?
Mayor King, I have one. Oh,
Yes.
Randy, go ahead if you want.
I was just going to ask what the Fire Protection District, that $230,000, what is that for?
That's passed through. We collect revenues for inspections and then pass it directly through to them. We don't do the work.
So
we just
no
pass
net
the money.
cost us then?
No.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mayor, if I could have John come up for a minute. While he's coming up, I'll talk about it. What I'm looking at is, like I did in economic development, a liaison with the community, which is the development community. And we want to assure the easy passing through our process of permits and et cetera. And there's been so much, it's been really difficult for our development community to really grasp and get these things going. So I asked John if he would consider, or if this council would consider, maybe appointing, if not hiring a new employee solely to get that done. I don't know how you feel about it. I just throw that out, but I think we need that. We've talked about a concierge about for the last 3 years, but I don't know. I think we need to, again, close that gap as well. So I know you're handling most of the calls now, but you're an administrator. You should be doing other stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman Rodriguez, and my name's John Nielsen, Director of Building Safety and Code. I appreciate the thought. We really haven't delved into it, the first 2 months here that I've been here, but we have kind of gone through and thought about that exact type of person who could get out there on the jobs more often than the inspectors, has some sort of construction background to go out there and work with them. Because it also will bleed into, helping with P&Z, Public Works, and economic development. So, we spent about 5-10 minutes talking about it, but it would be a good idea. Obviously, it's up to council if they want to try to set something up like that. And for transparency, I am sitting on 2 vacant positions, one in inspector and one for plan review, waiting to see how everything plays out. Again, don't want to get too many people in there, but that would be kind of a one-off and honestly a fairly good idea.
Thank you.
And if I could speak to that. So with the establishment of the Development Services Group, Senior Director of Development Services, Building, Planning and Zoning, and Engineering all work up through Mark Stoyer.
Oh.
That is actually what part of the reason for that role.
Oh, is it?
Is that Mark is meeting with the developers. Now, you touched on something which is a little different, which is in the field, right? And so that would be something that you guys could talk internally if there's a need for somebody in the field more, connecting with developers. But we have meetings scheduled with developers, and we're going to continue to have meetings scheduled and have discussions about meeting the needs of our developers, and we're moving that up to a whole different level.
Okay, thank
with
you.
Mark stepping in and with engineering coming underneath there, because working with the developers, and you just referenced it, right, it's planning and zoning, it's all of it together. And so that's why we have Senior Director of Development Services.
Okay, thank you. That's very good.
Yeah,
That's-
it will be taking place.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor?
John, thank you.
As you go down that path and you have an open communication with the development community, make sure you include the design professionals in that, because they're the ones that the developers rely on to get the message or the information provided to you. So by not including at least an overall invitation for the development or the designers to be there, you're going to be missing a step. And it's a constantly changing format. I mean, the goalpost gets moved a lot as you see new people coming in and going. And some communities that I deal with are a lot easier to work with than Nampa. I'll just say it that way. Right now, there are times where I just don't feel like there's a customer service component at all. Not that that's the case, and I should usually feel a little bit more open to praise when I feel the frustration. I've got people that are talking to me about, why is it taking so long? So open it up so that it's a little bit more of an interactive involvement, so that we're both moving towards the same common goal of getting things done.
Will do.
Thank you for that comment. It's a really good comment. I just made note of it. And I think that's something that you and Mark, you guys can talk about. I think it's a very good point. I want to say a piece of really good news, and that was, I believe it was yesterday, Peter, you went to a ribbon cutting on my behalf. And at that ribbon cutting, which I don't know the name of the new business, but it's the former Real Theater that just opened, they did a total regroup of that facility. Do you remember the name? I'll have to repeat it. Pirate Sports. Huge compliment to our building department in what a great job they did. Their praises were absolutely there, in extreme appreciation for how well they took care of them and helped them. And they were a little apprehensive, I think, at the onset, and it ended up working well. So I love it because we hear the negatives. I love it when we hear the positives. And so Peter was able to come back with a huge compliment. And we've also gotten some emails recently on the building department and the responsiveness that they've had and people that have been supported. So it does my heart good because we've all heard the other side.
Yeah, I was wondering where you stand too, as far as on the adaptation. Maybe this is a Patrick question of the interface of information, the IT side of it, if there's going to be any changes into the formatting of how things are. I know Meridian and Boise have a different format than Nampa has, or at least had in the past. So linking up, maybe looking at how you interface with the design side so that, it's something maybe similar or a lot more user-friendly would be helpful as well.
Are you talking about the online permitting?
Yep.
Yeah, and Mark can speak to that too, but John, would you like to make a comment on that one?
Thank you, Mayor, Councilman Haverfield. So we are currently looking into a couple of new platforms for plan review, specifically for those reasons, so that designers can see the comments as we go through. They wouldn't necessarily be able to submit until we're done, so there wasn't all that confusion of back and forth, on submittals for the plans. But they could see the comments and get working on that, and so at the end, be ahead of the game. Project Docs is one of them, and DigiPlan's also one. I do know the state, Meridian, I believe maybe Boise does Project Docs, so we are looking into that.
Meridian does, and I mean, it's almost immediate, some of the responses that you get back. And then you can always go in and check and see exactly where you're at in the process at any time as well. That's very helpful when I have a client like David Bill's harping at me that it's taken too long. So I can just go and pull off a line exactly where we are, here's where they are in the review process.
No, I appreciate that, because that was one of the first issues between just timelines, period, was the review process on the plan submittal.
Thank you.
You have reduced your permit review timeline, haven't you?
I have
By?
3 to 5 days. Right now, we're currently at a 1-day turnaround to get, as long as everybody's got their applications and, information in there correct, it goes back to the plan reviewers that day.
That day. And then plan reviewers, if I remember correctly, they used to be like 40 days, and now the goal is, it's down to 20,
Correct.
right? And we're going to we'll see if we can even beat that.
I don't want to break them yet, but yes, I'm going to be shooting for a little more, like 15 days.
Good. Thank you.
So to Mr. Haverfield's credit, he's right. I have been harping, so no problem. So I do have a question, and Doug, it may be back to you, page 395 and 396. So the red, so fiscal year 2024, the red is meaning projection of what yet is to take place, or?
Where did we get this data? Is this? This is, John might be able to speak to this better than me. This is his data.
That's correct, Councilman. These are what we are projecting to get by the end of the fiscal year, the 143.
As far as permits coming in yet?
Permits coming in, Councilman, they're holding steady. We're projected to only, beat fiscal year 23 by, what, 26 permits or something.
23, what's our count for 24? Do we know?
Currently on 24, it's 1674 for building permits issued.
There's a
You know what it is?
footnote at the bottom.
He's looking at that next page at 396, and it's inspections by fiscal year. And under FY '23, if we look at that number right there, is that supposed to be FY '24?
Well, no, I just asked that question. There's a footnote at the very bottom, an asterisk in the very left corner that has the projected inspections for '24 at 41,578. I just think we've.
If you apply, though, the same principle to your other one, this would be, John, is that FY '23 right there, or is that
I believe it is fiscal year 23,
Okay,
and
this should-
then we don't have
I
a
think-
graph for 24.
I think the year moniker is probably incorrect under there, yes.
Should be 24.
Okay.
The rest of the years of the, are actually FY '21, '22, '23, '24. My guess is this particular inspection one should be FY '21, '22, '23, '24, because the 14,000 that's in red, if it aligns with the last one, is what is projected yet to come.
Yes.
So maybe we can just, I guess the key for finance for everybody, let's get this corrected by the next book.
Yeah,
So
we
this
will.
will be when we get done.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I've just
Thank
seen-
you.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
Yes.
I have a question for John. What is that software cost that you need for the, you were talking about?
Councilman Reynolds, currently, project docs would be a $70,000 initial fee, and I don't recall off the top of my head what the yearly fee is, and that allows for 50, it's not really licenses, but 50 people can come into the system at the same time, and so that would be in there. It's a little more substantial than the DigiLine, but if I was to offer my opinion today, I would say project docs would be the way to go, based on Councilman's point that most of the valley does and the state does use project docs.
Okay, so, and you don't have that in the budget, I assume?
No, we do not. We haven't budgeted for that.
That said, if you don't mind, I would recommend that if, as you guys do some work, and Mark is coming forward too, and you may have a comment, I would recommend that we could do a budget amendment if we chose to, because it would be funded out of the building safety. It would give them the opportunity to get their, to really give some thought to where they need to go and what they need to do. Unfortunately, you have had an employee change that is extremely unfortunate, because that's the area that they were working in, was the connection between the permit side and the software system. It may take a bit for you to decide, and then from when you guys do decide, you could come back with a request, would be what I would recommend.
What would the likely timing of that be? I mean, you could, as an option, put in a placeholder for an amount for the software now as an approval. We can add it in as part of the process, and then it comes back to council for the final payment for approval. But then we wouldn't have to do an amendment if that's your will.
I would think that would be awesome.
Suggest that?
I would encourage
Okay.
that.
So what would that,
Yeah.
Mark?
Yeah, so this is going to be one of my priorities as I come into the new position. Exactly how much that's going to be is still up in the air. We're taking a look at how Tyler is handling the process right now, and whether or not that's something we want to stick with and just have an added application to that, or do we want to go with project docs and Excella, for example? Excella is what Meridian uses, what a number of other cities that I've worked with uses, which I believe is a great product, but it could be anywhere from $100,000 to $1 million. So exactly where that's going to land, I wouldn't want to commit to anything quite yet. We have some time. Unfortunately, we lost Elizabeth also as well. She's leaving work for a consultant. So we're going to have to really regroup and see what direction we want to head.
So I appreciate that. Thank you. I think there's wisdom. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, so a question for Doug and possibly John. So your suggestion would be to add that dollars in there now as a rough amount?
If it were estimable, yes. If it's not estimable, then no, we'll wait until we get a relatively hard number. I mean, if they knew it was going to be between $30,000 and $50,000, you could put 40 in, but if he's saying it's going to be 100 or more, I think that deserves a study before we put it in.
And Mark is over development services. This is ultimately his decision, and I think we need to respect his counsel on it, because there needs to be some research and work done to figure out what direction to go.
Benjamin, it's not hard.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so unless there's further questions, we are on the building safety and building safety budget, and the total expenses that would be approved are $4,951,847 if the council so approves.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Hammerfield.
Just for clarification, the amount was $4,951,000?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay.
If we move to page 409, 410, and 411, we can review planning and zoning. On 409, they have the same FTE headcount this year, last year in '23 at 9, very steady. Their revenues also are very steady. Their charges for services, $155,000, a fairly consistent amount. Their total expenses for the FY25 year are $1,432,087. That's down $78,913 for the year, due in large part to a $60,000 reduction in contractual services. And I don't recall exactly what that was for. Maybe Rodney, is Rodney here? What the reduction was, but
Rodney Ashby, Planning and Zoning Director. So the contractual services, we've set aside some funding in the past to do specific area plans, and then just this year we're doing the downtown implementation plan. So that's what those are for. This next year we're going to be starting the comprehensive plan update, a major update of our comprehensive plan. But we realize, I've been through this multiple times now, the comprehensive plan updates, and it just takes much longer than you expect. We've always, every project I've been a part of for a comp plan, it takes multiple years. So we are planning for that over the next few years to do, to kind of bite it off in pieces each year. So we'll be submitting a little bit bigger chunk next year for contractual services for the rest of that, or for a good portion of that comp plan.
Ren, one quick question. I wanted to verify we're correct here. Your increase in your wages was only about $12,000. Did you have any turnover or change in wage structure here?
We haven't. We just, I don't know, I think maybe no one else has heard this from this group, but Parker Bodley has left the city. So we had that change just happened this 2 weeks ago. So his last day was Tuesday. And so we'll be changing that, but no changes to the number of FTEs.
We'll look by individual. It seemed a little low. It should be about $6,000, $7,000 higher, but we'll look at it, make sure there's no problems there.
So, just so I don't lose the thought, Doug, you're mentioning that you're concerned that the salaries, when we take the total with the percentage of increase, could go up.
Yeah.
Correct.
Well,
So
if I do a strict calculation on 591,000 at 3%, that would be 17,000, not 12,000. So it's a small difference, but there could be $5,000. I don't think it's wrong, but there could be something slightly off in there. We'll check the details and make sure.
So when we do an approval on this budget, what I'm thinking is we want to make sure that we've approved it with enough revenue.
Right.
So do we need to change the bottom line? If you do, have somebody calculate it real quick and tell us what it needs to be.
Okay.
You could let's use a mic if you're.
Since we're comparing budget to budget, it could be that there was a position in 24's budget that we had budgeted higher that they may have not gotten the increase for, which that actually sounds
I don't think so because
familiar.
you haven't had that much change.
No.
Yeah. I think we need to take a look at that and possibly increase your the salaries budget. I just want to make sure we don't authorize a budget that it's
too low.
That is too low that we know is not correct. So maybe you do some math real quick and figure out what that needs to be. So the budget that we authorize is.
If we did it at a straight 3%, the increase would be $18,000. You can add $6,000 to that total and just say it's 6,000 higher, and then we're covered. It couldn't be any greater than that because there's been no promotions, no changes, just 3%. And we'll eventually change that to the 4%, but we'll add 6,000 to it and we'd be completely covered, just in case.
Okay. Councilman Bills, did you have a comment or question?
I had a question. So charges for services listed as 155,000? Thank you. Charges for services is listed as 155,000?
where are we at here?
I'm on
In your
page
revenue.
410.
Top of your.
The very
scroll up a
beginning,
little-
your revenue, it's your
Chris,
revenue
scroll
line.
up a little bit.
Oh, yeah, so that's revenue that we're receiving. And I estimated really low on that, just conservatively, because of uncertainty about the future of our economy and how development will occur this next year. But, if you look back at 2020, where are we at? 2023 actuals was 190. 2022 was 201. So I just estimated conservatively lower, but hopefully we'll get more than that.
So I guess my question is, I've had an assumption that development, building community, property owners doing projects, their fees that they were paying was covering your overhead.
No.
No.
So it's a little bit complex because we're tied into the enterprise fund with building. And so what we've done is we've had an analysis done that shows building fees and planning fees combined cover both of our departments. So that's the analysis that has been done, but it's a little bit tricky because it's not, if we were to cover our full expenses, our charges for each application would be significantly higher. And a lot of these smaller developments that come in for a conditional use permit or whatever, they just wouldn't be able to afford that. And it would be inconsistent with the rest of the valley and frankly, the rest of the state, what they're charging.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions on the planning and zoning budget? This is one that the expenses and total expenditures are the same. So if there were a motion to approve, it would be for $1,432,087 plus
6,000.
So at least 6,000.
Right.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Angula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Hills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So before we go on, we're going to pause for just a second and talk pizza. So, I saw that look at pizza. So for those that are going to be hanging around for the evening, I think we should just get pizza for everybody. We've got some leftover chicken, we've got salad for those that are hanging around, but we'll probably have pizza here. I think Vanessa was ordering, I'm not sure, we're thinking around 6:15, so anybody here is going to need to eat if you're still hanging around all evening. We may do a working dinner, take a quick break, pick up pizza, and just keep working through.
Yep.
I know there have been some questions as to when we will get done. I'm thinking hopefully by 8. I don't know, do you think we'll be done by 8?
If we
Hopefully.
can get it
About
all done
6:30.
tonight.
Yeah, Randy said 6 earlier, now at 6:30. I think it'll be 8, but maybe we'll get done early.
Everything that's not
Okay.
through by then, we'll just do one motion.
We'll just do one motion? Yeah, but then you have to agree on the motion. That's not going to be easy. Okay. So with that, I think, Kim, they said pizza, and I know you guys are figuring it out. And just ask how many people want pizza? He's afraid to lift their hands.
Isn't that about half a Nampa right there?
Just, this is so me, I'm so cheap. It's like, okay, you got to find a sale, get a buy one, get one. She's found one.
Out there.
Thank you. Okay. Maybe not buy one, get one free, but hey, I'd go after it. Yeah, there you go.
Really,
Okay.
Mayor? That's cool, I like that. Yeah, that's good.
That's why I buy the coffee in my office, right? You just- yeah. Okay, so we're ready for water fund. Is that right, Doug?
415 water fund. This is the combination of water and irrigation. We will do them, I think we believe we do them separately. So let's start with the water
Separate? Okay.
fund itself, which is on 421. As indicated earlier, there is no rate increase in the water, but there are increases due to volume and increased customer count. So the revenues go from $1,665,000 in '24 to $12,665,903 to $12,768,989 in '25, up $103,000. Total personnel, I'll call this up, the total personnel expenses are up $494,000. There's been a lot of work on wages inside the water department, but I think we had 3 new FTEs added for the year in the budget. There is a engineering manager. Looks like there is a capital maintenance technician lead and a system operator supervisor. So still 3 fairly senior personnel added to the budget in.
Thank you. Name and position. Here we go. It's like a public hearing.
Mayor, City Council, Jeff Barnes, Director of Water Resources. We have 3 positions. We're proposing a valve, hydrant, a valve tech, hydrant tech, and an operator for our water division. So 3 positions. We have proposed that in the presentation we did a month and a half ago, so we provided backup information for that, and we'll answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. So any questions?
Nope.
So when we are looking to approve the water budget, which is the 530-8060, we would be approving total expenses at $9,551,276. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Mayor, so moved.
Okay.
423. I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded to
What was that
approve
amount again? 9?
$9,551,276.
Yeah, that's what I had.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Haverfield.
I didn't think you'd notice. Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Moving on to page 431 for irrigation. We have a revenue stream of $8,007,711, up $260,000 from the prior year. Again, there was no rate increase. This increases all volume or new customers. The total operational expense for irrigation, since all of the wages and labor are in the water side, this is just operation costs. The total expenses are $5,903,237, compared with last year's $5,365,179, up $538,000, primarily due to the water repair and maintenance equipment, up $390,000, and engineering services. I guess we're taking the operations line, the repair and maintenance equipment line down and moving other lines up, and in part of a restructure. Jeff, was that, did we rebuild that one? Yeah, right. So we took the operations, the repair and equipment down and other lines up to more accurately classify the expenses.
So this
But-
one, if we were to approve this, I'm sorry, Doug, were you?
No, go ahead.
Okay. If we were to approve this budget, we would be approving total expenses of $5,903,237.
That is correct.
So moved.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or questions? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Do we do water renewal altogether, or we break it down?
Thank you.
What?
And water renewal, we'll assume we'll do it in 2 separate budgets. I think, is it 2 or 3?
Do them separate or together?
Let's do it separate.
All right. So on page 440 and 441 are the water renewal, formerly wastewater, now called water renewal. They have a modest increase in FTEs from 4926 to 4990. Their total budget, operating budget, is $20,890,092. That's up $5,388,053. Do we have transfers? Nope. The biggest increase there will be
442.
Okay.
Yeah, 440. One of the biggest increases there is going to be the cost of debt service on the wastewater treatment plant. There are 2 lines there at the very bottom of page 442, near the bottom. Debt service principal, 2.9 million. Debt service interest, 3 million. That's your increase right there, the $5 million. I think on an annual basis, this is part year, because we're not sure exactly when we'll complete the contract and have it revised. In '26, the payment will be about $7 million or a little more, so this is the part year payment.
It's pretty substantial, but
Yeah.
the good news is that on the water side, we have been funding that 16.75, I was thinking it was, % increase every year. We were at the end of that, much of an increase. Now we're at the
8.75.
Is it 8.5?
It's 8.28.
8.28, thank you. So, which is good news. And so you've done a really good job. These are big budgets, and it takes a ton of work to go into it. So Jeff, thank you for that work. So and what I'm really pleased, though, that we did 0 fee increases on water and irrigation. That is awesome that we've been able to do that, and still, so really good job. Anyway, so this water renewal, do we have any questions? This is a big budget. Council, do you have any questions on it? No, so if we have a motion, it would be to approve total expenses of $20,890,092.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Again, any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Angula? Yes. Hills?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Moving on to page 454 and 455 for environmental resources. The department has a 0.5 FTE increase from 5 to 5.5, so minimal, but up a little bit. The total budget for environmental resources is $941,292. That's down $203,201 from the prior year, primarily due to a reduction in contractual services for the year.
Jeff, would you like to talk to us about that? I would love to hear from you on that.
Mayor and City Council, Jeff Barnes, Director of Water Resources, and I want to introduce Shannon Johnson. He is our engineering manager for our environmental resources section. So we have in the past spent well over $100,000, $200,000 on consultant services. We moved that all in-house. It's actually been a smaller team. Shannon has led the way, so we're very excited about reducing our budget there. We're starting to do our permits in-house. Now they're starting to help us out with the permits on Andy Zimmerman's side and the wastewater plant, and we want to move those, the permitting activities in-house and continue to save money there. So yeah, pretty excited.
That's impressive. Good job, Shannon. Jeff, thank you, excellent job. Andy, I didn't call you out earlier. Thank you all. I tell you, this team sitting over here, thank you for your work. Thank you for the great job that you do. We're so proud of you because you keep us running in all regards, and that's really important. But you do it well. Thank you. I know you guys are laughing, but believe it. Anyway, thank you guys for your work. So if the council were to approve this budget, it would be to approve total expenses in the amount of $941,292.
Moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further comment? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Mills?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you, team. Good job.
Moving on to the sanitation fund on page 462. This is the Republic Services section for garbage collection. There is a built-in 3.5% increase contractually with Republic Services. So the revenue increase of $686,000, about 440 of that is rate and 240 is volume. The total expenses, the way it works is we bill for all of the services for the collection. We act as the billing agent. We pay Republic Services, and of the charge of the service, we keep, I believe, 88%. We keep 18%. That's when you look at the interfund transfer out, the $2,143,000 at the bottom, that's essentially the 18%. We take that and move that money into streets for streets to use in street repairs. We don't keep it anywhere in the system. We give it to the streets under the theory that the garbage trucks do damage to the streets, and this money is used to repair whatever damage they may do. So the total budget for sanitation is $16,664,000, $499, up $850,000 from the prior year. Volume and rate.
Okay?
So move as stated.
Thank you.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion, questions? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Mills?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, moving on to page 468 is utility billing. And on page 466, we have a 0.5% increase in FT. And actually, it's actually a 1 FT increase. We had Leslie in part of utility billing through last year. I moved her completely into finance. And then they're asking for one more staff. The rationale there is we've been operating them for 5-6 years. And have not increased our staff at all, even though we've had an increase in accounts every year, an increase in volume every year, an increase in mail every year. And this is a need we want to put into play to help deal with the increase in volume that we hitherto been just absorbing. The net budgetary increase for utility billing, I'm not sure if I have, it's on 2 pages on mine. Is it one on yours? On 468, I have the net budget for utility billing, $1,725,593. That's up $143,000 from the prior year, primarily due to the FTE add of $80,000 with labor and benefits. And we're also the contractual services and the cost of mailing. I think the post office just announced their 3rd rate increase of the year a couple of days ago. Since we do 30,000 accounts and we have bi-monthly mailings, we have a lot of mailing costs going up, plus irrigation in the system. So that's what's driving the cost upwards, labor and operational cost mailing mainly.
So we have had some discussions, and I've really appreciated it, and that was regarding utility billing and trying to figure out how to reduce those costs because the mailings are expensive. Yes. And so we have not moved fully to online payments, but we're talking about the move to online payments. We've discussed the concept. I think this was the meeting I was in where we actually discussed the concept of them paying the credit card fees.
Yes.
Right, the transferring that over to where they pay the credit card fee if it is, but we are trying to move it to online.
Yes.
And I think it's a discussion we've had, and it's a discussion we need to continue to have. Yeah, when you look at contractual services, that 218,000, and you look at the cost of these mailings, it is expensive. And I think if we can reduce our mailings, just really thinking through what we can do to be more cost-effective, we need to, and we'll continue to do that.
Postage costs go up. This is the real bar to moving to monthly billing, is that cost of mailing things monthly. So we need to get people converted online and figure out a way how to do this more effectively, and then we can go to monthly billings, and that solves a lot of the bad debt problems and makes it easier on the customers.
So I think we've had discussions about it. We haven't gotten that done. I think this next year, I'd like that
It's
to be a
time to do.
very high priority. It's time to get it
Time
done.
to do
So,
it.
but part of it's been our online Springbrook implementing
Springbrook's
this
been the
new
problem.
system, and it's been very slow, and it isn't because of us, it's just the implementation.
It's figuring out the irrigation billing, and I think Springbrook's got a handle on that. So we're about ready.
So we'll get it done. Thank you. Okay, so if we were to approve this budget, it would be $1,725,593.
Correct.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the utility billing operations budget. Any further discussion?
Mayor,
Yes.
so this budget doesn't reflect us actually moving to monthly billing, correct?
No, it does not.
No.
Because Alpha did say that it would mean that we would have increased bank fees and postage, and I'm.
Well, that's what we want. Well, what we want to consider is shifting the bank fee to the user and then reducing that, and converting more people to online, finding out how to convert more people to online so we can make the mailing process more palatable to us on a monthly billing.
That is absolutely the goal, because the deterrent to this is the increased cost that you just referenced. And thank you so much, Natalie, for digging and talking to Alpha about it. That's amazing. Good for you.
Alpha is fantastic. She just hums along, takes care of the customers. She's fantastic.
Yeah, it's good. Thank you. Did we do roll call?
Not yet.
Not yet, but we did do a motion in a second. Okay, so roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Hatterfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Moving on to fleet services, and we're nearing the end here prior to capital. This is very good. This is on page 474 and 475. What's that? Oh. So the fleet services building has two notable changes. In 2024, we had referenced the $5.2 million as a capital expenditure, and then we included it in their budget as a repayment, meaning that all their costs would be attributed then to other departments for the repayment. In 2025, we removed both the debt, the capital expenditure of $5.2 million. That now will reside in general government at $1.6 million for this year, and we'll get to that in a moment. But the 1.6 is what we will do in 25. So the building will take 2 years to build, and we will not intend, depending on your approval, to have, as the mayor indicated, have the department repay for the fleet building, therefore keeping our costs in line and the savings greater for the departments. So you'll see that the total expenses go to the budget for the year $2,138,685, down from $2,386,857, down $248,000. That's the debt service primarily driving that down. There is one other correction we've already mentioned that I'll bring up here. This fleet includes an over allocation for police of $144,000. So their budget will be coming down by $144,000. The police will be going down by $144,000, and that we can use that to help fund a good chunk of the wage increase in general gov. So what's the net budget, Leslie, without that in there? Would you calculate that quickly? For them to approve?
So the allocation was not a revenue to fleet. It wasn't. So it's just pulls fleets, total expenditures then goes down, is that correct? By the dollar amount that, and so you're going to tell us what that dollar amount is, so that when we make a motion, go ahead, Doug.
Mayor and Council, Doug Adams, Fleet Services Superintendent. The $140,000 that Doug Racine is referring to actually goes all the way back to 2021 and the whole COVID thing. We've ordered our 2022 police vehicles in September of 2021. That order was subsequently canceled. Those vehicles were delivered early of 2023. We pre-billed the labor to construct those cars that we're finishing up right now. So that pre-bill from 23, which was a cancellation in 22, is dropping off. And that's what that was.
That's good. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that.
The adjusted number is $1,994,186. That's what their allocation will go down to, and police will go down by a corresponding amount.
Okay, so the fleet services, if there were to be a motion to approve, it would be $1,994,186.
Correct.
So moved.
Is that one more time? 1 million?
$994,186. Sorry, Doug.
Nope, we're all good.
Was there a second on that?
Pardon?
Was there a second on that?
No, there was
I'll
none.
second that.
Thank you, Victor.
Welcome.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second to approve the fleet services total expenditures of $1,994,186. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Changula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Summerfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Doug, I just want to say thank you for the amazing job that you do. You do such a good job, and probably what council may not know is how Doug is an incredible strategic thinker. He's a question asker. He is such an asset to the city beyond fleet. So I really appreciate his work. I want you to stay here. I don't want you to go anywhere, and I don't want you to retire because we really need you. And I have appreciated his insights and his input into the city as a whole. And that's what a wonderful leader is. So thank you.
I just need him to do one thing.
What?
Not sit directly behind me when you're saying Doug. I get really confused. You need to sit over there.
Yes, you too, Doug. Doug Racine, yes, and Doug Adams as we're doing his budget. Thank you.
The last org, I mean, he's right behind me. Okay, the last org is the engineering services, and this is the one that's going to cause, this one will go away next year. All the costs in here, we're on page 483 and 484 and 5. In their budget, they have a 1 FTE increase. I believe that's for a new, what's that?
Right-of-way tech.
New right-of-way tech being added in. And that leads to an increase in wages along with other rate increases of $113,793, and a total budget of operations budget of $3,953,677. But this org will get reconstituted into 3 to 4 different structures next year. And we wanted to make sure we did it right. So the budget, right now, what happens is Daniel organizes all as an engineer, and he assigns them projects. They determine what projects are being done. They allocate the cost out to the department based on those projects, and then we take this budget and allocate it out to 0 to the departments. Now, when we move the engineers from here to water and wastewater, or probably water renewal, and to streets, that portion of the allocation will go away because their function will be in those departments where they reside. There are GIS functions and there are engineering service functions that will continue to be allocated, but it will be at a much lower rate than we have here. So when we approve this budget this year, It'll be the last time we approve it like this. Next year, it'll cause a little bit of distortion next year in next year's budgets, because everybody will have an increase and this will have a decrease. We will provide a reconciliation for that. Part of the challenge we had is, as we prepared this budget, we anticipated originally rebuilding this prior to closing the budget. And then we looked at how difficult that would actually be to accomplish, and so we decided not to. But it did leave us with a small unreconciled variance. The capital expenditure essentially at the bottom is not allocated out to the departments because it's 2 trucks. And we were going to fix that in the reallocation, but since we didn't do reallocation, I couldn't fix it. So when we redo this budget, I have to decrease this allocation from the $4,013,000 to the $3,953,000 and not allocate the capital. I need to get we'll have to, that's not, the 60,000, is that in your capital budget? Okay, we'll do the 60,000 in the capital budget, and that should take care of it over there on that side. But so the request is for the approval of $3,953,677 for the engineering budget.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the engineering budget as stated. Any additional questions, comments? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula. Yes. Hills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Butterfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
That's all of the operation budgets.
We're getting closer.
That's how we feel.
Okay, so my guess is dinner's not here yet. Can we get started on our capital side, and then we'll have to break midway through?
Yeah, certainly.
Because we'll stop, hit the restroom, grab pizza, and keep going. How's that?
We're just
Okay,
getting the screen aligned here.
okay.
So while they're organizing, we're doing capital a little different this year than we've done in the past. Last year, we did capital by department, and then capital from grants, and then capital from impact fees, and then capital from fund balance, and it got kind of confusing because you'd have one project referenced 3 or 4 times. So as we indicated, we're going to go down the list essentially as shown on page 495, but in a different format, but it will follow this format. And we'll start with facilities, the Hispanic Center, and General Gov, and work all the way down the list by department, by project for your approval. And we'd appreciate your feedback. This is something a little different than we've tried in the past. We think it will be better. We would like your feedback as to how it works for you. So the data up here, if you see this, you see that on the screen, and you've got copies of this on your plates up there, tables. This $108,508,000 matches exactly to what you've got on your page on 494. It's the same value, just organized a little differently. And with that, if there are no questions, I'll turn it over to Chris Boaz, and he will walk us through the capital.
So, question.
Yes.
So just want to verify that through all the budget book today that we've been looking, it has capital expenditures. Those are the same numbers that are on this spreadsheet?
That is correct.
Okay.
We're holding you to it. We're trusting you. No
As
pressure or
Randy told me
anything.
earlier, trust but verify, so we're verifying the numbers back and forth, and we want to make sure they tie in, they do, so.
Thank you,
Yes,
Chris.
and just like Doug said, this table that you see on the screen and it's on the packet in front of you matches exactly what's in the budget book, specifically on page 495.
And it flows in sequence, right? The same
Correct,
sequence?
yes, it flows in sequence. All the departments are broken out, so we'll hopefully have no hiccups like last year, and we'll be able to hopefully expedite this process. With that being said, Chris Boaz, Grants and Capital Manager. So, Mayor and Council, I just wanted to give you a quick overview of capital and how we're approaching it this year. So for capital, kind of the parameters, the baseline parameters that we have set here at the city is anything over the value of $10,000 and that extends the useful life of the asset. With that being said, there is some gray area with the IRS, as in that amount can change depending on the type of asset. For equipment, it's $10,000. For building, it's $50,000. For land, it's $0. So, like I said, there is a little bit of gray area, but I just kind of wanted to give you a baseline parameter. The different funding sources for capital include general government, department-funded capital, and that is primarily from fund balance, impact fee capital, and grant capital. And like Doug had mentioned earlier, this year we want to give you a more comprehensive view of capital, and that's different from last year where we approved each funding source, or each project in each funding source, so we're essentially approving projects multiple times. This is kind of a precursor to our CIP that Heather, Mark, and myself and the team at Public Works has been working on. And to address one of the questions council had earlier regarding maintenance and operational costs that capital incurs, that is something that will be addressed on the CIP, specifically called out. And so that is something we are addressing, and we hopefully will be able to nail down in the future. So specifically for Gen Gov capital, we have revenue of $6.2 million. That is made up of 1.6 coming from the Gen Gov fund, which is Fund 100, and that is from a fund balance reserved for the fleet building. And the remainder of it, the $4.6 million, is made up of franchise fees, interest income, transfers from General Gov, and a small use of fund balance. Now, if we look at the expense side of it, our expenses match exactly what our revenues are of the $6.2 million. The expenses are housed in General Gov for specifically the fleet building of that 1.6, and the remainder in the 310 fund, which is our Gen Gov capital fund. The reasons for these recommendations tonight are we have asked the departments to prioritize their projects. Obviously, they're more capital requests than we have funding for. So first we ask the departments to prioritize their project and expenses, and then we take a look at them and determine between the city's priorities, the funding we have available, and the capacity for the projects, which projects to fund for this fiscal year. One thing that I do want to call to your attention, on these sheets you will see yellow shaded projects. Those are projects that we are not recommending funding for this year, but we did want to call your attention to them as they will be coming before council in future fiscal years. Just to give you a just kind of a broad look at that, just for Gen Gov capital expenses, we have $3.1 million that have been deferred to future fiscal years. Some of those projects include the City Hall lighting upgrade Phase 2, the Civic Center chairs that we previously talked about, replacing the roof at the the IH2C, and then Maplewood Park Playground. Now, I wanted to get into the structure of the presentation just a little bit. We're going to go through each department. I'm going to introduce the department and the totals, capital requests for all funding sources. We're going to open it up to council for any questions that you have regarding the specific projects. And then we have department personnel here available to answer specific questions. And then we will do a blanket approval for all funding sources for that department. So do we have any questions before we get into it? No? Awesome.
Yes.
One question. So the items in yellow, you don't list a dollar amount. Is that because there hasn't been a dollar amount attached, or is it to not?
There is a dollar amount attached. Unfortunately, working on an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper, there isn't a lot of room. They do have dollar amounts attached to them. They're just not included in this presentation.
We can get that to you, though. We're happy to, because we're not requesting they be funded, but you have the information, and we're happy to get it to you.
It just allows you to look out ahead.
And we'll send that to you. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Yeah.
Yeah. And hopefully in August, when we have the first draft of the CIP, that information will be included. All right, so if we want to turn to page 1, which is on the back of the summary page, we have facilities. Facilities is all GenGov capital funded, and we have capital funding requests of $825,000, or $825,107, and that is
Could
for.
I have you pause for just a second?
Yes.
Our screen didn't change over to that.
I forgot. I was controlling that as
Oh,
well.
thank you.
so
And the
let me-
reason I say that is because I'm reminded that the people that are online, they don't have what you're referring to, correct?
Correct.
So we're going to have to make sure that we're showing them as we're talking what we're talking about so that they have an idea of where we are. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have, as we go through these projects, I'm going to call out just the projects that are specifically funded by general government. For these first few departments, they're all funded by GenGov, so it will be all of the projects, but as we get into the later departments, they will be less and less. So for facilities, the first project is we have the Hugh Nichols Public Safety Building Grant Deck Coating Maintenance for $232,320. The Hugh Nichols Patrol Riding Workstation Upgrade for $35,937. We have a vehicle to replace unit number 805 for $53,350. The citywide security camera upgrades for $423,500, and the HR Mayor Design and Construction for $80,000. Do we have any questions from council?
Mayor Kling. A question on the Hugh Nichols deck coating. So it's only a 5-year warranty that's available on that surface?
I believe so. I'm going to defer to Patrick for that.
Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, yes, we coated or put a new 3-part coating system on the upper deck and the ramp and over the Sally Port 5 years ago, and we were able to get a 5-year warranty at that time. For this type of system, we have to recoat every 5 years, and then we will get another manufacturer's 5-year warranty, and what comes with that is the original installer also provides a warranty, and every year we inspect it and they fix anything that's wrong with it. Basically, we would media or shot blast the surface, patch any of the original coating, and then we would put 2 additional coats on, which would take us to another 5 years.
So you're actually taking it back down to the deck level?
No, we are not. It would just be any imperfections. We just need to rough it up with some media blasting so it's not slick, so that it would then be the primer coat. The existing coating would serve as primer. We would not shot blast it off of the concrete because it's a 3-coat system now.
Okay, so the 230, it seemed like a lot just for a surface treatment instead of almost a whole new application, so that's why I was.
It's around $5.25 a square foot, about 40,000 square feet. And so this is only 2 coats, so we don't have to do if we did a full 3-coat system with the primer, it would be more money than what we have proposed here.
Okay, had to ask a question.
Yes, that's
Trust
fine.
but verify.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
So, Chris, these numbers that you're giving us, is just an estimate? I know Councilman Bills talked about this morning the numbers plus one would be the maintenance part of it. Or the second question I have, these numbers have already been adjusted through bids, or this is what your numbers are based on what it would take?
These are numbers that have been provided by the departments. Whether or not they are hard numbers from bids, those questions would have to go to the departments.
Okay. Mayor and Councilman Rodriguez, this is not a bid amount. This is an estimate that we came up with given talking to the original installer on what the going rate to resurface with 2 coats would be.
Okay, so is there So did you just go through and pick one adjuster and said this is what the price would be? Or did you pick the best out of 3 or 4?
We use one contractor to get a cost estimate to put into the budget for just a cost estimate that we could work with, and then we competitively bid this project.
So this is just an estimate. It could go up and it could go down.
It could go up. I think it's going to be in the ballpark. There's a handful of applicators who can do this in the valley, and some of the ones that are from out of state that bid it before, I think historically we've got about 3 bids the last time we bid this 5 years ago. So we'll likely get the same type of coverage. And they were all very tight bids as well.
Okay, thank you.
And I have one other question, and that was, can you remind me, it feels like we have done this more recently than 5 years ago. When was the last time we actually recoded that garage? Because it doesn't feel like it's been 5 years.
2019 and 2020 are the 2 years we did 2-phase. We did over the Sallyport and the lower phase, and we did the upper deck in 2020.
Okay, and so this time we're doing it all?
We're doing it all, yes.
Okay,
Mayor?
yes.
So Patrick, do you know when the surface was retreated on the parking structure?
It was around the same time. I would have to go back and look, but we did these, I think that may have actually been a little bit before, maybe 2018, but I can go back and find that answer for you.
Because if it's a 5-year warranty on it as well, we need to be looking at taking care of that structure.
Let me go look at it. It may be that came after this one, and we would be coming in 26 with this. I'll have to go back and look at our records on
And
that.
that might be what you're thinking about, Mayor, is the parking structure had to have the same treatment done.
Yeah, it feels like we just did it yesterday, but the years kind of go by fast, so, well. Yeah.
Any further questions?
So this is the facilities, just the facilities budget, and you would be looking for approval of $825,107 for the facilities capital budget. Is that how we're going to move through this?
That is correct.
Okay. Did council have any other questions? I know the security, the citywide security cameras, that's a big dollar amount. I don't think you've seen the backup to that, and that this actually is, this isn't all the cameras that we need, but this is phase 1. You'll see this coming again, and it really is to bring some consistency amongst the cameras across the city. We've got a lot of security cameras. Many of them are old. They don't have the resolution that you really need, and they're less effective. And so there'll be 2 phases. You'll see it again next year, I believe, because if I remember correctly, this will be coming again, right? Because this is phase 1.
Correct.
And will this also be covered in the 5-year CIP?
Yes, it will.
Okay, so council will see, right, anything yellow and the next request, you'll see that later. And I believe that's in, I can't remember. Mark, did we say September? I can't remember. September, the first count, yeah, the September workshop. Okay, so are there any questions on that? And then the mayor, HR mayor design, that construction is also another thing that it's putting a wall between the HR offices and the offices that we're using in this one room because the confidentiality needs of HR. It's open, and we've got employees that are sitting like right next to them in a cubicle. And so HR has asked that we actually build a wall and create some separation with the functionality in that area. So,
Mayor.
I understand that.
So,
okay,
It's just-
yes,
Go ahead, Randy.
Randy,
just
and
a
then,
quick question as far as on the cameras. Are these outside of the library parking structure, or are they within the parking structure itself?
do you have the Excel spreadsheet so that you could show us
Yes.
what this request is? Because it's a very large dollar amount.
Yeah, I can look it up. Just one moment.
Because the Napa Development Corporation funded the cameras within the parking structure, and I was wondering, if there's a duplication here or not. We've also added at least 4 other locations outside of the parking structure. That are tied back to the integrated command.
Chris, do you have that? I'm
Looking
sorry.
for that. Can I ask police a question?
Yes.
So the workstation,
He's ready.
Which workstation?
Well, it says Hugh Nichols Public Safety Building Patrol Riding Workstation Upgrade.
Yes.
$36,000.
Yes, so they're degrading. In the patrol report writing area, you have workstations lined up right next to each other. They're not very big, they're about this wide, and they just have dividers between them. The vinyl or whatever the coverings are all peeling off. They're just in need of being upgraded. So that's what that project is to redo those. I think there's about 14 workstations in that space.
So it's just buying new desks or new workstations?
Councilman Bills,
Is there a
if I could speak to that for a second, it might do you some good to go over there and take a tour of that patrol room area. It's really dated. The workstations are only about this wide, actually. We've got some patrol officers that their shoulders are like that wide. But they need 2 monitors when they're doing report writing and stuff. They don't have room for that. They're all packed in there, and they need to be able to spread out a little bit and build. They're all built in like a millwork company probably built that originally, and they're in bad shape.
And Mayor and Councilman Bills, there's also a reconfiguration of that workspace that'll take place. So they'll actually also be adding 4 additional workstations as well.
Okay. It just simplified one-line sentence, didn't describe what you just described verbally. Thank you.
Thank you.
And looking at this flow chart, it doesn't look like there's any cost associated with the parking structure then, is that correct?
That's correct. We took the priority items, which are the ones in yellow. So we did the library, which is aging, their existing cameras are aging out. And then we have the parks admin building. And then we have the airport. And then we have some other parks locations, Parks Lloyd Square, Parks Skyview, and Lions. And then we also had, I believe, the Hugh Nichols Public Safety Building as well in there. It just is missing its yellow. So it was a high priority project. So both the Hugh Nichols Building and the library are, those camera systems are aging out, and we're actually having to do periodic replacements of them as they fail, and it makes sense to make the change to a new system. We're looking at going with a Motorola system, a Vigilon, throughout the city, and have one and convert all of the cameras, security cameras, to this system.
Will this system interact, if needed, with the police department? I understand they wouldn't monitor it, but I see the shaking head yes. So in the event that there were an incident, we could note that at this location, then they could log in and see it. Yeah, they won't monitor it, but at least they could see it. And that's what I'm seeing, a shaking of heads, yes. Thank you. I think that's really important for the city, so good. Are there any questions, any other questions? And I guess, what is the will of the council regarding the facilities budget? If we chose to approve it, we would be approving, if you choose to approve it all, it would be $825,107.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, roll call.
Pingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes, with reservations.
Hammerfield.
They're getting new cameras, though. We'll be watching for you, yes. You lost your sense of humor, you know what? It's after 6 o'clock.
He needs to go to bed.
Well, I tell you what, after we get through the vote, let's come back and we'll have a
Yes.
quick discussion, so I'll let you finish.
Griffin.
Oh, he went to sleep.
I couldn't hear that, but I think my name came up. Yes.
Rodriguez.
Affirm.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So I guess what I would like to ask is if there are reservations, and whether, I'd be curious what the reservations are, please let us know so that then we can make sure that we address that. Even though it's approved, like we said, there's budget authority, but that doesn't mean, right, we can monitor or do whatever needs to be done. So your concerns, just so we can capture them?
My concerns are how it's going to get executed.
Okay,
Based on what we learned this past week and so forth, we hear the comments, here's what we're doing, et cetera, but the actual execution takes longer, costs more, and there's changes that come back before council. So whether these projects have been thought out or whether they've just been given a swag number.
okay. It's an estimate, as said, but we will, thank you. Thank you for sharing your concerns.
It's not personal or anything,
Yeah.
it's just,
We just need to make sure we execute, get it as cost-effective as possible, and get it done.
yeah, 80,000 to add a wall.
That's a lot.
Scratches my head.
Well,
I think it's more than one. It's
To address Councilman Rodriguez's point, then these are estimates, so we should be seeing a budget an amendment that's less, not more.
Hope so.
Well, an authorization to move forward on the project before it actually happens. Yes, Patrick? Let's wait just a second, we'll get you a mic, or you can come forward. Thank you, Doug.
We work closely with a local installer and Motorola dealer, and we actually went through all the Priority 1 projects and came up with a schematic of how many cameras and the system for each one, and have a real estimate for each one. So, and we were also looking for grants, and we still are for this, and Motorola has been helping us with that as well. So these are very close to the numbers we would be getting when we bid that. And there's a couple Motorola dealers in the valley, so we can competitively bid them.
Thank you. And I think he may be referring to even the construction project of 80,000. So we'll stay in touch on that and figure out how to do it.
I understand.
Yeah, thank you.
And Madam Mayor, if I can make a comment to Councilman Bill's point. There's some of these budgets in here that I've looked at that I have reservations about the exact item. I do think we need the budget capacity in case we choose to go that route. But the specific item, it's yet to be told. So as we go through them, I think that's important to remember that we're just approving the overall budget. We will get to look at the bigger items again anyway, so. For information.
Yes, and that's exactly right. These will come back before you, especially like the camera purchase will come back before you for authorization before anything moves forward. And so will the construction, et cetera. Okay, so IH2C, is that ready? So I
That's
think
next,
we
yeah.
did a vote, right? So we're done with facilities and we approved it at $825,107. So next is the Hispanic Community Center.
That is correct. We only have one project in FY25, and that is the boiler replacement at $117,794, and that is funded through GenGov Capital.
So the question I would have, Mayor, is this a total replacement of the boiler and hydronic system in the building?
Again, I would have to defer to Patrick on that.
Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, the current building has the original boiler. It's a single boiler for a hydronic system. It would just be replacement of the boiler and the pumps for the boiler with likely 2 condensing boilers, so we have redundancy because we actually had a failure of this boiler over this last winter and for a couple weeks, and we can't get parts for it, and it's to the point where you can't rebuild it either. So that's why we're proposing that we would put in a redundant boiler system.
So it's actually 2 boilers, or is it?
It's 1 now, but we would put in 2 smaller condensing boilers so that if one would go out, we have redundancy.
Okay. And then did you find that the duct systems were adequate? There wasn't any rusting or anything inside of it because of the old boiler? I know that there was moisture in the system. Did when it was sanitized, did it take care of any issues that you would have?
Yes, they flushed the hydronic system, and it wasn't recommended that we have to replace that piping. We just need to replace the boiler and the pump.
Okay, thank you. I make a motion to approve the $117,794 for the Idaho Hispanic Cultural Center. Community center. Sorry.
Good job. Was that a second? Yes, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion? Roll call?
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Chingula? Yes. Bills?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right, next we have up is General Gov, and this is from the 100 fund, and this is for the FY25 portion of the fleet building. The fleet building is a $5.4 million total cost, but for FY25, we're recommending a spend of $1,623,557.
Council, do you have, thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right, next up we have IT, and all of IT's requests will be general gov funded, and we have a core switch for 100,000, an NDSC switch for 20,000, a Wi-Fi controller for 35,000, NSUB fiber connection for 20,000, the NVR SW replacement for 80,000, and the HR software implementation for 100,000.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded twice. And is there any discussion or questions? Seeing none, roll call.
Chingula?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
just a comment, if you putting a budget together and you list all the stuff out that nobody can understand except for Butch, it's just easy to get.
Thank you for the trust.
Hard to verify.
It's a great comment.
All right, next we have police. Police has capital requests of $959,689 coming from Gen Gov and $181,600 coming from impact fees. From the Gen Gov portion, we have $17,600 for 4 new workstations. We have $492,000 for 6 replacement patrol vehicles, $37,932 for the payoff of 2 leased vehicles, $34,500 for 1 replacement training vehicle, $48,500 for 1 replacement drug investigations truck, $99,000 for 2 replacement motorcycles, $173,157 for the replacement of the GTAC computers. And I just wanted to remind council that is 30% of the total cost. The other 70%, it will be in the 911 capital request. And we have $25,000 for the K9 kennel conversions, and that's converting 2 patrol vehicles. And then we have a TRT pole camera for $32,000. And I believe that is it.
So moved.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. I have a quick question. I should have asked this before, and I'm sorry I didn't, but why did we put the SRO workstations here and the patrol riding workstations over under facilities? They're both police, they're both workstations. Why did we separate them out
So
the way we did?
generally in the facilities budget, we can technically do it both ways. It's essentially who is managing the project. So for the workstations, facilities is managing that project, and so the budget lives under the 310-1010 org, which is the facilities org.
Okay, so but the patrol riding workstations, so are the SRO workstations at the police station? They're not. That's why. That's the answer. Thank you. That's all I needed to know. They're just not there.
Madam Mayor. I have one-
Got it. Yes.
One question too. How much is that drone, the RTC drone?
Councilman Reynolds, it's 150,000.
Thank you. Must be fancy.
Yes, sir.
And could I ask the next question? How much is the mini robot?
What did they ask? What was the question? I'm sorry.
How much is the mini robot that's in the next year?
That's a good question.
Give
Chris
me
may be able to
one
find it.
second, yeah.
I think
Give
Chris
me a
will
minute
find
and
it
I
in
can
here.
look it up.
Mini robots.
Chief, we can get a Bell 407 for about 2.5 million.
So the mini robot is $100,000.
Okay, so it's not quite so many. Did we get the other robot that was about 50,000? Did we get that one? I can't remember.
Is that a K-9 unit or what?
We did, yeah.
Was it
Yes,
last year
yes,
that
we
we
did get the
get
other
it?
one, yes.
We got the smaller one that was like, okay. Okay, thank you.
Is it a
Okay,
dog?
so
Is it like a dog robot?
are there any questions, I guess, about the
Yeah.
the vehicles? Those coming out of impact fees or not? Any questions? Can you remind me, did we have a motion?
In a
We're
second.
ready for discussion and roll call. Is that correct?
Councilmember Rodriguez is the second?
No,
I think it was Griffin's. Who was it? I don't remember who it was.
No, it was
Rodriguez.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Is
It's
the
time for
robot
pizza.
AI?
I'm not hungry, it's just getting towards the end of the day. Okay, so at this time, we had a motion to approve the police capital request and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Coverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Mayor, do we want to keep moving forward?
If pizza were here, I would say break,
Okay.
but I don't think it's here yet. It was supposed to have been here 3 minutes ago. They said 6:18 and it's now 6:21.
Not that you're not paying attention to it.
It's not yet, okay. Okay, no.
Somebody's tummy's growling.
I'm not even hungry. I think I'm getting sleepy. And it's like, man, let's stand up and have a change. Okay. So, quick question. We've got quite a bit in streets. Do we or do we not? Should we switch to airport and do airport capital?
No.
I'm just thinking about doing a simple one.
Do this.
We want to do, we can do it in 3
We
minutes.
can do it right now. Yeah, I make a motion, we approve this budget
Oh,
for
my.
transportation.
22,000? 22 million?
22 million.
Okay, so I think
not
we're
bad.
ready to move on to transportation.
22 million.
And we do have a budget of, 21,585,000.
So just to clarify, transportation does include streets, traffic, thank you, Crystal, and stormwater. So would we like to approve them all at once, or would we like to approve each division?
I think we prove them all at once,
I think so.
Yeah.
I agree.
because they're going to come back before council after, when you go to design, build, et cetera, right? So.
We've already
this is
talked
just
about
the
these.
framework, and some of these, have been discussed, so.
So is the amount 22 million or 21 million?
So the total for transportation is $22,610,662.
So that's different than what's on this form.
Oh, at the bottom, so streets.
So, yes, so
Yeah.
the first page is just streets. If you look at the very top of just streets in dark blue, you'll see the transportation total.
Got it. Okay.
Oh, all right.
The motion's still good.
So-
Second.
Motion we approve this.
Okay.
Now it's 22 million.
There is a motion on the table and a second to approve the transportation budget of $22,610,62. There has been a motion and a second. We have not discussed it at all, but that said, there is a motion on the table. Council, do you feel comfortable moving forward without
Call for the vote?
reviewing it? Any
Yep.
discussion? Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
I'm still reading.
Yes.
Hurry up.
Natalie's voice got a little deeper.
That's what happens. That's what happens in the evening time. It changes.
Bills.
Later it gets.
Yes.
Oh, my.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
It's getting a little scary. Okay, so the next is the airport.
That is correct.
All right, now we're not out of order. That's great.
So for airport, we have a total request of $227,875 from department-funded capital and $115,625 from grant capital for a total of $343,500.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the airport capital budget at $343,500. Is there any discussion?
Discussion.
Still trying to find it.
So
Page 9.
It's page 9 of the packet.
under the land fencing replacement along Kings Road, it seems somewhere along the way there was, there's a layout or a, something I saw on the airport plan about the intersection of Kings and Airport Road possibly changing at some point. I just want to make sure we're not putting in new fence and then getting ready to make a change.
Crystal Craig, Director of Transportation. Councilman Bales, Mayor, we have a concept plan, but in our 7-year transportation improvement plan, we don't have plans to reconfigure that intersection. We don't have funding for it.
And so we're replacing the fence because,
We're replacing parts of the fence, so some of the chain link is degraded and it's been hit by a couple of vehicles and warped. So we're just replacing the existing fence in its existing location, so it creates a barrier.
thank you.
Are there any other questions? Any further discussion? Okay, roll call.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, Parks.
So for parks, we have a GenGov capital request of $901,500, an impact fee capital request of $5,647,300, and grant capital of $154,819 for a total capital request of $6,703,619.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I do have a question. Darren, do you really anticipate that we purchase the soccer land this year? I see that we're budgeting to purchase soccer land this year. I'm just curious if you anticipate that happening.
Yeah, I do, Mayor. I think that we have impact fees available for that right now. And so our impact fee plan right now is we got the fourplex at Midway that will start over this next year. And then that'll put us into purchasing some soccer ground. So I think as soon as we have some approval, we'll start looking and trying to locate. Probably be either North Nampa or East Nampa, somewhere in there. So yeah, I do believe it. One of the things that we have is we're out of parkland right now, and so this is the first time in a long time that, for example, we had Midway for 10 years before we started development on it, and so we don't have any vacant ground right now. So
great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, so there has been a motion and a second. Are there any further questions for Parks regarding their capital requests? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Next, we have recreation. and this is on page 12 of the packet. They have a total capital request all coming from GenGov Capital for $33,000. It is $13,000 for a pool pump room upgrade and $20,000 for the outdoor movie equipment.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved twice and seconded twice. Good job.
It's that time difference.
It is, yep. So, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, rec center.
Pizza is here.
Pizza's here. Okay, do we want to keep pressing through, or do we want to pause? Pause, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry, Sebastian, and you don't get to eat pizza with us. Okay, we are going to take, do we want to eat while we work?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to take about a 10-minute break. We're all going to grab pizza, and we're going to keep working. We'll be back.
I don't normally eat pizza after 2:30 a.m.
Got a quorum.
I don't think your mic's on.
That,
There you go.
Do we have a mic back here on my desk? Charged?
It is.
That is a new.
It's not.
I had, we switched it out. Okay, so it's just this. Okay.
When we get to the end,
Let me do that.
Sure, can you hear me?
I think we're good.
Yes.
Okay.
How much of a delay?
Can you guys hear me now? Yes, okay. Chris, you're doing a great job. We're back on. Go for it.
Let's go. All right, next up, we have Rec Center, and they have a total capital request of $306,500, all from department-funded capital.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the rec center capital budget at $306,500. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Mills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right, next up, we have golf, and quick question for the council, do we want to approve both golf courses at the same time?
Yes.
Yes, okay, perfect. So for golf, between the two golf courses, we have a total capital request of $1,804,200, all coming from department-funded capital.
So moved.
Second.
So I do have a quick question. There's been a motion and a second. When I turn the page over and I go to Ridgecrest, it says FY25 capital total of $1,197,700. And then, okay, so then it's $606,000 for Centennial for a total of $1,804. Thank you. I am now up to speed. Are there any other questions besides mine? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Mills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right, next up we have cemetery. Cemetery has 3 requests for a total of $355,000, all coming from GenGov Capital. I did want to call to your attention the scattering garden at Kohler Lawn Cemetery. Mayor.
Can you change the screen?
Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian.
There we go.
You might not think I'm following along, but I'm following along. I'm right here with you.
You're doing a good job. Yeah.
My apologies. So what I wanted to call out was the scattering garden. So this $300,000 is a portion of what was requested in FY25. There was a total request for FY25 of $668,600, and we were under the impression that the best way to go about this with the funds available would be to phase this into actually 3 phases instead of the originally proposed 2 phases. So in FY25, we would fund $300,000. In FY26, we would fund the remaining $368,600, and then in FY27, we would fund the $486,850.
Okay. Thank you for explaining that. I appreciate it. And that will show up on our CIP?
Correct.
Okay, great.
So what's the return or reimbursement from use? Has anybody looked at that?
I don't know, Cody, would you like to speak to, is there an ROI on this? There is some, but it isn't one that you could measure.
Thank you. Cody Swander, City of Nampa Parks and Recreation Department. Mayor, Councilman Bills, we have not figured the return on investment, although there is some return from internment fees or scattering fees that or engravement costs that would come back to the City of Nampa. This is viewed more as a public service project.
Follow up.
Yes, Sebastian, I'm sorry, I had my mic off.
You're okay. What is the fees for somebody that would want to scatter them ballpark just to go along with David Bill's question? Do we have a number on that just for a quick math calculation on what a possible return could be?
I've visited with the sexton out there and asked this exact question, and it varies. There's not a lot of scattering gardens in Idaho for direct comparisons, but nationwide, somewhere between $500 and $1,000 is the typical fee.
Additional follow-up.
Go ahead.
In Idaho, can't individuals scatter wherever they want for free anyway?
Yes, Mayor, Councilman Griffin, that is my understanding of the law, that cremated remains can be interned any place. The fee that is typically collected at a site like a scattering garden at Kohler Lawn would be for an engraving of some sort of memorial, name on the wall, birth and death date, some sort of
visual
place marker for those that are interned there.
Mayor Clark.
So, yes, go ahead.
Oh, you sure?
Yeah, I'll go after you.
So the council knows is that Michael G. is the one who started this project for the city. He did a study. The study said that Kohler Lawn was losing funds because the percentage of those who bury their loved ones is much lower than the area cemeteries because they're all being cremated. So we were losing a revenue from that. This part of it in this cemetery now is a revenue getter, I guess, because that's where they're headed to. So it's important that we continue with this direction for the return of investment. But I don't want to say return on investment of people passing. Don't get me wrong on that. It's a place where you can scatter your loved one and have a location where they are, plus a name on their cemetery. And this is only one part of it. They also have those facilities, those buildings that you can put them in as well. So this is a very, I mean, it's a good project. We need to work forward on that.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, I've never seen any study from Mr. G. I have seen reports provided to me from the sexton, Ryan,
right.
at the cemetery. And I do understand that cremations are an increasingly popular method of interment nationwide and in Idaho especially, and it's fast growing. I think there is a price tier that he is seeing recognized as traditional burial costs go up for these spaces. The niche walls, like you were referring to, which are the encapsulated above ground entombments for cremated remains, is a lower cost fee. And then even with that step down, there's still a need in the community for an even more cost-effective method. And so that's what the scattering garden is intended for, because the payment is really for the marker, the name marker in a wall or an obelisk or some sort of monument there that is shared with others that might be in the cemetery too, as the lowest cost option. But I guess there's always, like Councilman Griffin referred to, the free cost option of internment at the lake or your backyard or wherever. So.
Correct. So and thank you so much for sharing that, Councilman Rodriguez, because that's what I was going to follow up with.
Okay.
Was exactly that, and you said it well. Michael G. did do the research, and there has been a real shift, a societal shift in how we're dealing with burials and the cremation that has increased considerably. We really are lacking in what we have to offer, and so while there is a cost to use it, part of it's more of the benefit of the community good of providing that option. It also is providing an option for those that want to be cremated to have a place that they can go to remember that loved one and make note of that. And that's very important to a lot of families, rather than just scattering, wherever. So anyway, personally, I think it's a really good idea. It's a service we provide. It's a little bit like parks, right? It's very difficult to measure return on investment. It's a benefit to the city in the same way with the cemetery and having the correct, whatever. I'm trying to think the word. It's the end of the day. So having that benefit available to them.
Yeah, well said. That's how Parks Division views this as well, as a service to the community that might not otherwise have another option.
I am concerned, and I understand, I think splitting it into 3 years is probably fine. I hope that we would continue, and that it'll be noted in our 5-year plan, so that in 3 years, hopefully, we can move forward and adjust as needed in what we do. Because I think part of the longer plan was acquiring some property, I can't remember exactly, some pieces of property next to the cemetery that if they were to come available.
Right.
And we may or may not choose to do that. That's a decision that can be made down the road.
Right. And just on that point, Mayor, the city does own some property still in the north part of the cemetery that is already under city ownership and has been platted but has not been yet developed. So we will have growth area for traditional burials as well.
Good, thank you. Okay, so we are on the cemetery capital plan, and what is the will of the council?
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the cemetery capital fund at $355,000. Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Ingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
We do have library included in here, but they do not have any capital requests for FY25, so we can skip page 17 and go to page 18, which is the 911 fund. And in this, we have 2 capital requests totaling $444,533. Both are department funded, and that top line of $404,033 is the 70% of the GTAC computer replacement.
So moved.
Second.
Excuse me, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
For our private venues, which is the Civic Center and the FIC, do we want to do those together or separate?
Let's do them separate since they're on separate pages. If you
Okay.
don't- Well, is your capital total, both of them combined?
We have both. So the dark blue line is both of them combined. The light blue line right underneath it is Civic Center, and then the following page would be the Fort Idaho Center.
Okay.
So if we're approaching it both separate, for the Civic Center, we just have one request, which is GenGov capital funded, and that is for the LED light conversion at $228,448.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the Civic Center capital request of $228,448.
And Mayor, I had asked this question before, and Patrick had indicated that this was an estimate and didn't include any Idaho Power incentives back. So this is definitely one that we should be seeing less than this amount.
Correct.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Any other discussion? Roll call.
Ingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
No.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Next, we have the Ford Idaho Center. They have a FY25 capital request of $825,300. $603,500 for the arena boiler replacement, $121,800 for the arena water heater, and $100,000 for the parking lot crack fill and seal coats.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Mayor, I have a question.
Okay, so it has been moved and seconded to approve it as requested, and discussion. Thank you.
On the parking lot Seemed like we talked about this a couple of years ago, and it doesn't seem like anything ever happened to that parking lot. I thought we had funding at that time somewhere to seal coat that parking lot.
I can't speak to where we are with that. We do have it, thank you, Patrick. It is in this year's budget to seal coat the parking lot, I believe.
Yes. Yes, Mayor, it is. For our Oakview group, they weren't able to, they bid it out, and the area they wanted to perform this year, the bids came in higher than what they had for their budget, and they decided that they wanted to reserve that amount to put toward the horse stalls. So this is something that is just kind of new to me. So they did not move forward with that striping because we apparently, facilities was not managing that project for them. They were getting the bids themselves.
I understand that, and we talked about that in detail, and they said they had money sitting there to seal coat that parking lot. And now, that parking lot is on the verge of being lost because it is in such bad shape, it might have to be ground and start over. Anyway, so I'm concerned about that.
So Andrew is on, so maybe Andrew could speak to this. That would be great if you could, Andrew. Andrew, did you catch the question and the discussion?
Yeah, I did. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mayor, and sorry I'm not there in person. So we were able to do $50,000 worth of repairs in the parking lot out of the previously budgeted capital, $100,000. Reason why the number was reduced was because other projects went up in price. So we took away from the parking lot, but what was completed was backfill and painting for all the lines done in about 30% of the west lot, all the ADA spots, and all the perimeter parking closest to the venue. So we've got about 8 or 9 different parking sections, and the goal is to knock out 2 or 3 of these a year on a rotating basis. And this year was year 1, and FY25 will be year 2.
Thank you for answering that question. Do we have further question on that? No? Okay. Council, well, we do have a motion and a second on the table. Is there any further discussion?
Moved.
It's already been moved and seconded.
Okay.
Welcome to the party, Dale.
I didn't even open my mouth up.
Roll call. Let's do roll call. Here we go.
Rodriguez.
You almost hit the mayor with.
Yes.
Wake me up.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Summerfield.
Take my breath away, huh? Yeah.
Chingula.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Andrew, thank you for logging on. Now you can go back to the heat and your concert.
Mr. Chesney says hello. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Tell him we all send our regards.
And that we need money.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
All right, thank you.
All right, next up we have the Community Development Block Grant, commonly known as CDBG. We have 5 projects for a total of $1,089,301. That is all grant capital funded.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any questions or discussion? Roll call.
Chingula.
Y'all didn't read all this? Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Summerfield.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right, next up we have Development Services. They have 2 requests totaling $143,627, and that is from department-funded capital.
I have a question, Mayor.
Thank you.
Maybe you can, or maybe it's Patrick, I'm not sure. How old is the generator?
Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, one moment, I need to look that back up. Okay, the generator was 1996 is the age of, that's when the generator was put in. And it's getting to the end of life.
Is the end of life 20 years?
It'd be 30,
Be 30 years? Is that 30?
28.
Oh,
Yeah, it's usually about 25, 30 years on those. And it's just getting to the end of life. And so we put it in there because it was recommended by our maintenance service company that we hire to maintain the generators around the city.
is there a salvage value with them?
I'm not sure if there's a salvage value.
There's got to be copper and also, obviously a lot of metal involved with that. So take that into consideration.
We don't have a hard bid, we have an estimate, so I can bring that up and see if we can fine tune that.
It's all right. If it's a 30-year-old generator, then that speaks for itself. But yeah, anything you can do to help save some dollars, that's all good.
We'll do that.
Thanks.
Somebody,
An FYI, Albertsons regularly rebuilt their generators every 10 years, and only under certain conditions.
That's why they're going out of business today.
No, that's not why they're going out of business. Because they're overhead and bloated,
Yeah, there you go.
and the FEC or
Did we make a motion?
the point being, there has been no motion, still in discussion, but point being that there may be value in that for someone to purchase that and to actually rebuild that. And so if we're not doing that, I would appropriately dispose and be able to sell that generator.
And can we have that as a directive that you look into the cost associated with rebuilding it and see if that's a possibility?
Good idea.
Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, we will do that.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Madam Mayor, I have a question. Patrick, is it natural gas or diesel?
Diesel?
It's a diesel.
Diesel, how many hours on it?
I'm so sorry, what?
How many hours on it?
I would have to go out there and look at it. I don't have that data. It runs once a week for the last, 20-some years. So I'm not sure how many hours.
Thank you.
So I have a question about the audio system. It just $92,000 to get an audio system speakers with microphones seems crazy high.
Mayor, I think that's the wrong number. I think that's really, I don't think we had 92. I think it was more like 42 or something, wasn't it?
Sorry, and that's my fault. I didn't see that until now. Those numbers are transposed. It's $92,000 for the generator.
92 for the, yeah, it's 50. And even that is high. We had a quote a few years ago for about $40,000 to put in an audio system. So we basically want the type of audio system we have here, where we have some microphones, some speakers, so when we do Teams meetings with public meetings, we can do that. But I think that even that number, the 50,000, is probably too high.
Okay, these will come back before council for approval before we expense. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so the question would be if we want to approve the development services building capital request at $143,627.
Make the motion, again, with the caveat that we'll look at potentially rebuilding the generator instead of replacing it, just to see if that's a value in itself.
Second.
Thank you, and making sure that we actually get these prices lower than what we're seeing here. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ingula?
Yes.
Bills?
No.
Griffin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Next up, we have water resources. We could either do this combined or separate out water and irrigation, whatever is the will of the council.
It would be up to council if you have any questions on any, and I might make a comment. I meant to do this earlier. Earlier on streets, we went through very quickly and did an approval, and on a $22 million budget. This is for the public's more than anything, so the public knows that we don't take these decisions lightly. Every single one of those will come back before City Council for approval. So basically, that was budget authorization to move forward with the projects, trusting the prioritization of projects, knowing that they're going to come back for approval. So I'm saying that more for the public standpoint, that it isn't that we're not giving great consideration. It's that many of these projects will come back for approval. So that's why sometimes it's easy, and also having reviewed them and knowing that the team is doing a good job on them. So anyway,
It's a placeholder, placeholder.
correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, Mayor, I'll make a motion for both then to approve the domestic and the irrigation fund.
For a total of $33,539,213.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's been seconded? Is there any discussion on this?
Mayor, sorry, I must just be slow. I'm not seeing anything for U-Stick, and we know that that's a priority to get water over down U-Stick towards Meridian. Is that on here?
It's the Purdom Sewer. Well, that one says Franklin to 11th. So let's,
Under water, well, we also have it under the water as well. It's about 3/4 of the way down. You'll see U-Stick road widening water main, new water main for $1.635 million.
Thank you.
thank you. Okay.
Mayor and City Council woman, there's 3, so one for irrigation, one for domestic, and one for water renewal or wastewater. All for the
All
Purdom
for the
project.
Purdom
We can cover
project.
that later.
Yes.
Going to renewal. Oh,
Thank you.
There's a renewal page. Okay.
So did we actually, did the motion have the numbers correct?
Yes, you did.
And that's for water and irrigation. The water renewal is the next page over. And for the two of them together, domestic water was 22,880 plus irrigation at 10,658 for a total of 33,539. And so the motion was to approve both water and irrigation. That next page, I'm not sure which one you're on. The next page is water resources, and that one's not included in this motion.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Kingula.
Yes.
Mills.
Yes.
Summerfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Next up, we have water renewal, and that is on page 25 of your packet. For water renewal, we have $32,658,703 in department-funded capital, $1,800,000 of impact fee capital, and $1,500,000 of grant capital for a total capital request of $35,958,703.
So, and I appreciated Jeff's comment. So we have had this discussion about the Purdom Drain and U-Stick. And so, as he mentioned, we have it, the Purdom trunk line sewer is, well, let's see, that's in here at a total of, I think I'm seeing this, 3,738,000 just on this side with the two different funding sources. But then you've also got it on the water and the irrigation side, because when they dig that hole, it all goes in together. So that is budgeted. And then we'll hear from Jeff later on some other numbers. Are there any questions regarding the water? It's so weird to say water renewal. I'll get used to it. The water renewal capital requests.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Just a comment. Again, all of these capital costs are within the 3% increase that we have in our general budget. Is that correct?
Well, these are capital requests. They don't fall within the 3% at all because it's strictly capital.
Okay, so
it's outside of the 3%.
So what guardrails do we have on all these expenses, making sure that we have funds to allocate towards them?
So, well, I'll let you answer. I can answer it, but go ahead.
So in each department, part of the budgeting process is to look at the funds they're bringing in plus their fund balance.
Okay.
Typically in water, wastewater, irrigation, a significant portion of their capital spending is based on fund balance. So we look at the fund balance capacity they have, how much they're spending, and make sure they have a minimum reserve left after including all operational and capital expenses that might impact the fund balance. So in essence, we review every one by department to make sure they have the funding to secure it.
Okay, and that's what I understood, but I didn't know if there were any guardrails that were kind of companion guardrails to the 3%, so there isn't. So I noticed that the headworks is included in this, so we're getting headworks done along with these other requested items within their budget.
Yeah, but along with the headworks, that one will come back for more scrutiny with council well before that is completed. But yes, we've gone through the projections with Jeff, and they've projected it out. They have the cash flow to do this, but they're shifting some projects a little further out in order to make this happen, but they don't have to borrow more money to do this.
So as an example, on that one item, it's got 25 million listed as a value, but the department-funded capital was at 18.5. So the additional 7 million, do you know where that's coming from?
It should say on the sheet that it's coming, it doesn't say on the sheet, Chris, it's coming.
Currently, we only have 18.58 budgeted for headworks.
Right, so it's over 2 years, so the remainder will be in the next year.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Are there any other questions on this item? Okay, I don't believe we had a motion, though, correct? So I would stand for a motion to...
moved.
Thank you.
Second.
To approve the water renewal capital at $35,958,703. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Last but not least, we have engineering with just one request of department-funded capital of $60,000 for a new vehicle.
Can you go?
Sorry, 2 of them. My apologies.
Can you change the slide?
Thank you.
Is there a preference of Ford over Chevy or what?
I know we talked about some vehicles that were moving over, but I think I've asked this question twice. These are not moving over, we're getting new ones, correct? Okay.
These are new.
Obviously, they are. Okay.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Pardon me. Before you finalize that, the one thing I want to clarify on this one, the funding source for this probably cannot be the department, since we're getting rid of the department. So we either need to charge it to the departments that it's going to, or we pull it out of general gov to fund this. Which is, either way, we have reserves to do that, but engineering itself won't have the capacity to pay for it since we're getting rid of it.
Well, the question is, engineering will be reporting up to development services. So are these vehicles being used on the development service side with our development side of engineering, or are they being used on the other sides? Mark, do you know? Don't know. I have a feeling it'll be on the development services side.
Then
It's on the development side, so it'll be coming out of development services fund.
So that department
So it
fund.
will be
Okay,
department-funded capital.
That's perfect.
I think the only concern I have, but I think, so do we have 2 vehicles that we're replacing, or is this for new employees? What is this for?
They are getting rid of 2 older vehicles. They have some
Oh, it
old
says replace.
Ford Rangers, I think they're getting rid of.
Yeah,
And they're getting 2 newer vehicles.
okay. They are old, a 2005 GMC Sierra and a 1998 Ford Ranger.
I own a 1998 Ford Ranger, and that thing could run for another 20 years, Mayor. Just putting that out there.
I love that. Thank you, Sebastian. That was good.
He needs to go to sleep.
That was great.
Mayor, we just have a motion on the table.
A second.
We do have a motion on the table and a second. Thank you, because I did not hear the motion of the second.
There wasn't a second.
There wasn't. Okay, thank you, there is. Okay, so we do have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So Chris, as we complete, that completed our capital. Our total capital request was $108 million, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that's what we just went through.
That is what we just went through.
Good job, thank you so much. It worked well. I really liked the format that you used. Great job. I felt like, I don't know how council felt, I felt like it was really easy. Thank you. So we're moving into grants, is that correct?
Correct.
That is correct. And we're going to begin on page 535. And for this portion, we will be going through the budget book, and we will be approving, just like the other departments, the total expenses. There are some grant funds that have capital, but we do not need to approve those because we just went through those, so we'll just be approving the total expenses. So we are going to begin with our ARPA funds on page 536. So we have total expenses. Yes, so for ARPA, we just have total expenses of $62,000. That's contractual services, $50,000 for the emergency management coordinator, and $12,000 for the audit, for the single audit.
Would there be a motion to approve the ARPA budget at $62,000?
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion? Roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Hammerfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right, next up, we have the Community Development Block Grant on page 538, or beginning on page 538. Our totals are on page 539. We have total expenses of $807,378, and that is down $160,000 from last year.
So if you're all aware, and I think you probably are, but I'll just state it real quickly, the CDBG funding, there's an administrative portion of CDBG funds, a percentage allocation that can be used for administrative function. This is what funds are, well, and Matt's here. Hi, Matt. Matt, who's overseeing the CDBG, the staffing for that, and so that's really what we're approving in this operating budget. Matt and Hannah have had the oversight and do an excellent job in that, and this is basically that budget. Are there any questions? Matt would be available to answer any questions if you have any.
I'll make the motion to approve, Mayor.
Okay, so the motion and is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the total expenses for the CDBG fund of $807,378. Roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Hammerfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Matt, thank you for your oversight. Good job. Thank you.
All right, next up, we have FJC. We have a total expense budget of $1,565,096, and that can be found on page 542 down at the bottom.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Hammerfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Guys, thank you so much for your work. You do an amazing job. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And for those online, that was fast because we actually had discussed this a little bit earlier. So we'll let you move to police.
All right. Next up, we have police. This does include private, state, and federal funding for police. I believe we have 4 different grants that are all factored in here for a total expense budget of $384,420, which can be found on page 546.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Next up, we do have airport, but we have already approved airport's grant budget because that was in their capital budget as well. So we can move on to streets, which is actually the same situation. All of streets budget is capital, which has already been approved. So we can turn to page 552 and our parks grants.
Clarification.
Yes, go ahead, Sebastian.
I know we had amended the streets budget and contractual services was listed on the above grant page. Does that need to be stated anywhere in that or a modified motion for that grant fund for streets?
I don't think so. The reason I don't think so is because we're not taking any action right now. The prior actions are standing on the streets budget. And so the streets budget was approved based on the prior action and capital, a separate action. So since we're not taking any action on streets, I think we're good. Would that be correct?
Yeah, and
Okay.
they're separate funds, so streets capital falls into a separate fund than the streets department.
Okay. Thank you for asking, though.
All right, for parks, we have total expenses of $640,000, which the majority of that is our USDN, which is our tree grant, essentially, or as Doug so referred to it as our cutting down tree grant.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion or comment? Roll call.
Cut the tree.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Next up, we have our mayor's team council, which can be found on page 556. We have a total operating budget or total expense budget of $5,700.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Our last section is a hodgepodge of all of our one-off grants. It includes our opioid funds, our mayor's private funding, opportunity fund, historic preservation, rec center scholarships, our golf scholarship fund, and our water renewal smart grants. I do want to make one clarification to this is we did include the mayor's private funding based on historic budgeting, and we are going to remove that. I believe the total is that we were removing is $48,905. So I do have an updated total for you. So on page 558, the operating budget should read $355,500.
And if I could just make a real quick comment on the mayor's, that private fund, it sounds so weird. Where that started, so we have not budgeted or suggested we spend that money on anything. It will come to council if and when we do. That fund consists of the Mayor's Walking Challenge. The Blue Cross Community Foundation had given us some funds that we had applied for, but our Republic Services funds have gone into that bucket. And so what we need to do is come back before council at some point and talk about how best to use those funds. So because it's a revenue and there isn't any intended use at this time until we talk about it, we'll come back and address it when we do have a suggestion. Okay, so then this total dollar amount for all grants others, yes? Okay.
So moved.
Sorry, I need to clarify that total. I misspoke. It is $335,500.
335, okay, so Sebastian, do you move that 335.5?
That makes all the difference for me, Mayor, actually. No, so moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the all other grants at 335.5. Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Pingula?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
And if we think it's been a long day here, can you imagine on the phone up there? That's you, Sebastian. Yeah, long day.
I won with the Bulls in 4 hours, so I might as well just stay up.
That's not a very wise thing to do. I'm thinking to stay up all night and then do that. Oh, my. Would you please let us know that you safely got through?
For
I'll send pictures.
purposes.
Yeah. Okay, so
Glad he left me his house
what's
keys.
next? Did we get done with the?
We are done with grants.
We're done with grants. Okay, so now we move into part 3. We're almost done, guys. So the students, school student resource officer position, is that on a page? Or
We're going
what
to
do we
scroll
have?
down to that on the screen right here.
Okay. I have a question, though. I just, if you don't mind, it's been rolling around in my
Certainly.
mind today. Because this is not in our current budget, and because it hits GenGov, it's going to, just because the funding is there, does it throw us over our 3%?
No, this has nothing to do with the 3% because this money comes from the school and
So it's not-
has nothing to do with the 3%.
So it's not going to put us in any awkward position by putting it in our budget because of the budget, because it's not a new dollar ask.
The
'cause it's funded.
entire expense is self-funding, so there's a zero net impact to the bottom line. We'll scroll down to it now, Chris.
Okay.
Go to the next page. Oh, no, where's the SRO? Give me just a moment.
Would it be premature to say so moved?
Well,
Actually, I
I
don't
can-
know that it would be. If you could just give us
I
the
could
dollar
speak to
amount.
it. It's
let's just-
$175,000. We're increasing the budget, adding personnel cost and equipment cost into the budget and revenue at the same time. This will have a carryover effect in the next year, but for FY '25, it's an additional $175,000 of revenue and expenses to the police budget funded by the school district.
There we go. Chris has it.
Apologies, is that revenue, Mayor?
I'm sorry, is that revenue what?
I was speaking and then I forget that I need to speak through the mayor, so I was saying mayor to get approval to speak.
Yes.
Is that revenue coming from the school district? Is that why it's a net zero? It's the offset of the two numbers and
Yes.
it's a net zero? So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the school resource officer funding of $175,000. And I just want to ensure that the actual cost, this is 100% covering the cost for this year. We know it isn't next year, but this year it's totally funded, so it's not increasing the budget that we've already approved.
Well, the year 2 impact will also be essentially 100% covered, and they're achieving that by delaying the hiring of the lieutenant position. So we'll have 2 new positions coming on board technically this year, one in October, one in April, and delaying the hiring of the lieutenant position allows the funding for this year to be complete, and then next year, the funding we get from the school district will cover both officers.
And then what we will anticipate seeing in the revised budget book, when you make the changes, is that this will reflect 7 new officers for police, because it's 2 additional.
Yes.
Right, and it's going to show this in the budget, so the budget's going to reflect this. There isn't an increase because it's 175
Right.
funded. But all of this will get reflected in the next
Yes.
budget.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, are there any other questions? Roll call.
Eric, is that?
That is correct. 6 officers and 1 civilian will be.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez? Yes. Jingula?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, now to the best topic of the day. Are we ready?
Ready.
That's fine. Mayor, do you want a recap of what is available for the foregone? And we go through this before we discuss it. I think the numbers haven't changed from when we first reviewed it. We discussed the 1% of operations, which was about $431,000, and the 3% from capital, which is non-reoccurring. We use it, then we're done. And that's 1.2 for a total of $1,642,000. That's the totality of what we can do from foregone. In talking with Steve Onifray about this, it's kind of hard to quantify the exact impact until the House Bill 521 is settled and what he called the vector is provided to the counties to determine exactly how much each county gets for the property tax offset, but we know it's going to be at least what they got last year based on the funding. So
are we asking for 4.3?
No, the total available in our bank, if we were to pull over time, is $4.3 million, 4.4. That's what's in the bank for available over time. What we're asking for is a 1% value of $410,000 and a 3%, and that 410 will roll over and can be used for multiple purposes. It can be used to fund police next year. You can use it to fund Purdom this year and police next year because it rolls over. And the 3% capital, 1.231, would be used for capital and will not roll over. So we use it once and it's done. It doesn't stay in our base. That's the $1.6 million. And given that the payment falling off the books this year is a little over $2 million, you still have a net reduction from this transaction of $386,000.
I would like Jeff Barnes to come forward, because I think as we have a discussion about the use of foregone, we need to talk about what we would be using the foregone for. So Jeff, if you would come forward. He has, I believe it's still 4 slides, is that correct?
Really, 3.
3? Whoa, you did good.
Very, very short slides, Mayor
job.
and City Council.
The question is,
Yes.
are we limited at this point in time on foregone to the 1.6?
Yes.
Okay.
The maximum we can take is 3% for a capital project and 1% for operations. 3% for capital is $1,269,000 or something. And then the other 400,000 plus, the maximum we can take is $1,600,000 this year. Next year, we could turn around and take another $1,600,000. And the reason why is because the $1,200,000 rolls off. It just goes away. And so it isn't that it's compounding. What does compound is the 1% operational. But if we were to take $1,600,000 this year and $1,600,000 next year, we would end up with $3,200,000 that we would put towards what Jeff is going to suggest. After we spend that $3,200,000, the third year, if we chose to, we could take another 1%, which would stay in our base. We would not have increased property taxes because we would have gone from for the second year, maybe a tiny, tiny bit, but you would have gone from a $2 million loan that was in the taxes. We would have spent $1,600,000 1 year. The next year, if we did $1,600,000, it would actually be $2 million, because you have the $400,000 that's rolling over. And then the next year we would have taken our foregone down to a very low level. And so the only thing we can do after that is take another $400,000. Well, that total would be $1,200,000 that we would have taken a $2 million loan and we would added $1,200,000 to our base. That would give us funding for infrastructure for 2 years to put $3,200,000 into the Houston corridor that we need. And then we would have approximately $1,200,000 that we could use in our operational base in year 3. We could use that to fund police at that time. It wouldn't fund police for the first 2 years, but the third year you would have funding, which is one, or use it however you need to operationally, and we still would have reduced the overall taxes at that point by over $800,000 in year 3. Yet we would have gotten some projects done, and we would also have funded police. So that's my overview, and that's why I think at this time it's a very wise decision to consider it, because otherwise we would not. But Jeff has done the research on the why and the what.
So on what Jeff's going to share, is it available latecomer?
Yeah, I'll go through that quickly. Yeah, there's latecomers involved to options.
Thank you.
Okay, just quick, the project scope I'll go through briefly, cost estimates, some funding options, and then if you have any questions. So this is project scope. The goal of this is to run utilities to the North Nampa area of impact, and the North Nampa area north of Ustick, and then also that State Highway 16 area. Both those areas will be expanding. This is a way to proactively and strategically get the sewer line in. The sewer line is 25 feet deep, so if you can picture just a huge crater and taking out Ustick Road, it's going to be a massive project, a couple years to complete it at least. So for phase 1 is in blue, and that goes basically from Madison to Canada, and it is a deep sewer trunk line, water, and irrigation. And then phase 2, the black, extends from our northernmost sewer line at Linden Road and extends a line up to Joplin and installs a lift station. And that reaches that area near the river and east over to Canada. So the cost for the phase 1, if you can remember, phase 1 is that blue section is $35 million. The cost for the second section on Madison is $10,400,000 for a total of $45 million for both projects. So this is funding options that we've looked at. We've looked at pretty much everything. This is a draft, and I'm throwing out options with it. So the first one is 14.5 utility impact fees. That was just in the sewer and utility impact fees. Streets has a project already designated, 1.5 in the impact fees, and utility impact fees and street impact fees can be used for capital expansion, which these projects fit that. Then there's water and irrigation latecomer fees. We can do that as a latecomer fee, or we could adjust the utility impact fee and include those projects in it. So we can do different things on the latecomers fees for $1.9 million. The Development Services Fund, maybe you want to touch on that, Doug. That is...
Right. So within the Development Services Fund, there is a fund balance hovering between $12 and $13 million. It would be an appropriate use of a portion of those funds to reinvest them in development, and it would leave the development services with approximately 1 year's fund balance to, if the wheels fell off and something bad happened, whatever the case is, they have about $6 million left of fund balance for them to leverage their needs going forward.
And then next, you'll see the foregone option, and I just saw this, Mayor, I put foregone for both years. Did you see that for phase 1 and phase 2? And at first, we just had it under the phase 1, that 1 point. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay, excuse me. I was getting late. All right, so.
But it could be considered in phase 2.
It could, but it's not on there.
Okay.
All right, so the next line is the foregone taxes. That's the amount that was on the screen prior. And then the highway district portion is $1.7 million. Unfunded, that's where we need to discuss how we pay for the remainder of it. And that would be developer participation and other ways that we can coordinate. But you can see the $35 million for phase 1. We're pretty close to both of these, coming up with enough funding to get close. So I'll stand for any questions with that. We covered a lot in a short amount of time, so.
I do have a quick question, and that is that we just approved a capital fund of about $2.5 million for the Purdom Drain. How does that fit into these numbers?
So the water and there's funding in the FY25 budget for water, for irrigation, and for wastewater, and that is within these numbers. So how that works is we would front the money from the sewer fee, and then we would pay it back through the impact fees. So I don't want to get into that because it's kind of complex. So the money is set aside in our budget right now. It's coming directly out of our capital program to pay for the water, the irrigation, and the sewer. But in the future, that can all be impact fee. But we wanted to put something in there so we can get going on the design and other things, but it can be reimbursed in the future.
So what I guess what I want to be clear on, and I'm sorry I'm maybe not getting it, but this budget of $35 million, that was approximately, I'm going to say $2.5 million, I could be off on it. Is this $2.5 million higher, or is that in the $35 million?
That's in the 35
It's in the
yes.
35, thank you, that's what I need to know, thank you.
That was that longer spreadsheet.
Yeah, thank you. So council, do you have questions on this?
Mayor, I just want to, I guess, have confirmation that as the city is stretching out there to put infrastructure in, that there is the ability to get reimbursed through latecomers, hookup fees, impact fees, so that we're being able to recycle those funds into other capital improvements one day.
We are looking into that. That's part of the proposals that we're examining, all options, impact fees and latecomer fees. And we can do a combination of both, or we could do it strictly with impact fees. So there's different ways to fund this.
Well, the impact fees don't come in until you physically got buildings being built. I think it's got to be structured such that there's, inside the latecomer agreements, that there's payments coming as if the development community was putting it in at that particular time, even though it's already sitting there, and they have assurance that they have sewer and water, or sewer at least. So if you wait till the impact fee, that could be 18 to 36 months further out by the time buildings get built and permits pulled. So I think there's got to be some proactive on what's going to transpire.
Thank you. I think if we do move forward, either way, we have to move forward. This gives us a little bit more to keep, that we don't have to make up just because we've got to get it done. So it would be nice to have a couple council members that would join us in a subcommittee to work through what that looks like, to ensure that we have put together the right plan with the developers.
I would appreciate being able to be a participant in that.
Yeah, thank you.
Great.
Councilman Haverfield, did you have a comment?
I have one.
And Councilman Reynolds, who wants to go first?
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that I had a conversation with the state budget director last night, and she said that the surplus elimination that comes from House Bill 2 something.
521.
Which one? What is it?
It was 292, now it's 521.
521. She said that $50 million will get funded this year, so that's directly back to the taxpayers. So it might not happen next year. So it's another good reason to take the foregone this year, because the taxes will be reduced through that surplus elimination program as well.
Further comments? Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
Well, when I got elected to office, I made a promise that I'd never vote for foregone. I mean, it's just, I'm 1 out of 6 people on the council. I just don't think that taking money out of the pockets of the current property owners and taxpayers is, I think they can spend those dollars better than I can. That's just the way that I've felt about my position on this council and representing the taxpayers. I'm not sure that this is growth paying for growth. I think this is an additional tax on the taxpayer for improvements for growth. And I've always felt that anytime we get into a position where we're talking along these lines, that we need to have the taxpayers, their voice needs to be expressed. The urban renewal process a long time ago resulted in a lot of angst and animosity because a select few made the decisions for everyone instead of it being more of a vote before the people. So I won't be supporting foregone just because of the premise of what it is, but I think there are other ways, Mayor, just like we talked about 11th Street and other improvements within the urban renewal zone that can be something that the Urban Renewal Agency or the NDC can take on. I'm not sure that an urban renewal area can be created to help fund some of this stuff, but it would still be a vote of the public. And that's what I would be more open to, is if we had more of a, it'd be more expressed interest by the community for helping this growth to take place, and I'm not sure that it's there. So that's just my personal feelings. I'm sorry.
Fine, thank you. Are there any other comments?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
With growth, you need police. And there's no amount of money that'll keep me from saying no to police, not for our safety. I'll give you an example of how I look at this. After 42 years paying taxes, I finally got a return. I've never seen a check. So that is foregone in my eyes. And so what do? Do I use it to fix my home, my furnace, or do I just say, I don't need it, and send it back? That's foregone if we don't use it. Right now, we're an opportunity to fulfill our goals, that growth pay for growth, and along that is pay for police, that we struggle every single year with that. We have the opportunity to take it, and I will support the motion.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Griffiths.
Now Councilwoman Jangula can go first.
Jeff, if we do go forward with phase 1, what is the timeline of that getting completed? I know we're short funds, but what's the timeline there?
Councilwoman Jangula, we're 45% done with design. So we could, depending on, we're looking at what type of delivery option, we could complete the project, and there's a number of options. But we're shooting for 2 years, would be very aggressive actually. If you see how deep the hole is when they start, it's a long ways to go. Staff is rather concerned about the schedule, so it would maybe be an alternate delivery method that we would try and get an estimate of the time.
Is there a possibility that Meridian would be able to get there sooner than us?
They're already there. They're already there. And that's the challenge. In fact, I met with a farmer that wants to develop his ground, and he said this week, was it this week? I can't remember, Mark. You were in that same meeting. Was that last week? I can't remember, but last week. Okay. Thank you. And he made the comment, it was so interesting. He said, I know farmers. They're already talking about jumping over to Meridian because they want to develop, they want to move forward. And that's very concerning because that's a forever decision. No matter what we do, the development's coming. Eustic, the north side of Eustic is Meridian. Once you go past Canada, the south side is Nampa. So if we don't get the infrastructure there, there is nothing that keeps them from saying, I'm going to annex into Meridian, because they want to come. Robin she has major companies, grocery stores specifically too, that are waiting. They're trying to make a decision on buying property, and they're waiting to see what we do. Because you have to have sewer in order to move forward. The challenge for us, as we all know, is Highway 16 came in considerably faster than we were ready for. And with the funding that has come both from the state for Highway 16, but also the Eustic Road corridor, with that funding that we have received, there's work that's going to be done, and it's important that we get the sewer and that we have a good plan in place at the same time. So with that, that's kind of, it does push us into a timeline, and that's why there's a very aggressive timeline of 2 years, because we've got people saying, I need to know. You know what, if it didn't quite get done, but it's underway and we know that we're almost there, they're probably going to move forward. But if we're not going to get there, then they're going to have to make other decisions.
Yeah.
So it's put us into a little bit of a urgent and important quadrant.
Well, it's a harsh reality, too, of the fact that oftentimes we think that we're just thinking so short-sighted, but if we were to lose that tax base forever, I mean, that's significant for the city, and that's a big decision that we have to make.
Yes. With this commitment from the city, and this is that I really appreciate Jeff putting the numbers to it, I think what we've got is we've got developers that want the sewer, and they're going to step up to the plate. And we've got some meetings coming up where people, I'm certain that we're going to have developers step up to the plate and say, and be a part of the funding, and maybe get involved in that latecomers. So I think that for us as a city, we just need to say, are we in? Are we going to go after it? And then we'll work collaboratively. We've got smart people on this council that can help us figure this out, and then we've also got developers that want to work with us. So I think we can get it done. I think it's important to the city.
I think the issue over Foregone is Councilman Rodriguez shared that uniqueness of what took place at the legislative level and how that changed the picture on what would be had been typical as far as property tax collection. And Napa's been conservative and taken less than could, and that's been, I think, a great mark. But there is the rebate deal and the change up, and then we also have the bond coming off, which is a good thing. So probably for the first time in the last week, I've given consideration to the Foregone. And I think if there was a time to take Foregone, this time it would be correct. So I'll be supporting to take the Foregone.
Thank you. So with that, yes, Sebastian.
Just a few of my thoughts. First off, I find it difficult, the situation with the comparison. We're already going to be taking the 3%. This will be an additional tax. I know that it was stated earlier that the comment, we have 4.4 million in the bank. This is not money in the bank. This is not money that's already allocated. It's money that we're going to have to additionally take to be able to make this happen. The hard time that I have, and it's because most recently coming off the campaign trail, is going and facing constituents and voters who say that inflation's out of control, their taxes are out of control, they're fixed income folks. I have 3 senior communities within my own district that I went and knocked, and they are barely making it. And for the first time, we can allow them to have a decrease. And that's because the bond is ending. It ends in August. And instead of adding on the difference in Foregone, let's allow that money to fall off rather than tacking on an additional percent on top of the 3% that we'll be taking. It's a tough scenario. I understand the growth. I appreciate the fact that development is here. We all know it's here. We've all stated that it's here. We're aware of it every day. But this is an opportunity where we can actually do what I know each and every single one of us campaigned for, and that's to reduce the tax levy. Let the bond fall off. Let the taxpayers know that we're doing something for them, and for them directly. They wouldn't know the wiser, and that's something that I've had to contemplate. Okay, if we tack on Foregone right now, and the bond sunsets, they wouldn't know the difference. They would just see it as another year went on, their tax assessment's the same, potentially 521 or 529, we'll send back a rebate check and they'll be real happy about that. But it's us and our own conscience saying we had an opportunity before us to allow the bond for the first time in 20 years to be able to sunset. It did not pass. They did not want an additional bond. And then we're going to say, you know, we have this opportunity where it is a very convenient timing where the bond sunsets that we can take foregone and the taxpayer won't know the difference because it's the same amount. I'm not saying that anyone's doing this maliciously. That is not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that we're trying to pull the curtain over their eyes by any means either. I think it's something that each of us worked very hard to get in our seats and get elected for an opportunity just like this. And it's tough because we have to be future thinking. When I ran, I said I want to be thinking 30, 40, 50 years in the future. This project is thinking 30, 40, 50 years in the future. But the 1.6 this year and the 1.6 next year is a drop in the bucket over this $30, $40 million project, and the foregone issue is not going to solve it, and it is, in my opinion, just another tax on taxpayers. It's another take from the pocketbook, and for that reason, I will not be supporting.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
I'd like to make a motion.
okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we use 1% of foregone. Is that the correct verbiage?
Well, if you,
4% total. One, okay.
so you would use 3% of foregone for capital and
3% for capital, 1%
operational.
for operation.
I'll second.
So there's a motion and a second to move forward with the use of 3% foregone for capital and 1% for operations. Is there further discussion?
Mayor, I just want to be devil's advocate a little bit on what Councilmember Griffin said, and I respect his position. We all want to lower taxes. We all want to be able to give that tax relief to citizens, but I feel like that perspective is a little bit short-sighted, because if we end up losing that tax base to Meridian, then we lose out on opportunities to do that in the future, significant opportunities to be able to provide that in the future indefinitely. And I think that that's something that we need to look at long-sighted.
I have to say, I fully agree with you, because I totally agree. If we did not have a loan going off the books right now, I wouldn't even consider it. But that's the kind of the pit in my stomach is we've got growth. They're either going to come here or they're going to go to Meridian in our property, right? Because they can just annex over. But they're coming. And so that is a big decision, because the long-term fiscal impact of that's massive. And so this decision to spend, $1.6 million to where we would have that one project, one of the big projects coming in tax revenue in the future will offset that. And so with that growth coming in, the taxes will go down because you're going to have the revenue spread out over more people, if we can correct some of the legislative challenges that we've got. That said, thank you for those comments. Any other comments? Roll call.
Ingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
No.
Griffin.
No.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
4 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
Well, council, that's a really big decision, and I respect everybody's position on it, and I appreciate the discussion. We have had a long day, and we are done. I just want to say how much I appreciate our council members. Thank you for your candor, for your discussion, for your consideration. I want to say thank you to staff. Thank you to finance for all your work. You've done a really good job.
And we look forward to continuing this. We have more work to do still.
I think the final comment is, as I've said a couple times today, we have established budget capacity, not spending authority. So I think that's the thing we all need to remember. It's keeping council in the loop. They are the decision makers, and we need to make wise decisions as we move forward. Council, any comments?
Move that we adjourn.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you, Sebastian. Hey, be safe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye-bye.